Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So, Donald Trump's humiliation this month is just getting better and better. It's getting worse for him, better and better for us. I am so here for it. So, first, check this out, you guys. Oh my God, the absolute horror that is DJT stock. This is the stock that is tied to his failing social media site. If you look down at the right-hand corner, you can see it crashed all the way down to $7.03 today. Holy crap. We are almost in $6 territory. This stock, I will remind you, hit an all-time high of almost $100 a share. So this was, when it first launched, it hit, I think it was close to $95 a share, and it is now down to almost six something, almost $6 a share. This is so pathetic. And I mean, I have had so many MAGA people mocking me, saying, I'm going to eat my words. Oh, your post just didn't, this didn't come out well for you. Oh, this aged well, that I'm going to look like a fool when they become insanely rich off of this flaming pile of cow dung. They honestly believed that this was going to skyrocket, like this was going to take off like Tesla shares, like this was going to get into the thousands at some point. How I love being right, you guys. My three favorite words in the English language. You were right. Anyway, that was just one of the ways that Donald Trump was humiliated this week, which, we have to add it to him being bent over by Iran. Because as you guys all know, all of the A-list musical artists pulled out of his sad fare. He's supposedly commemorating the 250th anniversary of the United States. So they had to go out and dredge the bottom of the barrel, and guess who they dragged up? Guess who they got off the bottom of the swamp, off the bottom of the reflecting pool? Kash Patel's honey trap. I mean his girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins. So they had her sing. And as you can see here, this is a Daily Beast article that says Keystone Cash's girlfriend humiliated before concert even starts. They asked this woman, oh, are you excited about the musical artist? Are you excited about Kash Patel's girlfriend? And she was like, ugh, country music? Like, ooh, well, the marching band will be good. She literally said that. I mean, when someone's looking forward to a military band, marching band instead of you singing, not a good sign. So anyway, but they asked his girlfriend, they asked Patel's girlfriend to perform. And I assure you guys, she is totally and completely into him. She is totally and completely into his googly eyes, his whiny voice, nothing suspicious going on there whatsoever. So anyway, Wilkins, she kicks things off. She sings the national anthem. A lot of people online were giving her shit. A lot of people were being very cruel, in my opinion. And I am no fan of hers, trust me. I mean, I think she sings through her nose, which is annoying, but that is a very difficult song to sing. If you are a singer, you know it is an incredibly difficult song. She did a good job. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to be petty. I will give her props for, hitting all the notes. But barely anyone showed up. There was hardly anyone there to see her sing it, which is especially embarrassing because she was on right before Donald Trump. So let me show you what I mean. This is a still image of a CNN broadcast, and this was taken shortly before Donald Trump was supposed to take that stage that you see behind the interviewer, the host here. I forget, Donnie or O'Donnell. I forget his name. Anyway, nice guy, but I just can't remember his name at this moment. So hardly anybody there. And then several news outlets reported that, yeah, the crowd did fill in. People started to filter in as Donald Trump's speech started, but the crowd started to leave before he was done. So take a look at this.
Largest producer of oil and gas on earth, larger than Russia and Saudi Arabia by far combined. And under my most favored nation agreement on drug prices, we are delivering the largest reduction in drug price history with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600%. Who would think that if you took down 0.5%, somebody said you would...
Oh my God. Okay, so that was a clip that was shared by the Bulwark, and people are they're just bored with it. They're bored with his same old shit, obviously, if they're walking out before he's done, because you could hear he was still in the middle of his whole spiel. And I don't know if you guys can make it out, but towards the end there, the reason I was shaking my head was he was repeating this same bullshit about, oh, we reduced drug prices by up to 600%. Who would have thought that? No one with a brain. Nobody with two brain cells to rub together to communicate with each other, because that's not a real thing. That doesn't work that way. You can't reduce something by 600%. The math ain't mathin'. So anyway, and then check this next one out. So Leonard Cohen is the writer of the famous song called Hallelujah, that you guys probably all know. So his estate informed Trump that he was not allowed to use that song at the fair, because I think that opera singer that Donald Trump likes was supposed to be performing it. Anyway, Cohen's estate wrote this on Facebook. It's too good. They said, the Leonard Cohen estate has learned that the song Hallelujah is to be performed at a Donald Trump rally on June 24. The use is not authorized, and the estate does not support or approve of this or any similar usage. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I love it so much. Yeah, so totally slammed him, used his own words against him. Another thing I really love, which is humiliating for him, is this. According to the latest Quinnipiac poll, 59% of voters think that Donald Trump is hiding something, that the White House is hiding something about his health, and they believe that he is physically unhealthy. And then 51% of the respondents in this poll said that they think that he is mentally unhealthy, mentally unwell. So I want you guys to think about this. A majority of Americans say this man is physically and mentally unfit for office. He is physically unwell. Something's going on with him. He is sick, and they're not telling us the truth. He is mentally ill or has some sort of mental incapacity. He has some sort of cognitive issue going on. And yet, Republican lawmakers could step in. They could do something about this. They could stop him from doing any more damage to our country, and they refuse. They hold all the power. They control everything right now, and they are allowing this dying, potentially dementia-ridden lunatic to destroy the country because they're afraid of losing their cushy jobs. They're afraid of losing their access to insider details that inform their stock trades. Okay? Think about that. So this is probably why Democrats have a huge leg up on them. This is why Democrats are leading on all of the generic ballots, at least for the past couple months, because people are looking at this and going, this is a train wreck, and or we're headed for a train wreck, and the Republicans, the MAGAs in Congress could stop it. They could pull the emergency brake before we hit the rocks, before we crash into, the side of this mountain, and they refuse to do it. They're just sitting back going, la, 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 I don't see it. I mean, anyway, there you go, guys. But yeah, humiliating. And that DJT stock. I mean, I will keep an eye on it. I'll be checking it out tomorrow for you and let you know what I find. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have more fun news to share with you guys about Donald Trump's sad event, his hashtag sad in all caps event. So I didn't think it could get any more embarrassing. I was wrong. I was wrong. I admit it. There's a first time for everything. Anyway, so last week I mentioned to you guys hardly anybody was there. It is hard though. Like it's, you never know. Is somebody taking a photo or a video at an inopportune moment and they're just trying to pretend like it's poorly attended and it's just the wrong time? It's first thing in the morning or late at night or whatever. So anyway, we now have proof. We now have visual evidence from multiple sources that prove that this whole thing has been a complete calamity. It has been a complete dud. And here's the one caveat I will add to this. It's possible, right, given that everything costs so much money right now, it's possible that people are going, you know what? I want to wait until this weekend. I want to wait until this upcoming weekend when it's actually 4th of July. Donald Trump is supposed to be there and speak again, and I can be there for like the final festivities. So maybe, who knows? Maybe we're going to see a huge surge this weekend. But the fact that, we just passed a weekend and nobody showed up, basically, or very few people, doesn't bode well. It's not a good sign. And here's why I'm loving this. I mean, besides the fact that it shows how unpopular Trump has become, it's because after that white trash house event, that UFC fight on the lawn of the White House, MAGA podcasters were just absolutely like you couldn't even go on Twitter. Like they were just nauseating to look at their posts. They're just, this shows them for the uninformed grifters that they are, because they were talking so much smack. They were taking victory laps. Oh, we're back. Trump is back. You're going to see his poll numbers shoot through the roof. Like as if a UFC fight is going to do that, as if people give a damn, right? Anyway, and they were asking each other like, oh, do you feel that shift? I feel a shift. All right. So anyway, clueless clowns. So check this out. So this is a post from former actor, MAGA man, Dean Cain. And he put this on Twitter and said, I don't like heights, but the view from atop the Ferris wheel is awesome, blah, blah, blah. You can see in the background, like there's nobody. Right? There's hardly anybody there. And I mean, these vendors were probably expecting to make a fortune. You can imagine they probably thought, oh, we're going to make bank. Right? This is so not worth it for them. When you factor in the expense of travel to set up the booth, to staff your booth for like 2 weeks that this event is taking, right? I mean, they probably ordered way too much product for how much they're selling. And it's not just this one photo. This is not the only evidence I have to show you guys. So take a look at this next one. So this was an article in the Daily Beast, and you can see the pictures and still shots of videos behind Trump. Basically, they went through a list of different MAGA lawmakers who were out there filming videos and taking photos, and how this was just like a nearly empty event. There was an Instagram reel posted by Utah Republican Blake Moore, and he's standing, I think that's the one to the right, all the way, the guy in the suit. Um, standing out in front of the Ferris wheel, and there's maybe like a dozen people walking around behind him. And then you think, oh, well, maybe they're just not interested in the Ferris wheel. No, he pans his camera around and you can see it's just nobody, because he was trying to show where his booth, the Utah booth, was located. And it's like maybe a handful of people as he's panning. I'm not kidding. And then there was another lawmaker, a guy from Arkansas. He posted also a video. I think that's the guy in the middle. Oh no, sorry, it's the guy in the right or left hand bottom corner in the white shirt and tie. So I mean, who doesn't go to a fair in a suit and tie, right? Anyway, so he's on the Ferris wheel. He's taking this video, and again, you see nobody down on the lawn behind him. And then a Kansas official posted a montage. I think that's the guy in the middle holding the flag. He posted a montage with his wife, and they were walking around various areas. Again, it was like a ghost town when he did this. There was like no one there at any location that he went. You would see like maybe one other person, if that. And then Iowa Congressman Randy Feenstra, he posted a photo from the event, probably less than 24 attendees in his image. And then there was a Washington State Republican named Michael Baumgartner. I'm going to show you. He posted this on Twitter. So, okay, so that was Baumgartner is the guy with the flag. So he posted a bunch of different photos, a bunch of different videos. And, as you see here, he was complaining that the governor didn't want to send anybody. So he went himself. I mean, they're making it out like these governors are just unpatriotic. They're, un-American. They're trying to save money. They're trying to save their constituents money right now. So anyway, he is going around, taking pictures, like I said, taking videos. And there's, again, hardly anybody behind him. And then here's what's really sad. He posted this other photo. Okay, this is a still shot from the video that he took. And behind him, what you can see there is a big screen TV, and they're showing the FIFA World Cup. I looked at a few of the videos from his event, like I said, and this was the biggest crowd. You know that you're throwing a boring ass party when your guests are sitting and watching TV. When your guests are sitting and doing something they could be doing at home, you are throwing the worst party. I'm just saying, and I'm someone who has thrown a ton of parties. Like I can't even count how many parties I've hosted. So I know for a fact. And then even some MAGA attendees had to admit that this was not as advertised. So the New York Times spoke with a few people at the fair, and there was a 3-time Trump voter. His name is Charles DeJesus. He traveled from Pennsylvania to attend this thing. And he said, oh, I was expecting more people. And I expected there to be like more of a fair atmosphere. And then he said this. He said, it wasn't what I thought it was going to be, but that's okay. The fat boy in me was looking for some good food, but that didn't quite happen. So apparently he was expecting like a bunch of fried food, which I guess they don't have. And then another guy from New Jersey, He told the Times that the booths were basically a waste of time, and that if he had been charged to attend this thing, he would have asked for a refund. So this is just as much of a success as everything else Donald Trump does. And then check this last thing out. So on Sunday, just yesterday, the fair had to shut down for the second time in 3 days because of inclement weather. And the organizers announced that attendees should, quote, seek shelter. And then it was also announced that Vanilla Ice had to be canceled. So his performance was going to be canceled. Darn. Oh, shoot. So the reason I bring this up, because obviously, Trump doesn't control the weather as much as he probably thinks he does. But it's because if the roles were reversed, you just know if this was a Democratic administration hosting this event, which is highly partisan, you would hear everybody on the MAGA right saying, see, God's trying to tell you something. God's trying to tell you you're evil. God's trying to tell you he doesn't like the way you're living your lives. They would find some biblical or religious meaning behind the bad weather and all of the failures, the electricity going out, all of that, right? It's so true. So MAGA, I have a question for you. Are you getting God's message? Are you getting the message about Trump and the way he and you are treating other people? Are you getting the message that God doesn't like Trump? That God thinks he's evil just like we do, that he is the Antichrist? Because that's the message I'm getting from all of this. That's my takeaway, is that obviously God must know Trump is evil. He must agree with all the libs. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have a few intersecting stories to share with you guys. They all connect in a weird way. So one is about Laura Ingraham, the Fox News host, freaking out about the midterms. Another is about the Iran war, which is connected to her freak out. And then, oddly enough, it's all connected to Donald Trump completely screwing himself with the Epstein story. So, or actually, well, not really screwing himself, but basically like being in the hot seat. Basically like, out of the frying pan into the fire kind of thing. So here's the thing. Laura Ingraham freaked out recently in a segment on her show about Donald Trump restarting the Iran war and how it might impact the midterm elections. And in her freak out, she said something absolutely mind-blowing and very telling. So I have that video for you. Take a look at, actually, I'll show it to you first, and then we'll go into more details. So check this out.
Because if we turn our government over to a bunch of Democrat socialists, Israel will be treated like South Africa was in the 1980s. It'll be boycott all the way.
Yeah. So think about what she's saying there. She is saying that, the apartheid in South Africa, well, that was a good thing. Boycotts were bad. Boycotts were the thing that bothered her. Not the fact that there was segregation and Black people being killed and treated horribly. And, seriously, but we're not supposed to call these people bigots and racists. They get that's your go-to. Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why that's our go-to. I can't imagine we're just pulling it out of our asses, right? And then think about the other thing that she's admitting there. She is admitting that Israel is an apartheid state. She's admitting that Israel is no different than South Africa was. right? But you have Jewish people and the Palestinians. And that's the dividing line instead of, color. I mean, these people are just so gross. And this is all because, like I said, she's freaking out about the New York races last week and how a bunch of Democratic socialists won. And she's worried that they're going to win in the midterms. And then, Israel might actually be held to account. Israel might actually have to pay for the genocide that they committed. Wow. What a concept. She's so gross. She really is. She's so gross. She and Megyn Kelly. I mean, the crap Megyn Kelly said last week about Haitian people. On behalf of all of my Haitian friends, go fuck yourself, Megyn Kelly. The two of these women need to be deported. They need to go back to whatever country it is they came from. Country they came from. I think it rhymes with like Huntlandia or, Glitchtopia. Let you figure that out. Anyway, so here's why Ingram and others are melting down. It's because the war is not over, as we all knew, right? So last week, Iran struck some ships traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. struck targets inside of Iran in retaliation. And then, as you guys see here, Iran struck facilities in the region. And according to Al Jazeera news outlet, Iran is claiming, we took out and destroyed 8 different U.S. military sites. So, here's an article here if you want to go look at it. And then they're also reporting that the supreme leader is calling for war crimes charges against the U.S. and Israel. So this whole thing is falling apart, this supposed peace deal. And a lot of the America First crowd is pissed off, rightfully, because they see Donald Trump ramping things up again. He's now threatening them again. And everybody on the America First right wants Donald Trump, as the left does, to take the L and move on. There is no way out of this other than that. So, of course, she's freaked out because this is not going to go over well for the midterms. The closer and closer we get to the midterms, the more they need to shut this shit down. And Donald Trump is just not capable of doing it because he can never admit that he was wrong. So anyway, a bunch of people also are starting to realize that, the timing of all of this happens to coincide with some very personal reasons for Donald Trump. So check this out. There's a conservative commentator and a veteran. His name is David Pine, I believe is how you pronounce it. He is calling publicly for Donald Trump to be removed from office. And he posted this on Sunday, just yesterday. He said, there is a direct connection between Trump's decision to cover up the Epstein files in mid-May 2025 and his decision to become a neocon warmonger, deep state Israel puppet president and start 2 failed wars against Iran. Netanyahu has the goods on Trump and has been blackmailing him to do his bidding and misuse the U.S. military as Israel's foreign legion to fight its wars in polar opposition to U.S. national security interests. So basically spelling out what everybody on the left has been saying for months and months now. And then, as you can see, he retweeted something from the Patriotic Blonde. Her name is Breck Warsham. She is a right-winger who's America First. She's a journalist and attorney, and she has, a blog that she posts articles on. So anyway, she noted that Donald Trump launched new strikes against Iran, these latest ones this past week, after a judge ordered the Trump administration, specifically, future disbarred attorney Todd Blanche, the judge ordered him to unredact and release a bunch of the Epstein files, some of which have to do with Donald Trump's 13-year-old accuser. So here's what she's referring to. This was another Daily Beast article, and it says, Judge corners DOJ for covering up files on Trump's 13-year-old accuser. So last week, a U.S. district judge ordered future disbarred attorney Todd Blanche to release the unredacted version of thousands of Epstein documents that they're hiding. And he gave them until July 2nd to do that. He gave them till this week to make that happen. So parts of these documents, or the ones that are still being redacted, include FBI notes from 4 different interviews that I've mentioned to you guys before. These were 4 interviews that the FBI conducted with Donald Trump's accuser. So, they've released stuff, but not all of it. And then some of it is still redacted. And in one document in particular, not related to her, but in another document, they're covering up the name of an alleged co-conspirator. Now, this all came came to a head because former MSNBC host, Katie Fang, she recently filed a complaint with the court. And she said, hey, Blanche and the DOJ are violating the Epstein Transparency Act. They're withholding and or redacting some of these documents, and they're not even giving an explanation, which was part of the act that was passed. It was part of the law. Like if you redact or you withhold something, you have to explain why. They have not done that. So in addition to ordering the release and unredaction of these files, the judge also said the DOJ needs to provide a list of every single redaction that they've made so far on everything they've released already. That they have to give the court a list explaining what they redacted, why they redacted it. So some Trump voters are starting to put 2 and 2 together. They're starting to realize that Trump's fealty to Netanyahu is because, why else? Because he has something on him. We all know Epstein worked with or for the Mossad, with Israeli intelligence. So, and we also all know he had cameras on all of his, inside every room of every property. So, it doesn't take a genius to figure out. Anyway, guys, there you go. I will let you know if I hear more or when I hear more, because there will be more. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like this video, share it with others so they know what's going down. Subscribe if you have not. Please remember, when you subscribe, hit the bell and click on that you want all notifications. That way you get any notifications, whether it's a video that I post or if I just post something letting you guys know that I'm going to be out for the day or I have surgery or whatever the case may be. And then please, if you can donate to the show, it really, really helps, especially this month because I had to take off for an entire week. So, mama don't work, mama don't get paid. All right. Thank you again. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have an update for you guys on the Texas Senate race. So this is the race between Republican Ken Paxton and Democrat James Tallarico. And it is really, really bad news for Ken Paxton and the Republicans. So again, with the caveat always, this is Texas. We don't know, but it is not looking good for them. So check this out. This is the latest poll. This was New York Times Siena poll that just came out. This was of just Texas voters. So nobody else around the country, only Texas voters. So take a look at these results. Again, I know this is a long shot, but this is why we need to take this seriously. If you look at the crosstabs, it's brutal. So as you can see here, they asked, do you think the United States is on the right track or wrong track? And you can see a ton of Donald Trump voters, 13% of Donald Trump voters say that, and this is Texas voters. So these are Texas residents who voted for Donald Trump in 2024, and 13% of them say that the country is on the wrong track. That is bad enough, But take a look to the right of that number under the column under did not vote. 58% of Texas residents who did not bother to come out and vote in 2024 are saying we're going the wrong direction. The country is in trouble. And you can see here, Harris voters are more enthusiastic. Okay. It's just people are more enthusiastic. Like the people who say we're on the wrong track that voted for Harris, 95%. People who say we're on the right track and who voted for Trump, only 77%. Okay. And they're more enthusiastic about voting in November because when they asked these same people, if the election was held today, who would you vote for? Even 9% of Donald Trump voters said that they would vote for the Democrat. Take a look. So as you see here, 95% of Harris voters say I would, if it was held today, I would vote for James Tallarico. 9% of Donald Trump 2024 voters, Texas residents, say if it was today, I would vote for Tallarico. And you can see only 87% of Trump voters say that they're going to vote for, if it was today, they would vote for Paxton. Whereas 95% of the people who voted for Harris again and again, look at that far right column under did not vote. 48% of Texas residents who did not vote in 2024 said, I would vote for Tallarico today. Only 29% say, I'll go for Paxton. Again, just incredible. And here's the thing. Here's what's causing this depression in enthusiasm amongst the Republican voters, and especially among, anti-Trump Republicans, but also even among some pro-Trump Republicans. So take a look at this. They said, do you approve of the way, do you approve or disapprove, sorry, of the way Donald Trump is handling his job as president? Only 44% of Texas voters approve of how he's doing his job. 53% disapprove. And check out the 2024 breakdown on this. Again, like I said, it's brutal. So if you look, only 13% is the very bottom number in the center. Even 13% of Trump voters disapprove of how he's handling his job. And then again, look all the way to the right, 64% of the people who did not vote in 2024 say, yeah, don't like what he's doing. You have to think a good number of those people are going to come out and vote in the midterms because they don't like what's happening. And this poll, I should mention, very much skewed towards Republicans. So check this out. This is the breakdown of the people who took this poll. A plurality, 39%, are Republican. So these are Texas Republicans, the plurality of the people who took this survey. They're also, by the way, a lot of Fox News viewers. So they asked them, what news source do you typically choose? And a plurality in that question, 19% said Fox News. And almost a majority of these respondents voted for Donald Trump. So again, 47% of the respondents in this poll voted for Donald Trump versus only 37 that voted for Kamala Harris. So anybody out there who's going, oh, well, this must just have been a bunch of libs, a bunch of Kamala supporters, blah, blah, blah. No, quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. And yet, they're in a dead heat. Tallarico and Paxton are in a dead heat right now. I believe they each have 47%. So, and then here's another big clue on this whole thing. So they asked respondents if you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of each of the candidates. This is Tallarico. So 45% of the respondents in this poll view him favorably. Only 39% said unfavorable. It was the complete opposite for Paxton. Check this out. 39% view Paxton favorably, 50% view him unfavorably. I mean, again, Texas voters and almost a majority of these people voted for Donald Trump less than 2 years ago. Now, here is the one caveat to all of this, besides the fact that it's Texas, okay? This next question, it will kind of hamper your mood, but have faith. Stick with me for a moment. They asked them, which party would you like to see in control of the US Senate after the midterms? Unfortunately, you got 50% who said Republicans, only 44% who said Democrats. You do have, though, as you see there, 6% of the respondents who said, I don't know, not really sure, or who refused to answer. Okay. So here's the thing. Is Donald Trump going to be able to pull a rabbit out of his ass for the midterms as far as the economy goes? Because in this same survey, 55% of these Texas voters said that they disapprove of his handling of the economy. And 60% said that they disapprove of his handling of the overall cost of living. And then a majority as well, a slim majority, but it's Texas, 57% said, I don't like the way he's handled the Iran war. Now, when people are saying that the economy is their number one issue, if he can't get this Iran war done and over with and the oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz, how many of these people are going to change their mind? How many of that 6% who said, I don't really know who I want in control, are going to make a decision and go with the Democrats? How many of them are, even who say that they want to see the Republicans in control, are going, you know what? Let Ohio handle it. I'm sure that, these other states, these other red states are going to be fine. For my state, I'm going to vote for the Democrat because, as I shared with you guys not too long ago, they're putting in a shit ton of these data centers, these AI data centers. It's the number 2 state in the country. Virginia is number 1 for AI data centers, and Texas is number 2. And these things are destroying people's lives. They run 24/7. You never get a break from the sound. I played a video for you guys not too long ago of a 3-time Trump voter, lifelong Republican, who said, I and everybody in my community is going to break ranks and we're going for the Democrat because they can't take it. They said they whoever's against AI data centers, that's who we're voting for. So that is another factor. And you have a state like Texas there where there's like almost zero regulation. They can build one right next to your home, which they're pretty much doing, which is pissing these people off. So anyway, guys, there you go. All the caveats, but yeah, it's looking bad for Republicans, really good for Democrats, and specifically James Talarico. In other races, it's hit and miss. So all right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like this video, share it so others can see the good news. Subscribe if you have not. Check to make sure you are still subscribed. If you can donate, truly appreciate it. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have some pretty alarming news to share with you guys. Something that just happened, but it ties in with something else I was going to share with you, which is that Donald Trump is dying. Okay. We just need to face it, or MAGA needs to face it. We all know. He's on his way out. The guy is losing it big time. Something just happened at an event he's hosting that I have to share with you, which is beyond alarming if he actually believes this, if this is like accurate. But here's what just was reported. Donald Trump says that he spoke with Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy Roosevelt, who died in 1919. Okay. Over 100 years ago. So do the math on that. Donald Trump is 80 years old. He just turned 80. I'm just saying, this is bizarre. Okay, so let me share with you some of the hysterical responses. First, let me tell you what he said. He told a crowd, he's at this event in North Dakota, and he said to the crowd, I even had a conversation with Theodore Roosevelt. I asked, how do you feel about the fact that the Democrats gave the Panama Canal away to Panama for $1? Yeah. And then the article goes on to say his comments raised eyebrows among some social media users. You don't say. And then, so here's some of the comments. One said, if your 80-year-old parent was talking about having a conversation with someone who died 27 years before they were born, you'd be getting power of attorney in place. Another person said, Trump thinks he's real. Just another person said, Trump is having conversations with an AI Teddy Roosevelt. What the fuck is happening here? That was a comment by the far right Trump voter, a conspiracy theorist named Stu Peters. Okay, this guy is a, election denier. And that was what he said. Another person said, and this is a liberal podcaster or commentator, I should say. Headline, elderly man with dementia talks to ghost of Teddy Roosevelt about the rising cost of canals. And then this was my favorite. There's it's someone who just post, satirical content on Twitter, wrote, is Theodore in the room with us now, Mr. Trump? So just too good. But anyway, beyond the fact that he thinks he's having conversations with a man who died before he was born, we also have some other indications that he has a very serious medical condition. And again, this is not speculation. So take a look at this. I don't know if you guys caught this. It came out, I think, about, 2 weeks ago. But Donald Trump was seen by 22 medical specialists. So during his last visit, which, by the way, was the second one or third one, I think, I think it's the third exam in a year or a year and a half that he's been president, he saw 22 different specialists. We don't know why. Okay. What they reported in this article was that these doctors were affiliated with Harvard University, Duke University, and other prominent institutions. And a cardiologist for the former Vice President Dick Cheney told the Washington Post, and they quoted him in this article as saying, it is an extraordinary number. So this is not normal. This is not like, oh, presidents just do that. They see almost 25, almost 24 different specialists. And Trump's hand was so swollen and so slathered in makeup when he was in France during the G7 summit. It was almost unbelievable. Like, it just looked like this shiny blob. It was crazy. Anyway, he also keeps falling asleep. And, not just during the day. So, a lot of people are, oh, he doesn't sleep at night. That's why he's falling asleep during the day. I don't know if you guys saw this, but this was during the UFC fight, that white trash house event that they held at the White House. That is bizarre. Like, first of all, how do you sleep through all that noise? You're surrounded by all these people. And how does he sleep with his head up? Like, what kind of voodoo is that? Right? Like, anybody who's tried to sleep on a plane knows, like, you have to get one of those little things that goes around your neck. Like, how does he do that? He sleeps sitting straight up. And then, his minions keep trying to convince us, oh, no, he has so much energy, more energy than anyone in the administration. It is such a freaking joke. And you guys may have heard he left that UFC event, the Trash House event, and he flew straight to the G7 event in France. So he could have slept on the plane, right? Check this out. Check out this other video.
It will fix the nuclear issue. And it's a very important matter for peace for the whole world. And it will reopen Hormuz. It will provide peace in Lebanon. And so we are ready to take our fair share of the burden and be part of the commitment of the international community in order to support this deal. And we will discuss about that together and with colleagues later on. But it's a very important step towards peace, but as well for global economy. We will have the occasion to discuss about the war in Ukraine in order to re-engage together and negotiate a good and solid peace and sustainable peace. And President Zelensky will be with us as well tomorrow.
Can barely keep his eyes open. Okay. And, beyond the fact that he could have slept on the plane, I know there's people out there going, oh, well, he just came from this major event at the White House. That was his choice. Nobody told him to host a UFC event at the White House. It's not like something we just normally do in this country. That was his choice. And, Fear News Network, of course, they're still trying to run cover. Peter Doocy was like, oh, it's amazing that he can even walk after everything that he's done in the last 24 hours. It's like they give him credit for even being able to walk now. There's such a low bar for Donald Trump that walking is something to brag about. Imagine if that was Joe Biden in that clip. Imagine if Joe Biden was sitting at a major event at the G7 with other world leaders and could barely stay awake. What would they say? And then I want to show you this other video, which shows like the guy, I don't know if he's lost his eyesight. I don't know if he's lost his ability to move his hands properly. If they're just like giant, they're so big from being swollen from whatever it is that's causing all the bruising. I don't know what it is, but take a look at him trying to give this medal to a military member. So you see, he's trying to hook it. Tries a different way. Still can't do it. So now he's tying it. Instead of hooking it with the clasp that's obviously included, it's like choking the guy with it, tying it around his neck. And even that's a struggle. And then they clap like seals. Yeah. Again, imagine if that was Biden. Imagine if Biden couldn't even hook a medal on someone. And then take a look at these other photos or these other videos. So this is another video, another event where he's falling asleep.
In the Constitution, and that phrase is separation of church and state. The left has used that one phrase that was one line out of one of hundreds of letters by Thomas Jefferson to batter and hammer people of faith for the last 70 to 80 years. And this report will speak very clearly that we want to be sure Americans understand that they cannot be attacked by that phrase any longer. So we have 12 recommendations. I'll read the first 6.
So concerned about religious liberty, the great Christian that Donald Trump is, and he's sound asleep. Oh my God. And then take a look at this. So this was at the G7 as well. And they were trying to take a photo of the world leaders around the table. And somebody calls out to them and says, "Hey, everybody face here." Donald Trump was so out of it. He was just like stayed looking in the opposite, in a different direction, and was just like staring off into the ether as everybody turns and smiles to take this photo.
Just tournez-vous 2 secondes. Regardez les dents. May, could you have a look to this guy?
Tournez-vous. Regardez-les derrière vous.
Georgia, you have the official.
Look at that. He's back there, near the windows, and he's just like staring off to the side. Everybody else sits up, turns around to face the photographer, and he's like, Again, if this was Biden, this would be on a loop 24/7 on Fear News Network. And every right-wing podcaster would be playing it on a loop, talking about all of this shit. So there's such hypocrites, such complete and total hypocrites. I called for Joe Biden to step down after that debate where like he clearly had lost his mind. Sorry guys, my volume's bouncing around for some reason. I called for him to step down. I was like, no, something is wrong with him. And now we know there was something wrong with him because Joe Biden has now admitted it. Joe Biden is like, yeah, I thought he had a stroke. Didn't say that at the time, wouldn't admit it, wouldn't call for him to step down, wouldn't call for him to step aside so somebody else could get in there and run. But anyway, there you go, guys. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So Donald Trump's fare it keeps getting worse. I don't know how that's possible, but it does. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. It took a very bizarre turn this week. Hysterical in many ways. So I'm going to show you a video right now of Michael Knowles. He is a Trump humper. He is a right winger, total MAGA man, just a suck up. And he is on stage. He's discussing the Salem witch trials with a child for some reason. I don't know why. I have no context for this, but I came across this video. So he's talking with this young girl. I think she was like maybe, like 10, 11 years old. And you are not going to believe what he says to her. You are not going to believe the part of the Salem witch trials that Knowles had a problem with. So take a listen.
And the one area where the Salem witch trials went a little far is, I would say, they weren't organized enough. So you had these like random judges, kind of burning these ladies. I don't know if they were guilty or not, but I think if it were more formalized, built up a little bit more, maybe with like a grand inquisitor or something, that would have been a better way to do it.
Yeah, that was the problem. That was the problem with the Salem witch trials, is that, well, they just weren't organized enough. Are you freaking kidding me? And then I don't know if they were guilty or not. You don't know if they were witches? Serious? Is that what you're saying, Michael Knowles? That you don't know if these women and girls that they hung and burned at the stake were actual witches? This is MAGA. This is MAGA. They still believe in witches. This is how immature, how emotionally stunted these people are. Well, they had just been more organized about torturing and murdering girls and women. I would have been cool with it. Would have been so much better. Oh my God. This is the shit that they're putting on at these things. Now, luckily, there's hardly anyone there, as I've shared with you, and I have more video evidence of this because someone posted, or I think it's the same person, posted this. Take a look at this sad little crowd.
Because, well, I think it was Favors or Jackie Robinson that said, baseball.
Yeah, this is one of MAGA's heavy hitters. This is one of their big draws. We're going to put up the big guns. We're going to have one of our stars there in the middle of the week. That'll draw a huge crowd. We'll just see a sea of people. We won't even be able to get to the front of that stage. And then, okay, I have another video to show you guys. Just found this one before I jumped on to record. Oh my God. Check this out. This is a band performing at Trump's sad event. You're also going to see the lack of crowd, and you're going to hear a very, very disturbing sound. Just warning you. Yeah, you got me. Oh my God. Okay. I think we all need to call 911 right now. Like, pause this video. We need to call 911. We need to report a murder because they just slaughtered Beyonce's song. They just they butchered it, poured acid on it, and made it disappear. It's like it's in the middle of the desert. The leftover bones are out in the middle of the desert somewhere. Just, that was brutal. That was so bad. This is the talent they're bringing in after they had to cancel Vanilla Ice. And then, check this out, you guys. Just when you thought it couldn't get more embarrassing, Trump humiliated by a pickle. Not kidding. Okay. As you see here, Daily Beast wrote, Trump's Great American State Fair humiliated by pickle company. So there's a company from North Carolina. They're called Mount Olive Pickles. They pulled out of the event early. And they did this because in their area, their North Carolina area, where you're supposed to be like, yay, our state, woo, look at all the great things about us. They had a display and someone put up Confederate flags nearby. So someone is promoting, or was, I guess they've taken it down now, was promoting the losers from the South who wanted to have the right to keep slaves, to keep other human beings as slaves because of the color of their skin. This is what we're celebrating on the 250th anniversary of our country. So luckily, this pickle company has, some like ethics and morals, and they aren't shit people. And so they're like, yeah, we don't want to have anything to do with this. In our pavilion, there was a video that went around and we saw somebody displaying this horrific Confederate flag. So they posted a statement on Twitter. They said Mount Olive Pickle Company was invited to participate in the North Carolina exhibit for the Great American State Fair in Washington, D.C. as part of America's 250th celebration. We are proud of our North Carolina roots, and we agreed to be part of an exhibit as presented to us. that would represent the best of our great state. We were we were unaware that an image of the Confederate flag was included in a video as part of this exhibit, and we have withdrawn our participation. Our company stands on values of human dignity, opportunity, and freedom. So they're out. They're like, peace out. We're done. This is bullshit. I thought in advance of naming this video, Pickle Company pulls out. But yeah, I'm gonna give it a different name anyway. But they did. A pickle company pulled out. Do with that what you will. A lot of pickles, a lot of pickle talk around this fair, right? We had the guy the other day who got way too excited over the female acrobats and, you know, the whacker, as I call him, whack on, whack off, the whacker. So anyway, more humiliation for the Trump administration. And then let me share this last bit of news with you. So the actually I have two bits of news. The VP's wife, Usha Vance, she was there presenting awards to kids this week. So apparently they ran this bookmark challenge so kids could like decorate a bookmark. And they, you know, whoever it had to do with, oh, why are you proud, you know, to be an American, or the 250th anniversary of the country, blah, blah, blah. Nearly empty event. Basically, like a few dozen people, I think they said, showed up. So she's handing out these awards. Nobody shows up, not even for the second lady of the United States. Couldn't even pull a big crowd. So yeah, just pathetic. And then I don't have a visual for it, but literally as I was jumping on, apparently CNN reported they spoke with sources from the White House, and they're saying that Donald Trump is livid. He is just absolutely out of his mind, furious that this whole thing has been such a flop, that the crowds have been non-existent. You know, Fox News has been reporting live from there all week, or for the last week and a half or whatever it's been. And they'll be on air. You can see nobody is behind them. And they're like, yeah, thousands of people here. I don't know if they mean like cumulatively over the entire last 10 days or whatever it's been. But even that's a stretch. Okay. And you guys know I've shared the photos and the videos with you. But yeah, apparently his White House now, the staff, in full blown panic. They are melting down. They're in panic mode because he is slated to be there this Saturday on the 4th to give another speech. And they're freaking out thinking, oh my God, if we don't fill this thing, if we don't pack this event, like he's going to lose it. He's going to have a total freaking meltdown and throw a Trumper tantrum, and there's going to be ketchup on the walls and, you know, all that stuff. all the stuff you imagine. So, all right, guys, I'll let you know when I hear more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have news about Donald Trump's accuser, the one who says that she was between the ages of 13 and 15 when she says Donald Trump assaulted her. This is one of Epstein's victims who was interviewed by the FBI numerous times. So you guys are going to remember this case. But Donald Trump's accuser, this woman, has apparently gone into hiding. So this is according to one of her relatives who spoke with the Guardian news outlet. And they said that she is, quote unquote, staying off the grid for fear of retaliation. That's as you see in the headline there. And like I said, this is a woman I've mentioned before. She sat for 4 interviews with the FBI. This was back in the summer of 2019. So she had, for those of you who didn't catch the videos that I did about that, she spoke with the FBI after Epstein had been arrested, so he's in prison, he's awaiting trial, he's, trying to figure out what he's going to do. And she goes and apparently she and a friend of hers both reached out to the FBI at that time and said, "Hey, I know something about this guy." So the friend recounted her story to the FBI because she had shared the story with the friend. And then she also recounted her story to the FBI. So she met with the FBI, as if I remember correctly, it was 2 times prior to Epstein's death. And then she met with them 2 additional times after they found him dead in his cell. So, is this a coincidence? Right? Like, what are the odds that this woman who told a friend enough about Epstein that the friend reached out to the FBI, but this woman meets with the FBI, tells them not only what she knows about Epstein and about Epstein abusing her, but also starts telling them about Trump abusing her. And then, what do you know? And then Epstein, around this same time, there's reporting that he was meeting with his attorneys and he was telling his attorneys, maybe I should just tell them what I know about Trump, or maybe I should just come clean. Excuse me, I take that back. He didn't say, maybe I should tell them what I know about Trump. He said basically something to the effect of, maybe I will cut a deal. Maybe I'll cut a plea deal with them and tell them, give them some information, right? We all know, or we assume, that some of that information would include information about Donald Trump because they were so close. They were best friends, according to Epstein, for about a decade. We know that Donald Trump was at his property based on an email that came out. We know that Trump was at his property with Virginia Giuffre, or at least someone matching her description, privately, alone for a while. There's no allegations that he did anything with Virginia Giuffre, but we do know that he went to to his property. He went to his property multiple times in New York. And that's where one of his victims alleges that she was assaulted at 13 years old. Okay. Don't know if this is the same woman, but these are the allegations. So again, what are the odds that Jeffrey Epstein is thinking about cutting a deal? This woman is now spilling dirt on Donald Trump and he ends up dead in his cell. Yeah. I'm sure the timing was completely coincidental, right? Not like Donald Trump was in control of the FBI and the Bureau of Prisons at that time. Anyway, so this relative told The Guardian this. They said, trauma is brutal. Chronic trauma destroys. And then it says she went on to describe how this woman had other abuses throughout her life, dating all the way back to her early childhood. And the family member said she's coping as best she can. Okay, so family knows about this. The family, apparently, at least this one family member is aware of these allegations and knows that this woman was traumatized as a child, or at least allegedly traumatized, and by Donald Trump, by the way. And then they explained, like I said, she had other traumas, which is very common, very, very common with abused children, that you will see multiple abuses, which sets them up for the next one. It makes them more vulnerable to the next one. Their self-esteem drops. They think that they're, not deserved of being treated properly. Anyway, I hope that this woman stays safe. I hope she makes a video with a dead man's trigger, because who knows what could happen to her, right? Who knows if they can find her. Now, the family member refused to divulge, obviously, where she is. But, you're talking about Donald Trump. You're talking about the president of the United States who has allies around the globe. So I wish there was some way we could help her. I really do. Anyway, for anyone who didn't catch my last video about this, this is all now coming to the surface again because there's a former MSNBC host who happens to be an attorney. Her name is Katie Fang. She filed a complaint with the court because of the DOJ withholding documents, because they've redacted so many Epstein files that they released. So Fang rightfully pointed out, the DOJ is violating the Epstein Transparency Act, which the House and Senate passed last year. So the judge gave the Justice Department until tomorrow, July 2nd, to redact and release everything. The judge said, or you have to explain at least why these documents need to remain under seal, how they fall outside of the purview of that Epstein Transparency Act, and or you need to explain why they need to remain redacted. And as of now, the DOJ hasn't released the FBI notes that are related to this case. These are the notes that the agents took during this woman's interviews. So they've released the FBI reports, which are called 302s. That is just a summarization. That's a summary of however the agent decided to, summarize what this person told them. But the notes, apparently, according to people who have seen them, have a lot more detail and a lot more information about potential witnesses, people that she told at the time. So anyway, I also wanted to tell you, here's what else The Guardian had reported. So they said, and this is really key, the FBI never brought charges against any individual in connection to Jane Doe 4's allegations. That's this woman. And there is no indication the FBI investigated Jane Doe 4's claims after concluding its interviews in August 2019, when Trump was serving his first term as president. The woman cut off her FBI contact, telling agents she believed she was being followed, according to the FBI report of the final interview. So, very concerning that she thinks somebody's following her after she meets with the FBI. And then The Guardian also spoke with the attorney who was representing her, or actually, I guess he represented her during 2 of the 4 interviews. I don't know why he didn't represent her in all of them, but anyway, they wrote this. They said, the attorney who represented her during the 2 FBI interviews said he never received follow-up calls from the 2 female agents or copies of their 302 reports, which he said are usually provided to defense counsel. The Guardian is not naming the attorney who practices in a small family firm or his location to protect the alleged victim's identity. The attorney said his mission was protecting his client against possible criminal charges as she answered FBI questions about referring friends to a man she knew only as Jeff, who she said was visiting a luxury property near her family's home in Hilton Head, South Carolina. The woman told agents she told a few friends on the beach about an older man who could supply drugs and liquor. So they meet with this woman at least 2 times with this attorney, never follow up, never give them copies of the report, never follow up the case with any charges or anything. Yeah, that seems normal, right? Almost as if they expected this whole thing to die with Epstein. In any case, so we'll see what Blanche comes up with, Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, what excuse he comes up with now for continuing to bury this information. So I'll keep you guys posted on all of this, but yeah, just so obvious that they are playing defense for Donald Trump, that they're hiding something for him. So anyway, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
All right, hey ho, let's go. This is Resistance Radio, where natural selection selects resistance and power selects who gets protected. So you know how this works. A new outbreak hits, reporters call it tragic, politicians call it unpredictable, and somehow, people who end up the sickest were already living on the margins before the virus ever arrived. That's not a coincidence. That's a policy decision. Today, we're going to talk about what's happening right now in global and domestic public health, not just the pathogens, but the politics behind them. Because the thing about public health is this: it is fundamentally a statement about whose lives we decided matter enough to protect systematically. So let's start in the Ituri province of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Let's get an update there. As we know, there's an active declared public health emergency of international concern for Ebola, specifically the Bundibugyo strain, a less commonly studied cousin of the Zaire strain that you know about from the 2014-2015 Ebola outbreak in West Africa. Now, as of late May, early June, we're looking at over 900 suspected cases and more than 200 suspected deaths. Again, that puts us at about a 25% case fatality rate. We have 125 confirmed cases in the DRC and at least 9 confirmed cases in Uganda right across the border. That confirmed mortality rates, like I said, sits anywhere between 25%, depending on how the data shake out. To put that in terms that's easier to hold in your mind, if you filled a 747 with the Bundibugyo patients, between 130 and 230 of them would not be walking off that plane. Here's what you need to understand about the Ituri province. The outbreak did not land in a vacuum. The International Committee for Red Cross, Mercy Corps, and Action Aid all describe Ituri as a province already living with chronic armed conflict, food insecurity, mass displacement, and the near total collapse of formal health infrastructure. WHO Director General Tedros himself said on May 25th that Ituri is not only the epicenter of the Ebola outbreak, but also one of the hardest hit areas by acute hunger, and that people weakened by hunger are far more vulnerable to infection. 3 Red Cross volunteers working the response have also already died. And here is the policy dimension that never gets enough airtime. The Bundibugyo strain has no licensed vaccine, no proof-specific therapeutic. Every monoclonal antibody and every vaccine we built after West Africa, they all target the Zaire glycoprotein. They are functionally useless here. Why? Because research investment follows the strain with the biggest prior outbreak footprint, which follows, you guessed it, the strain that scared the wealthy nations the most. The strains that kill only poor and conflicted area populations, they go back to the research bench, and essentially they're on the back burner. When we say there's no vaccine for Bundibugyo, that is not a tragedy of science. That is actually a tragedy of priority setting, or really the lack of. So let's bring this home, because what's happening in the DRC doesn't exist in isolation from what's happening to the American public health system. And what's happening here is a slow, deliberate, politically motivated demolition. The Trump administration proposed a 53% cut to the CDC's budget for the fiscal year of 2026. Let that land for a second. The single agency responsible for tracking outbreaks, issuing clinician alerts, coordinating laboratory capacity, and running national immunization programs on the table for more than a 50% funding reduction. But it doesn't stop there. In February, the administration moved to terminate approximately $600 million in CDC grants to 4 states: California, Colorado, Illinois, and Minnesota. The rationale behind this was delivered in writing, and that was that these grants do not reflect agency priorities. The programs affected HIV surveillance, HIV prevention, PrEP access, injury prevention, workforce development, behavioral health risk surveillance, and public health data modernization. Programs serving, by definition, the people most likely to fall through the cracks: people living with HIV, the LGBT communities, low-income families, people in substance use recovery. A federal judge temporarily halted the cuts after 4 state attorneys general filed suit, with the judge finding the states would suffer, in his words, irreparable harm. Then there's the Health Alert Network, the CDC system for pushing urgent clinical advisories to frontline physicians and public health officials when a new or emerging threat requires action. NPR reported earlier this year that the CDC has significantly curtailed the number of health alert networks issued since the Trump administration began, leaving clinicians describing themselves as flying blind on emerging threats. The health alerts, these are not glamorous. No one writes magazine profiles about it. But when Bung de Bung Ju Ebola walks off of a plane, or when a novel adulterant enters the drug supply, the HAN is what stands between clinical near miss and a catastrophic outbreak amplification event. Silence from public health agencies is not neutrality. It's a choice with body count consequences. All right, so let's move over to vaccine rollbacks and children who will pay for it. In January of 2026, federal officials quietly overhauled U.S. childhood immunization schedule, removing 6 vaccines from universal routine recommendations, including rotavirus, hepatitis A, hepatitis B, meningococcal vaccine, influenza, and COVID-19, and replacing those recommendations with either quote-unquote high risk only or quote-unquote shared clinical decision-making. Critically, that was done by bypassing the normal ACIP evidence review process, this transparent, public, expert panel-driven system that has underpinned vaccine policy in the country for decades. The American College of Physicians statement on this was clear. This is a fundamental break from evidence-based system the U.S. has relied on for decades, one that puts children at risk. So now the data is arriving. A Yale School of Public Health modeling study warns that if the rotavirus vaccine coverage drops to 60%, pediatric rotavirus hospitalizations over 5 years will more than double, from approximately 36,000 to more than 85,000. If coverage collapses to 20%, that number climbs to roughly 204,000. Think of this as the difference between filling one large children's hospital over 5 years versus 5 or 6 of them repeatedly every year, with kids sick from a disease we've already had the tools to prevent. And who are these children? Not the ones in well-resourced zip codes where engaged parents have a 30-minute shared decision-making conversation with trusted pediatricians, risk-benefit calculus. They are the kids of parents working 2 jobs who didn't get the memo. The kids in under-resourced community health clinics where shared clinical decision-making needs a brochure no one has time to read. The kids of parents who speak limited English and for whom a change in a recommendation signals that maybe the vaccine was never safe to begin with. The burden of ambiguity in public health policy is never distributed evenly. It always lands hardest on the people who were already carrying the most weight. So finally, measles is back. This time, it came back with some help. At the same time, now the U.S. is approaching 2,000 measles cases in 2026, with the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, issuing epidemiologic alert for the entire Americas region on May 29th, warning of resurgent transmission and urgent closure of MMR gaps, that's measles, mumps, rubella, vaccine coverage gaps. Meanwhile, a new PNAS modeling study projects that declining MMR coverage poses a substantial public health and economic threat to the U.S. And trust in federal childhood vaccine recommendations has dropped from 71% to 60% in under a year, with the steepest decline among people who used to trust the CDC the most. The AAP is now more trusted than CDC on childhood vaccines by a significant margin. That's the American Academy of Pediatrics. We built decades of herd immunity against measles. We did it through consistent, evidence-grounded, institutional communication. And in less than 1 year of policy chaos, we've watched that trust erode faster than any misinformation campaign could have done it on its own. when institutions that are supposed to protect the public health become politically weaponized, when they become tools of an administration's ideological priorities rather than stewards of the public health, they just don't fail, they actively harm. So what ties all this together? What do I want you to carry into your week? Understand that public health is not a technical project. It is a moral and political one. Every outbreak we fail to contain, every vaccine program we quietly gut, every data system we defund, every alert we don't send, these are decisions made by people with power on behalf of an agenda that does not include you and certainly doesn't include the kid in Ituri who's sick with a hemorrhagic fever or for which the world choose not to develop a vaccine, or the kid in an under-resourced clinic in Chicago or here in New Orleans who won't be getting a rotavirus vaccine this fall because a policy changed. No one told their parents why. Public health fails when power stops looking out for the whole. It always fails the same people first. This is Resistance Radio. So stay in the fight, stay in the data. Remember, the most dangerous comorbidity isn't obesity or diabetes. It's being poor and politically inconvenient. Until next time, diagnose the system, not just the patient. Thank you. My name is Mark Allen Derry, and this is Resistance Radio.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. This is another locally sourced interview. I'm your host, Carter. You would be so kind as to take a moment and subscribe to the channel. If you appreciate the content, you want to support it, help the channel keep going and expand, you can head over to patreon.com/locally sourced, or now we are on Substack with locally sourced nh.substack.com. And there's we do very low barrier to entry, $3 or $5 a month lets you in. We try to keep it below the standard media outlet in the state in terms of costs, and nothing is ever paywalled. So don't feel like you're being excluded from content just because you can't afford it. Information is valuable, and therefore everybody should be able to have access to it. But with that out of the way, today my guest is State Rep Tom Opal from Canaan, and he is also a former advisor to the Obama administration, and stumbling over my words. But yeah, so Tom, how are you doing today?
I'm great, Carter. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm really excited to speak with you today. So think let's start off by just sort of introducing you to folks. You have a really interesting history in politics, just, starting out as a teacher and moving into journalism and then doing consulting and work with the Obama administration, and now you're a state rep in New Hampshire. So just help us sort of understand your story a little bit.
Well, sometimes, Carter, I joke that there are people who would accuse me of not being able to keep a job. The pathway makes more sense once you sort of. My first job out of college, as you said, was teaching 6th grade English down in Hudson, New Hampshire, and sometimes, particularly for public employees and teachers, the state takes the live free or die motto a little too seriously and literally.
Yeah.
And so I, needed to earn some extra money to pay my bills, and of course needed a job in the summer. And there was an ad for part-time correspondence for the Nashua Telegraph, and this would have been the fall of 1976. I know I look younger than that, but at any rate, so I started, part time working for the Telegraph, covering the towns of Litchfield and Londonderry, going to select board meetings, going to zoning board meetings, planning board meetings, fire and police, and did that for a year and a half, and then they offered me a full-time job, and as luck would have it, it was the guy who had been the political reporter was promoted to regional editor, and so I stepped right into covering politics, and I did that for a couple of years for the Telegraph, and then I went to work for United Press International in Concord and covered the New Hampshire House and Senate and politics for several years. And at some point, UPI went through a succession of sales, and each new owner seemed slightly less financially stable than the previous owner. It just
Yeah.
kind of, and a friend of mine who was working for Gannett News Service in DC let me know that the newspaper chain Gannett had just purchased the statewide newspaper in Mississippi, and they were looking for a political reporter. And I, as an English major and a fan of Faulkner and Richard Wright, and a political junkie in terms of loving the impact that Southern politics had on the country. I thought, so I went down and I interviewed and I got the job. And so for 2 years, I worked covering politics in Mississippi, which, having done political journalism for almost 10 years, another friend called me and said, would you think about shifting over to actually, instead of covering a campaign, working in a campaign? And I went to work, and I ultimately did that. Started a succession of, I worked for a woman who was running for governor of Tennessee. We finished second in the primary. And ultimately, the guy who won the primary ultimately became governor, Ned McWhorter. And then I went back to Mississippi and went to work for a guy named Mike Espy, who was ultimately elected the first African-American congressman from Mississippi since Reconstruction. And a year later, I went to work for a 39-year-old Harvard Law grad who was had won election as a state auditor in 1983, and we had gotten to be friendly. And I went to work for him as his press secretary, and he ultimately won the governorship. And then I, went on and started doing political consulting, and I did that until in 2009, my friend, the former Mississippi governor, was nominated to be the Secretary of the Navy by President Obama. And he had previously served as the U.S. ambassador to Saudi Arabia in the Clinton administration, and he tried to get me to go to Riyadh with him, and I had just made partner in this D.C. political consulting firm, and so I turned him down. And when he called me in 2009 about the Navy job, he said, "You can't turn me down twice." So I ended up spending 8 years at the Pentagon, which was in many ways the best job I've ever had. It was mission driven, just incredible. There was literally no aspect of domestic policy that didn't touch the Navy and Marine Corps. And so, we were very involved in, my boss, the secretary, was very instrumental in pushing renewable energy, the use of renewable energy. He was, and we see it today in what's happening in I guess now the almost concluded, the sort of concluded war with Iran, and in Ukraine, the use of drones. My boss famously went before a group of aviators, and this was 2014, 2015, and basically said the F-35, which is a really expensive manned fighter.
Right.
But he said the F-35 would be the last manned plane that Navy would build, that we were moving to drones and unmanned.
Probably a good thing. I feel like I've heard some sort of like he did tenuous assessments of the safety and efficacy of the F-35 in terms of just its the maintenance costs and operating costs versus its how well it operates. I understand that it's sort of like the next gen fighter jet, but it's it sounds like there's a lot of overhead with those things.
A tremendous amount of overhead, and the fact of the matter is, we see the efficacy of unmanned drones, and their ability to even in an asynchronous environment, Russia and Ukraine clearly are not on equal levels in terms of their ability to bring resources militarily.
Right.
But Ukraine has done an enormously admirable job, I think, of being able to not only hold its own, but it now appears that they're actually, to some degree, gaining the upper hand. And so, one of the things that I used to say when I was at the Pentagon was the whole world was going smaller, faster, cheaper, but the U.S. military seemed still to be locked into a slower, more expensive, takes longer production model. And so I think one of the things that, I was reading a column yesterday in the New York Times about what the war has hopefully demonstrated to the U.S. is that we've got to rethink, what we're doing.
Absolutely.
We can't keep relying on these very expensive weapons programs that take forever, and you quickly deplete your ability to compete.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to be careful talking about that though, because we've got a lot of weapons manufacturers here in the state of New Hampshire that might get a little upset if we push on that one a little too hard. But it's
the truth is, I think those companies need to, and I think to some degree they are. They're trying to adjust to a changing world and a changing environment. And the question is not so much the industrial base, I think, as it is the folks who are purchasing the systems. And so to some degree, you've got to, it's like any business, you've got to respond to your customers' desires.
Right.
And so I think to some degree, the folks who are purchasing the weapons, need to be rethinking their approach here.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And I think, there may very well be some sort of space between our positions on this, and I'm totally fine with that. I'm just sort of like, I think about, looking at it from the outside, right? Obviously, I have no no love for Russia in the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. I also just generally like, I understand sort of the technological advancements of drone warfare and what that means. And, we definitely, I think the United States is reeling right now from the efficacy of the Shahed drone program that Iran has rolled out, And if you look to Ukraine, they're able to buy just sort of like consumer grade Alibaba drones and hook grenades and AK-47s up to them and go out and if I don't necessarily encourage people to do this because it's quite horrific, but there's a wealth of FPV drone footage where you can actually see what real combat looks like right now, and it's generally quite horrific. And I think we would see a massive change in opinion in the United States if all of a sudden that footage coming back wasn't Ukrainian or Russian soldiers sort of just having to abandon their lives because no man can outrun a drone. If we were to say put boots on the ground in Iran, like that's a big concern that I have, and I think to see that sort of technical advancement of warfare should definitely be a bit of a warning to the public. Never mind the financial aspects of it, the degree to which we invest in our sort of national defense spending at the expense of things like healthcare, infrastructure, housing, stuff like that. Things that we will subsidize other nations. Like, I think the most obvious example would be Israel in terms of sending them a lot of military support while they have nationalized healthcare and we don't. And so I think there's a lot of Americans that they're picking up the tab for that. And for that to then come back to them as FPV drone footage of their sons and daughters being just killed by drone warfare, I have a feeling that would leave a bad taste in a lot of Americans' mouths.
Sure. And I think, I view this as, well, having worked for the Navy and the Marine Corps, the analogy that I always tried to use with people was we would talk about naval presence. We have a Navy. It probably needs to be bigger. But I always thought of the Navy as sort of akin to the policeman on a beat, out on the streets, getting to know the neighbors, getting to know the businesses, understanding what, if a door was ajar, it looked, something looked wrong, the officer would understand it. And the Navy is, the U.S. Navy has been like that for 70 plus years. We have been the one, really, for the first time in human history that I know of. We have been, the U.S. Navy has been the folks who kept sea lanes open, including the Strait of Hormuz. But we didn't do it for just our own advantage. It wasn't, we weren't only allowing U.S. ships, commercially or otherwise. It was available globally to all nations, including nations who weren't necessarily our friends. And that's what's to a large degree, kept us from the horrors of the two world wars at the first half of the 20th century. Unfortunately, I think that's changing, and I think we need to change with it. And we need to understand the consequences. One of the changes that I think, and I'm not sure people have really thought this through. I haven't seen any work on this, but one of the things that is of concern is the more you automate war with unmanned drones, and even, I heard a story, I think it was on NPR the other night, about Ukrainians building robots to actually conduct warfare. Instead of sending a human, they would send a robot out to, fire on Russian troops. The more that happens, the less distasteful in some ways war becomes, I think. If it's not humans who are actively engaged in war, we're just using machines, it becomes, I think we become desensitized to the conflict, potentially. So I think that's something for somebody else to think about going on down the road. My days of military thinking are probably over.
Yeah, and I mean, for what it's worth, I tend to take a much more sort of soft power emphasized track. I think that, like, I just, my general attitude towards conflict in general is that we spend a lot of energy and a lot of money, whether there's people involved or not. We put so much emphasis on viewing the world through a lens of conflict and not through a lens of diplomacy. And I think for us to be able to move forward, it, spanning from locally to globally, right? Because I generally try not to draw too many specific distinctions between your town local politics and sort of international geopolitical operations, right? Because they're all part of the same thing. It's all part of a larger organism that is humanity and Earth, right? And there's ways that that ties into the stewardship of the planet itself in terms of our ability to continue living on it. And then there's also sort of the impact of just the respect of the sovereignty of nations and the general attitude of is it really the best way for us to operate the United States is Team America World Police, the joke of South Park back in the day. The creators of South Park with that film. And I think there's a lot of I think there's a lot of space to reevaluate the way that could operate. I think, say what you will, I think China does a very interesting it serves as a very interesting example for the way to demonstrate soft power through manufacturing and economic support, trade deals, things like that, where it is very non-conflict oriented. The amount of military bases they have globally is far less than the United States, and I think there's a very solid argument to be made that, like, once you cross over a certain line, a U.S. military base in a foreign nation ends up becoming sort of like a missile sponge for for conflict, and then what does that mean for the host country that's allowed this United States military base to operate within their borders, where all of a sudden it's, rather than providing an opportunity for protection, it paints a target on their back, and it alarms that nation, and I just wonder that maybe there's a better way to sort of respect the sovereignty of other nations while understanding that we all share this planet together, and there are existential problems that we face currently, like a climate crisis, a burgeoning climate crisis, a oceanic extinction event, things like that that are seriously going to affect our ability to inhabit this planet, stay fed. We're looking at millions of people dying over climate change events, and I mean, and that's not just happening internationally. We have examples of that. If you look to the Midwest, in 2025, there was a big La Nina event, which caused a massive interaction of cold and warm airflows, which caused a string of storms. You're looking at hundreds and hundreds of tornadoes that are ripping through the Midwest, killing Americans. You've got hurricane events that are just incredible. Think of 2022 and Hurricane Ian and the amount of damage that caused to Florida. This stuff is very real and very much so impacting the lives of people in this country here and now. So I know that's a lot of moving pieces to consider. And again, it's not very, this isn't very local New Hampshire politics of us to talk about, but again, it's difficult to parse.
Well, and Carter, but you're exactly right. It's the butterfly effect, or maybe it's the butterfly effect in reverse. The fact is that, look, people in New Hampshire are paying more at the gas pump because of global events. I had an opportunity. That one of the pieces of legislation that came before us this year. New Hampshire has had a renewable energy fund paid for with a small fee, basically, essentially, that electric utilities were paying into this fund. And the idea was that the fund would help mainly public sector, schools and government entities begin to convert to renewable energy, solar, hydro, etc. And there's no question electric rates are increasing, and it's having an impact on people's wallets.
Right.
The answer from the majority was to drain the renewable energy fund and give the money back to ratepayers. But ratepayers were going to get pennies. It wasn't going to have any real impact on people's wallets. But what it is going to do is basically drain the renewable energy fund of its ability to help fund these projects. And when the bill came before, I sit on the House Ways and Means Committee, and when the bill came before us, because there was a financial aspect to it, one of the things that I pointed out was I had the opportunity to ask a representative from the state, the New Hampshire Department of Energy, and I asked her point blank, I said, how many oil drilling rigs are there in the state of New Hampshire? And she said, none. I said, okay.
Yeah.
And how much drilling do we do? How many jobs are created with drilling for natural gas? And she said, none. And I said, and how many jobs are involved in the solar energy industry in New Hampshire? And she said, well, I don't have a specific number, but it's, certainly in the thousands.
Right.
I said, okay, so we're going to put more money in the pockets of fossil fuel companies that we're not producing any fossil fuel, but we sure are producing sun and wind, and that's creating jobs here in New Hampshire. But I mean, I didn't even want to get to the consequences of burning fossil fuels, which are,
Right.
as you pointed out, horrific. And one of these days, there's going to be a congressional hearing where you have, the CEO of Exxon and Chevron and BP, and they're going to be testifying just like the tobacco company executives were forced to do ultimately, and just say, yeah, we're killing people, but we're making a profit, so we don't really care.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I think in a lot of ways we're at a point where they're sort of they're almost sort of at a point where they say that kind of stuff anyways.
Yeah.
It's all very out in the open. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this actually we could probably talk about this all day, but I do want to sort of get to some other things here. And
Sure.
this actually is I think a great place to pivot, because you brought up that you sit on the Ways and Means Committee, which I think for anybody watching who's that can be a bit obfuscatory of a term like just for the public in terms of understanding what the Ways and Means Committee actually does. And you kind of have to take a second to think about it, but it's the way and the means by which we fund anything, right? So you guys are sort of responsible for interacting with like the mechanism by which money is raised to be allocated to specific initiatives that the state of New Hampshire takes in order to get something done, right? So in a lot of ways, you touch everything that's related to tax policy.
Taxes, fees, essentially. So the New Hampshire legislature, serves 2-year terms. This November of 2026 will elect a new House and Senate, and maybe a new governor, or re-elect the current governor. And in the 2-year biennium, the way the process works is, in New Hampshire, as is true of the U.S. Congress, all money bills, all tax bills have to start in the House. The idea is that the House is bigger and it's more representative of the people. So in January 2027, and I am not running for re-election, so I get to miss the pleasure of this process. But in January of 27, the Ways and Means Committee will start meeting, and they will basically sit down with basically all of the department heads who are responsible for bringing in revenue. The director of the lottery, the head of the Department of Revenue Administration, along with probably people from the Boston branch of the Federal Reserve Bank, other economists, and make a decision through January and February. The Ways and Means Committee will basically develop a recommendation, projection for how much revenue the state will bring in from its various sources. The largest source for the state are the two business taxes, the business profits tax and then the business enterprise tax, which is more focused on how many employees you have, and it's less about strictly profitable, as there were some companies that were essentially able to avoid any liability through some bookkeeping techniques, perfectly legal, but nonetheless. And so they created the business enterprise tax. So those two taxes are the single largest. It's about a third of the revenue raised by the state comes from them. And then it's obviously we have a whole series of the state liquor commission, the sale of alcohol, the sale of cigarettes and tobacco, the lottery commission, which not only regulates the New Hampshire lottery but also regulates now essentially casino gambling.
Keno, things
and the
like
online,
that.
right? And the online gambling now, in New Hampshire, we have an arrangement with an organization called DraftKings that you can bet sports on your phone.
I think a lot of the younger folks will know exactly who DraftKings is.
Yeah. I know my two sons both have it on their phones, and but I think it's of concern. I think there's a growing gambling addiction problem, particularly with the aspect of online betting. And when it's insidious in many ways, and so it's of real concern. But that's what the Ways and Means Committee basically functions to to consider and then ultimately recommend. Here's how much revenue we think is going to be collected in the next 2 years. Based on that recommendation, recommendation then goes to the House Finance Committee, which is responsible for preparing the spending side, the budget, based on the revenue recommendations that Ways and Means has given them. And then, so then the House will come up and ultimately the full House will vote on a budget, which then goes over to the Senate. And for reasons that I'm still not quite sure, the protocol in the House is never to say the word Senate. We always say the other body or the folks behind the wall. I don't know what that's about, but that's the protocol. So then the other body gets its chance to review the revenue recommendations and the spending recommendations. They'll come up with their version, and then the two chambers will meet and agree. Either the House would accept the Senate's version, or they would ask for a committee of conference, and they would meet and hammer out an agreeable budget, which then goes to the governor for signature or
veto.
Rare when a governor vetoes, but it does happen.
And I think this actually might be a bit more complex of a follow-up, but here we go. So I think this interacts very directly with sort of the general. You're a supporter of the 3-3 tax affordability plan, which I just in doing some research, I was looking at Vote Smart, Citizens Count, stuff like that. They had said that originally you were actually not a supporter of an income tax in the state, which I thought was interesting because that wasn't what my understanding of your position was right now. It's relatively beside the point. But if that is true and there was an evolution there, I'd definitely be curious to hear sort of what that trajectory was like for you personally. But moreover, I think it's you just had this really interesting amendment that you had proposed, the CACR 12, which got there's some funny, in my opinion, funny articles coming from sort of the right wing media in the state, specifically New Hampshire Journal, about you making that proposal. And there was a quote in there that I thought was very funny, where you're like, well, at least I managed to get the two parties to unite on something. So that was entertained me to no end. But I've made no bones about the fact that, like, for me as a, much lower income renting, working class member of the state, who's like, I live in a town that I grew up in. I've been here for over 3 decades. And I don't want to leave. And I'm interested in exploring other taxation options that would allow for people like me to be able to stay in our communities. And I think an income tax is very much so a decent path to it. And while I do feel that there are certain ways that, the revenue generated and sort of the split on the over under, people can go back and watch the interview that I did with Andrew and Cliff about this if they want to get more specific context to it. I think reinstating things like interest and dividends tax and inheritance tax, stuff like that, I think those things would help to sort of pad out the disparity that still exists even after the offsets that the 3-3 tax plan provides, which has carve outs for lower income families, so that if you're making under a certain amount, you're not going to pay that income tax anyways. It doesn't really matter.
Right.
And but generally, like, there's sort of the follow-up thought that I think you actually articulated very well just now, that a lot of people miss. And I think this is really important, that we can change the way that we structure taxing in this state so that we're generating more revenue in a more fair way. But if that tax money doesn't get spent in an adequate way, once it reaches the state house, then it will give the illusion to the public, especially if it's sort of spun and branded in a way that it's like the government's taking your money and they're doing nothing with it, and there's look how bad the government is, and there's sort of two sides to the coin of, like, yes, the collection needs to be equitable and reasonable in a way that doesn't string out or the public, but it also needs to be allocated and spent in a way that doesn't that actually benefits the public. And so you can have an improved tax situation, right? Like, you can say, okay, we're going to do a statewide income tax, which allows the opportunity for towns to then reduce their property tax rates, right? But that then sort of, like, in classic New Hampshire fashion of downshifting, reallocates the emphasis and responsibility to town selectmen to then actually cut their local property tax rates. It's like, and the state can be kind of like hands off about, like, hey, like, we did our part, if they're still asking an arm and a leg for you. And I think that's where a lot of the general conservative criticism, when they point to states like Connecticut and they're like, look, like, they did the income tax and look how out of hand it got, you know what I mean? It's like, well, yeah, because the other work that needed to be done in concert with the sort of top level reallocation of taxation didn't happen. And so to me, it's like, there's a lot of nuance about the ways in which tax money is collected and then allocated and then spent. It just gets left out. And so I know that I really went on a ramble here, but to me, it's important to, like, provide all this context, because I don't see anybody in media trying to help the public along to this understanding of the ways in which things work on the inside, and then asking people who are elected to weigh in on it that would know about it. So I know that's a lot, but if you're able to sort of speak on it a bit, I would appreciate it.
Sure. Well, let me start with the reference you made, and I can't remember whether it's VoteSmart or Citizens Count or one of those sites that said I'm opposed to a broad-based tax.
Ballotpedia or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the truth is, when I ran in 2024, I told people that I was not in favor of an income or sales tax. In part because I didn't understand the issue as well as I think I do now. Not that I'm an expert by any means, I'm still learning. But at the time, what what I was focused on, I did talk to people about revenue, and the two things that I brought up with with the people I knocked on almost 1,000 doors in my district, in 3 towns, Canaan, Dorchester, Orange, and they're all rural. We have a substantial portion of people who live below the poverty line. There are a lot of folks who are struggling. And what I clearly heard was the top issue was the increase in property taxes. And it's clear that one of the things that has been happening over the last 10 years with the Republican majority is they have been cutting taxes, which is their political slogan. We're Republicans. Right. We're for cutting taxes. The Democrats are for raising your taxes. And that's the mantra we've lived with going back to 1972 and the first time Mel Thompson ran for governor. The pledge to veto a sales or income tax or oppose a sales or income tax. And it became sort of this thoughtless, empty political slogan that didn't mean anything. What I talked about, though, and I said I wanted to try to do something about property tax relief. And the two things that I talked about, one was restoring the interest and dividends tax, which was $180 million in revenue that got eliminated by the Republican majority, and restoring some of the tax cuts that had been made to the business taxes, largely paid by the wealthiest companies. It's not mom and pop stores that are paying business profits or business enterprise tax. It's Amazon and Walmart and ExxonMobil and et cetera. It's huge corporations that, frankly, the tax cut that they got was there was a term in the Pentagon where billions of dollars gets tossed around like it's real money. The tax cut to Exxon, the New Hampshire tax cut to ExxonMobil was budget dust. They didn't recognize it. And the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute has done a study and said, it's upwards of $1 billion in lost revenue over the last 10 years with no concurrent increase in business activity. So we cut their taxes, but we didn't, it wasn't like suddenly, we were rolling in dough because more businesses were coming into the state, hiring, et cetera. One of the interesting things that I pointed out to a witness who is head of a right-wing think tank and is always promoting lower taxes. One of the things that I pointed out to him that over the last 10 years, according to statistics we got from an economist as part of the process of developing the revenue recommendations in 2025, was gross domestic product, the increase in GDP in New Hampshire was the second highest in New England. The first highest, Massachusetts.
Right.
And it was like, okay, so I guess Massachusetts must be doing something right. So to me, one of the things that I campaigned on in 2024 was, yes, we need revenue. Yes, we need property tax relief. One of the things that I introduced a bill and I got 50 plus votes on it, but no, I got more than that. But it's a bill called Global Reporting, and essentially it would stop allowing companies to offshore their profits and to claim, well, yes, we did so much business in New Hampshire, but we, we had to pay a licensing fee to our corporate headquarters in tax-free Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
So they use bookkeeping techniques to shift profits out of a tax liability. Again, perfectly legal, but not fair.
Right.
So my point was in 2024 that I wanted to focus on trying to get property tax relief for my constituents and for the state. It used to be when property taxes were first imposed in New Hampshire, people's homes weren't taxed.
Right.
What was taxed was revenue producing property. So
Exactly.
if you had a barn and you were you were selling milk and you had cows in your barn got taxed. That was the property tax, and it was
Right.
based on value, which, when you think about it, is really a form of an income tax, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, but somehow we've evolved, and now you have a property tax that gets imposed for most people, for average people. Their home is their single largest investment, their
Right.
single largest capital investment. But it is the only capital investment that gets taxed on your current market value, whether you realize that value or not. So
Right.
if you have a share of Apple and the stock goes up, 10% in a year, you don't get taxed on that increase in value on that stock until you sell
Right.
it.
Exactly.
But your home, if your home increases in value by 10% in 1 year, the tax assessor comes and goes, "Oh, well, good to see you're doing okay, Thomas. Here's your tax bill. It's up by 10% because
Right.
the value of your home is increased by 10." But I haven't done anything to realize that increase. I'm just
Exactly.
enjoying my home.
You're not benefiting in the meantime from that increased value. You'd
Exactly.
only benefit if you sold.
Exactly. And so, in the first year, I tried in several different ways to tackle what I thought was the basic unfairness of the property tax. And there are all sorts of statistics, and I won't get into the weeds, but fundamentally, in probably by the summer of 2025, after the first session, I realized, we had to do something different, and I got involved with a group run by your former guest, Andrew Valinsky, and it was a group of us who were interested in the idea of reforming the tax system in New Hampshire. So I have had conversations going back to December of 24, where I told party leaders in my own party, the Democratic Party needs to become the party of property tax cuts, property tax relief.
Yep.
The system, New Hampshire relies on property taxes more than any other state to fund services. And you're right. Essentially, what it does is it pushes the burden down onto local cities and towns and school districts, which the state, should be, and public education may be the best one. So
Yeah.
New Hampshire ranks
Prime
in
example.
the top 10. New Hampshire ranks in the top 10 for spending on public schools. You think, and the results are pretty good. I mean, comparatively speaking, New Hampshire students do well compared to other states, students in other states.
Right.
And being in the top 10 of spending, you'd think, okay, well, what's the problem? The problem is that most of that money comes from property taxes.
Right.
New Hampshire is dead last, 50th out of 50 states, in terms of state support for public education. So, the vast majority of the funds that are being raised are coming from property taxes. It became clear to me as you begin to look at this, what the framework has been with the pledge and the, is that Republicans are for tax cuts and Democrats want to raise your taxes. And what I have tried to talk about to our leadership over the last 2 years is to say our response to that framework has been no, we're not for raising taxes, which is A, not a positive message, and B, so what are you for? Well, we're for public schools and healthcare and childcare and housing, and okay, how are you going to pay for it? Well, we're not for raising taxes.
Yeah.
No, that's not
Yeah.
an answer. That's So what I
Right.
said was, look, the Republicans have handed us a gift. We need to reframe this question. The answer is not, they say the frame is they're for cutting and we're for raising. But the truth is, they've been raising property taxes over those last 10 years because they've been giving tax cuts to the very wealthiest people and companies in the state. They eliminated the interest and dividends tax, which was only paid by basically, 10% of the state, the 10% that was the wealthiest. They eliminated or they cut the business taxes, which only benefited, to the extent they even noticed, the Amazons and the Walmarts and the major corporations, because most small businesses in the state weren't paying. They didn't get to the level. So we cut taxes for people who didn't need the tax cut. And we raised taxes for everybody else. So, the top 5%, is rolling in dough, and the rest, the other 95% are struggling.
Right.
That makes no sense to me. So ultimately, our group began to look at, and it started really with the focus on how do we fund public schools? How do we change this, what I call reverse Robin Hood? We're taking from the poor and giving to the rich. So we started focusing on that, and my participation was always I want to support public schools, and I think the state needs to do more. But my focus is cutting property taxes. People are struggling; they're losing their homes, they're having to sell. We've got to focus on cutting property taxes. So the 3-3 plan that we came up with was there was nothing else. If you restore the interest and dividends tax, it's $180 million. We have essentially a $1 billion problem in terms of funding, and so there was nothing. We looked at marijuana, we looked at restoring the interest and dividends tax. You could restore the business tax cuts back to the level they were at, in 2015, right. And it's still not enough to really solve the problem, which led us to the income tax. Now, let me say, Carter, 3 things that I think are critically important. And you pointed out the concern many people have about, well, you pass an income tax and my property taxes are still going to be up, and now I've got a new tax, and you're just adding a tax on other taxes. My response to that, and this goes to sort of my notion of CACR 12. CACR 12 started out as the free stater, I call the freeloaders, who wanted to introduce a constitutional amendment, put on the ballot the question to try and ban an income tax from ever happening in the state of New Hampshire.
Right. The classic Jason Osborne line.
Exactly. And to me, now, the response from Democratic leadership, they weren't happy with me because of my advocacy for the 3-3 plan, which they felt like opened the door. To which my response is a line I learned in Mississippi: if we're so smart, how come we're broke? And as I pointed out, the fear in the Democratic Party and the myth in the Democratic Party is, well, talking about an income tax is the third rail of politics. It'll get us beat. We'll lose if we talk about an income tax. To which my response is, in the last 30 years, the Democrats have held the majority in the House 4 times.
Right.
15 elections, we've won 4. 11 and 4, or 4 and 11, sort of looks like the current Red Sox record.
Yeah, I was going to say 30% isn't exactly like a winning streak, you know?
I mean, I think I calculated it was like a 230 batting average, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's not Hall of Fame numbers. And to my way of thinking, it's like, wait a second, you're afraid you're going to lose if you talk about this issue, but you're already losing.
Yeah.
What have you got? What have you got to lose? So maybe you would have
Yeah.
won 3 instead of 4. Or maybe if you'd made the argument, it's not they're for cutting and we're for raising. It's who's paying the tax, and they want the rich not to pay, and they want you to pick up the tab. And the Democrats, certainly me, my view is I think everybody ought to pay their fair share. Those with more should pay more. Those with less should pay less. And the beauty of the income tax, unlike your property tax, if you're in your home and you get your property tax bill and you have just lost your job, the tax assessor doesn't say, "Oh, Carter, okay, listen, I understand. You don't have to pay your property tax bill.
Right. Right.
We'll give you a break." Said no one ever.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
if you lose your job and there's an income tax, well, I don't have any income, so I don't have a tax, right?
Right.
The income tax is adjustable to, your own circumstances. If you get divorced, if you get sick, your property tax bill doesn't change. The income
Right.
tax bill would. So that's first. The income tax is fairer. Second, in this Constitution, when Jason Osborne proposed, no income tax ever, and the House Democratic leadership was, well, we're not for an income tax, but we're not for putting it in the Constitution either. So, and they were, it was a good political trick that Jason pulled. So I decided, and again, I didn't share this with my leadership because I knew what their response would be, and that made them even more angry. But I decided, if we're going to put this in the Constitution, let's give people a real opportunity, a legitimate question. And so the courts have ruled, based on the current Constitution, that we can't have a progressive tax. It has to be a
Right.
flat tax. Everybody gets the same rate. So what I proposed was a constitutional amendment to be voted on by the people that would do 3 things. First, it would permit a progressive tax so that the more you made, the higher your rate. You
Mhm.
could actually tax the very wealthiest at higher rates than, a middle class or working class family or individual. So progressivity. Second was requiring the revenue raised from the income tax to go to public schools, to increase the state's share of support for public schools. And the third element, and this to me was critical, the third element was a requirement that whatever additional revenue a school district received all 3 elements would be in the Constitution. So what I was trying to do was
Just
get
really quick,
to,
Tom. Do you mind just restating that third one? We just had it looks like we just had a small glitch in the stream, and I just want to make sure that everybody catches that
Sure.
third point.
So the third point to me was in many ways the most critical, because I understand people's reluctance, because they think if you pass an income tax, it just means I'm paying more in taxes. It's not going to do a thing for my property tax. So my constitutional amendment proposal would be a requirement that any additional money from the state for public schools be met with a concurrent reduction in local school property taxes.
Right.
So that a property tax cut would be built into the would be built into this income tax proposal to alleviate people's concerns that it's just going to be one tax on top of another.
Yeah, I was going to say that
I
that directly addresses what my primary concern was asking about this was how do you make sure that there's sort of an obligation on the local level to provide property tax relief if you implement some sort of new statewide broad-based tax solution.
Exactly. And let me go back to the point I made earlier. The state of New Hampshire is in the top 10 for public school spending, but most of it comes from property taxes. So the issue is not how much we're spending on schools. It's how we're spending on schools, right?
Right.
It's the source of the spending. Right now, the source of the spending is on this very regressive property tax that is kind of arbitrary and has no adjustment for people's individual economic situation, unlike a property tax. So it was never a question of trying to raise more money for public education. It's trying to change who's paying. And so the idea would be lock in, raise money through an income tax, which by its very nature means people who with more resources, more income, are going to pay more.
Mm-hmm.
Along with restoring the interest and dividends tax, in my view, and locking in, the requirement that any additional revenue from the state going to local school districts be met with a concurrent equal reduction in local school property taxes,
right?
So that you lock in that cut. The other thing, and I know this is another, critics will say, well, look at every other state that's ever had an income tax. The rate has just gone up and up and up.
Yep.
I mean, one of the things that I've said is, okay, fine. So put the 3-3 plan in the Constitution. Make 3%, the cap.
Right.
I prefer a progressive tax, which is why I introduced that amendment. A flat 3%. We tried in the 3-3 plan, and I know you've gone over this with Cliff and with Andrew. But one of the things that we really tried to do was make the tax as progressive as we could within the confines of the court ruling that says it's got to be a flat tax.
Right. And I think you guys did a good job with that in terms of just when I look at the plan, I think that's like a very that's an appropriate characterization that you guys did. It's clear that you guys made an effort to address what would perceivably be the most immediate line of attack against that plan is that I see people react to it like this anyways, where they're just like, oh, well, you're going to make working people pay more money. And it's like, well, no, you just didn't read the plan,
Right. Yeah. I mean, the simple thing is, if you're a family of four, the median income in New Hampshire is about $100,000. A family of four making $100,000 would pay no tax, no income tax under the 3-3 plan.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and we introduced, we also had the $3 statewide property tax. But we also introduced a $250,000 homestead exemption.
Right.
So
there's a carve out on the property tax side of things as well.
Exactly. And there's, a $750, essentially $750 credit for renters.
Right.
Which is about and I was an English major. I try never to do math in public, but the mathematicians told me that the $750 credit for renters is about what the $250,000 homestead exemption is equivalent to, so we were trying to look out for renters as well. But that's the genesis. And so over time, just to conclude here, over time, what I realized was my fundamental concern was property taxes and giving people some relief and equity. Just making a revenue scheme that was fairer, more progressive, and recognized that we shouldn't be asking the people with the least to pay the most.
Yeah, of course.
And that just made no sense to me. So over time, as we began to really study this, the 3-3 plan, and became one obvious measure, as did my amendment for for an income tax, progressive income tax. So my position evolved.
Right. Yeah. And I'm loath to say that I'm sort of running out of time here, but there's sort of one final track that I want to go down. I want to, and I think there's a high likelihood that sort of these two things are connected. I want to sort of revisit a point that I brought up previously and then sort of add a little bit to it because like I said, I think they're related. So, earlier, one thing that I had mentioned was just the sort of disconnect between the way the money is raised and then the way it's utilized, right? So
Sure.
you can change the way you tax, you can make the way that you tax more equitable and all of that, and you can reduce those things, but that doesn't necessarily preclude that the way the government decides to spend the money will actually be effective, right? We have a lot of precedent in the state for them just like ignoring the Claremont decision, right? They just pay no attention to the fact that they are behaving unconstitutionally. So I think there's room in there to for people to gain some awareness about sort of the disconnect that raising money and spending money are not the same thing. And then sort of tangential to that, which is sort of, this was alluded to with your point about just sort of the Democrats playing along with the framing that conservatives in the state have made over, decades at this point, about just the relationship to the pledge, right? That it's this sort of omniparty position that everybody just takes. And I guess you have a minor in psychology. And so something that I'm interested in is sort of I think a lot of people will sort of pontificate on the why of the Democrats doing what they do in terms of this, the logic, the sort of emotional, internal body chemistry response to encountering things when it's like a threat response or something to that degree, when encountering just the discussion surrounding this particular issue. And I'm not, it's I understand that might be sort of pseudoscientific to go down that avenue, but I also know that you work directly with these people all the time. You have conversations with them, and so I think there's a lot that people just sort of expound upon without really understanding, and then will project conclusions based upon what they perceive about why do the Democrats, I say the Democrats writ large, why does the sort of political establishment of Democrats continue to play into the framing of the conservatives within the state rather than sort of stepping back and doing what it sounds like you're doing here, which is to really say look, let me complexify this argument for myself and try and really understand what the intricacies of this dynamic is and why we do this, and then consider a new, totally fresh way to frame the argument of taxation to the constituency, the public, the people that are voting for us, the people that want tax relief, the people that want to find a way out of this. Why is there just a refusal to engage in imagination when it comes to providing some sort of argument that actually helps people? And there's just a consistent line of well, this is New Hampshire, and New Hampshire doesn't believe that, as if all people that live in New Hampshire are somehow monolithic. I see Democrats do this. I see AOT literally just did this recently in a clip that I saw from Granite Post. This is a ubiquitous thing that happens in the state. It's incredibly frustrating to me because I'm you say you're speaking for all Granite Staters, but I do not feel spoken to, and I'm essentially a lifelong Granite Stater. So this doesn't make sense, and I feel very much so people like me feel very excluded from that that general discussion, while also having our identities and our existences be tokenized to leverage the point that ultimately undermines our very existence. And it's just that's really that's very offensive. It leaves a bad taste in people's mouths. It's, I think, a huge contributor to why there's so much disillusion with the Democratic Party on the state level. You pointed out their awful track record of winning. And I think those things are related, and I'm sort of I guess, to sort of restate it again, it's like the why, like, why is there such an aversion to a degree of self-reflection that could lead to a reframing, expanding the complexity of the argument internally to then derive a new, simple, alternate path to express to the public why and what is going on in the state regarding equitable taxation?
Well, I think probably, I think the answer to that question is as complex as almost any other issue. That
Sure, yeah.
there is the Occam's razor, which is the idea that generally the simplest answer is the correct one.
Right.
Which is never true in politics, right?
Yeah.
There is a simple answer for every political situation, and generally the simple answer is wrong, right?
Right.
So the simple answer, I think, is history. So, you have Walter Peterson, Republican governor back in the early 70s, proposes an income tax. He sort of sees what's coming and he proposes an income tax. And Mel Thompson, out of Orford, New Hampshire, backed by Bill Loeb and the union leader, which was just acidic and so destructive of the political culture in New Hampshire for so long.
Right.
But Loeb and Mel Thompson craft this campaign, axe the tax, and Thompson beats Peterson in a primary, sort of not surprising, and then wins the general election. And he serves 3 terms. And in 1978, a car dealer out of Littleton, Hugh Gallen, wins the Democratic primary in his third try. He tried twice before and lost in the primary each time. Wins the primary this time in 1978. And this is one of the best examples of why people who say you can't be a one-issue candidate are dead wrong. Hugh Gallen defeats Mel Thompson on the basis of construction work in progress charges at Seabrook Nuclear Plant. Public Service Company wanted to charge its customers for electricity it hadn't yet delivered because it was charging it for the construction. Gallen took the pledge, opposed an income or broad-based tax, but hammered Thompson on QUIP, on his support for QUIP. Now, Gallen ultimately won, aided enormously by the fact that the Public Service Company board of directors voted a couple of weeks before the election to give their shareholders a dividend.
Mm-hmm.
So they're crying poverty. We got to have this construction work in progress charge in order to pay for building Seabrook. But then they turn around and vote to give their shareholders a dividend. And so just how poor are you? How close to the edge is your company? Gallen runs again in 1980 and wins re-election in a tough year for Democrats. In 1982, Gallen again announces for a third term. He's going to seek a third term. And in something that was so surprising that the reporter for the Boston Globe actually got it wrong. But when Gallen announced for the third term, he did not take the pledge. And the Globe reporter actually wrote that he did take the pledge in his story. And he was wrong. And the next day, the Globe, basically, the story was they blamed Gallen. They said Gallen was reversing himself when, in fact, it was a mistake by the Globe. Everybody else in the press corps, I was covering it for UPI, everybody else in the press corps understood and wrote the story. Concord Monitor got it right. The union leader got it right. AP and UPI got it right. The Globe got it wrong. He didn't take the pledge. Gallon ultimately lost to the scion of the Sununu family, John Sr.
Right.
And about a month after the election, Gallon died.
Oof.
And it is clear in hindsight that Gallon was ill for the whole campaign. But Democratic insiders will say, see, he didn't take the pledge and he lost.
Right.
And then you went a while before you had another Democrat, Jean Shaheen, in the late 90s, who took the pledge. The first time she was elected against perhaps the weakest Republican nominee ever, Ovid Lamontagne, who campaigned as a very rigid anti-abortion candidate. May have been the single worst, the only governor that I know of, certainly in the modern era, who was defeated in his first reelection attempt. He only served 1 2-year term. And Benson made many errors. And so John Lynch wins, again, taking the pledge. So what you have is a history of people, and I don't think there's ever been a time, people will tell you, well, we win when we take the pledge. And I would say you win when you take the pledge, and maybe the pledge is critical to that, but you win when you're running against very weak Republican nominees.
Right.
Or you've got an issue like QIP, which is so overwhelming that, so there's this myth that has been developed. We have to take the pledge or we lose. But it's all focused on the governor's race. Nobody talks about the House or the Senate.
You think it might be fair to characterize it as sort of just a bad analysis, basically? It's in a lot of ways, it's like it's poorly reading the tea leaves of the causes and a misattribution of what factors to success are, and therefore fear around failure is based off of a preconceived notion of a specific driver of what is successful. And then I would imagine that there's sort of like, just to finish that thought, I just think there's probably a knock-on effect of like when you go in and you tell people this is what makes us win, this is what makes us lose, that's coming from a position of authority, and then the people who are in the public who are sort of disengaged hear that and they're like, well, I guess that's what it means to win, right? And it's like they're sort of not, they're checked out, and they're not going to sit there and think like, well, Jesus, there another strategic path for us to victory. And it's not like, look, like there's more than one way to crack an egg, you know what I mean? Like, and I think that that lack of imagination is borne out in why this particular dynamic is the case.
It's I would not say necessarily a bad analysis. I would say it's an incomplete analysis, and this goes back to sort of
absolutely.
my notion of simple answers in politics often are wrong. In part because they don't consider other factors. It's not as if the campaign is only about the pledge. Jean Shaheen took the pledge, Ovid Lamontagne took the pledge. So obviously the pledge didn't have a huge role in that election. So what else did?
Right.
And so, for example, a lot of people who were opposed to the 3-3 plan pointed to a poll done by St. Anselm's, in which I think the result was 70% of the people came back responding to a question. do you support an income tax, or would you support an income tax?
Right.
And I've worked with probably hundreds of polls over the course of my career doing political campaigns. And I will tell you, that's the worst formulation of a question I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Because it's like, do you want a sharp stick in your eye? Who wants more taxes? No.
Right.
But if
Right.
you ask the question, would you support an income tax with a property tax cut? Put it in context. And
Yeah.
the best example I can think of, and it's sort of reversed in terms of politics. There was a poll in the mid 90s in Mississippi that asked people if they would support an increase in spending for public schools. If it meant better education. And I think 2/3 of the people said sure. And I had, good Democratic friends and people I was working with in a gubernatorial race down there that year who were saying, see, we can talk about more money for public education. 2/3 of the people support it. I said, yeah, but the question that didn't get asked? What? I said, we asked, would you support more spending for public education to improve public education?
Right.
And 2/3 said yes. What we didn't ask was, do you believe more spending for public schools will improve public education? And I said, and I'll bet you 2/3 of the people would say no.
Right.
So the problem with polls, well, there are numerous problems these days.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Nobody's got landlines anymore. And
right.
But the difficulty with polls is how the questions are constructed and what questions don't get asked. Right.
Sure.
And you always have to be thinking about, how am I asking the question? Am I injecting bias into this?
Right.
UNH did a poll on the 3-3 plan, and their wording was, would you support this plan which supporters claim will reduce property taxes? Well, the word claim.
Yeah, that colors it, doesn't it? Yeah.
It absolutely colors it. So, my understanding is there was a poll done by a Democrat in the 1st district on the 3-3 plan, in which 2/3 of the people supported it. Now,
right,
the poll was only of Democrats because it was a Democratic candidate in a Democratic primary.
Sure.
But the fact that you had that kind of support, and I would argue, you and I both live in the 2nd congressional district, which is more Democratic than the 1st. And I would think if you asked the same question of Democratic voters in the 2nd district, you'd get an even stronger response. So it's all in how you, a lot of it is how you frame the question. And that was my argument to my leadership was, we have to reframe it. Now, let me say, I know we're getting on time here, but the last thing I'll say is, I think the Democratic Party missed a huge opportunity. In December of 24, as I said, I went to see House Democratic leadership, and I said, we need to become the party of property tax relief, and we should spend the next 2 years. We're down 40 seats. We're not gonna pass, best legislation. The best we can hope for is to try and stop the worst of the legislation. But we should use the next 2 years, being out of the majority, we should use the next 2 years to push the theme that we want to cut property taxes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to me, there was look, there needs to be an educational campaign on an income tax, whether it's a 3-3 plan or a progressive tax, or there needs to be an educational effort across the board on how we raise revenue and how 95% of the people are getting screwed to benefit the top 5% of wealthy corporations and individuals.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can't do that in the space of a few weeks during an election campaign. So I understand
100%. Yeah.
but you got to start somewhere. And, and just like the Claremont decision, we've had, in the case of revenue, we've had 50 years of living with this weight on our shoulders that said you can't talk about revenue,
Right.
which is just crazy. So we tried to start it this year with the 3-3 plan, and again with and I tried on several other occasions. I introduced a bill, Carter, that would have asked the Department of Revenue Administration to come up with 5 options to raise $500 million, which is basically what it would have taken to fully fund the Judge Ruoff's opinion in the Conval case.
Right. Yeah.
Last summer, right? Get DRA, they're the experts, get DRA to do a study, come up with 5 options. I got opposed by both the Republican and Democratic leadership.
Yeah.
And only 75 other Democrats voted with me to support that. But it was like, it's a research study. It's not imposing a tax. It's just asking.
Right. It's just literally trying to find information. Yeah, exactly.
And leadership, like, afraid of their own shadow. And so they killed it. And, but so my point is, we need an educational campaign. We need people to understand that if you're, the median income is $100,000. If you're in the lower half of that median, you're paying for the upper half.
Right.
People in the, if you divide the state into economic levels, the people in the lowest 20%, making the least, are paying almost 9% of their income in taxes. The top 1% are paying about 2.5% of their income in taxes.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
So yeah, so we're it's reverse Robin Hood. We're taking from the poor and giving to the rich, and it needs to stop. So we need an educational campaign that starts as soon as possible. We tried to start it this year with the 3-3 plan and with my amendment to CACR 12. And as I said on the floor that day, I achieved the rare
Right. Yeah, as I think you should be. So, all right. Well, State Representative Tom Oval, thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate you so much for setting aside the time to talk to me, and just your willingness to sort of stand your ground against the party itself that you're a part of, and then also I think it's really admirable your willingness to sort of grow and change as you come across new information. That's not really something that I see a whole lot of these days, and I think that's something that a lot of politics would do well to see in their method. So thank you so much for your time today.
Listen, I really appreciate it. I will just say, as an English major, the poet John Keats invented the term negative capability, which meant the willingness to be comfortable with the idea of uncertainty and doubt. And I think it's a wonderful concept and a wonderful quality. And I always try to remember, to work on my negative capability.
Yes, I completely agree, and I'm right there with you. So thanks so much, Tom. It was great talking with you today.
Thanks, Carter. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, awesome. And that does it for our show today. If you enjoyed this podcast, please like, subscribe. You can head over to the supports Substack and Patreon, links in the description. And as for now, we will catch you guys next time. Take care.
So, folks, we have to talk about how the Supreme Court is haunted by the specter of the Civil War. And what I mean by that is that a number of the justices on the Supreme Court are actively working to do their damnedest to undermine basically every major legislative advance that we've had and judicial advance that we've had since the Civil War. When a lot of conservatives would say the South will rise again, I didn't quite think they meant in like the judicial sense where like the Supreme Court of the United States would take up that cause. But that's kind of where we're at, unfortunately. And I think it is worth noting here that we're in a truly unprecedented time of regression when it comes to the courts. Specifically, we had June 23rd, which was about a week ago. The Supreme Court handed down a number of just truly awful decisions. And we're going to talk about some of them. And we're going to talk about the ones that got handed down today as well. But in this particular piece, from LawDork, by the way, lawdork.com, great source for SCOTUS news. Basically, the court sided with multinational corporations to basically say that the courts can't authorize lawsuits for even, quote, heinous and inhumane acts, unquote, contrary to international law. And this was specifically protecting the company Cisco from being sued for creating surveillance systems for use by China's authoritarian government. And yeah, apparently that's totally fine, according to the Supreme Court of the United States. And on top of that, you then had a win for ExxonMobil, specifically saying that it can, you can sue other companies internationally for supposed damages incurred here on your business. So they're going to be suing some Cuban companies soon. But then you ran into a couple other things that are truly awful. Specifically, they ruled that it is now not impossible, but getting close to impossible to sue individuals for for liabilities that they did not agree to. So what exactly that looks like is that there is a prison, right? Specifically the Louisiana prison system. There are several prisons within that system that have been subjected to lawsuits. And in this particular case, those lawsuits also brought certain individuals at those prisons into the suit to sue them as well for damages. And the Supreme Court ruled that actually, because those individuals did not agree to be sued when they accepted their jobs at the prisons, they can't be sued by people who were damaged by the prison system, which is insane, right? Like abusing your power over inmates in the prison system. No, you can't be sued individually because you didn't agree when you became a prison guard to being sued. That's crazy. That is the crazy situation we're being put forward now. So the point of suing is worthless? I mean, I guess, unless you've taken a job where, for whatever reason, your company has agreed to incur liability onto you. It's very, very weird. Now, this was specifically under the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, which was passed underneath the spending clause, and that basically, I'm going to quote here, its obligations are a requirement to receive certain federal funding, and as such, the court held that RLUIPA lawsuits are only allowed where the party consented to suit. So basically, if you want to sue someone specifically for this particular law, the person you're suing has to have agreed to have that legal liability for whatever reason they would ever do that. It's truly insane. But then we get to the one that really hurt last week. which is specifically this case, which is Blanche versus Muk Choi Lau, right? Now, this particular case centers on an individual who previously committed a crime in the United States, relatively minor one. He has a green card. He left the country, and then he came back and was detained. And so this lawsuit effectively is about the treatment of green card holders. And I'm going to read here directly from Justice Jackson's her dissent on this case. An LPR, which is a green card holder. First of all, an LPR who is classified as seeking admission may be immediately detained or paroled. The downside of detention are obvious. Downsides of detention are obvious. But even when a green card holder is paroled and thus allowed to enter the United States without being admitted, see section serious negative repercussions flow from the green card holders being deemed to be seeking admission. The facts of this case exemplify this. When Lau was paroled as a green card holder seeking an admission, border officers confiscated his I-551, his permanent green card. In its stead, they issued him an I-94 arrival/departure card bearing only handwritten information and a stapled photograph, and offering no indication of his green card status other than a barely legible stamp and the form code I-551 scribbled on an empty side of the card. See Appendix 6. That piece of paper has been Lau's only proof of his green card status for the past 14 years, while Lau remained in immigration limbo following the government's decision to classify him as seeking an admission at the border. So, essentially, what this does, and what the Supreme Court's decision on this does, is that in the cases of someone who has a green card committing what is called an act of moral turpitude, which is an outdated term, and here is actually a good way to talk about it, right? Deny crime involving moral turpitude. There are many possible challenges to federal government charges that an individual is deportable or otherwise disadvantaged under the immigration laws based on past conviction of a crime involving moral turpitude, CIMT. Possible challenges, some of which call for strict application of the categorical approach, include the following. CIMT definitional arguments. The BIA has stated that moral turpitude refers generally to conduct which is inherently base, vile, or depraved, and contrary to the accepted rules of morality and the duties owed between persons or to society in general. For an offense to be deemed a CIMT, the conduct prohibited must be per se morally reprehensible and intrinsically wrong, or malum in se, so it is the nature of the act itself and not the statutory prohibition of it which renders a crime one of moral turpitude. Escaping from prison does not necessarily involve the element of baseness, vileness, or depravity, which has been regarded as necessarily inherent in the concept of moral turpitude. An offense is not the CIMT if it does not involve sufficient intent as well as vile and depraved conduct. What does that mean, right? What does that mean? It means the problem with this has always been its vagueness. Because what one might deem vile and depraved towards another individual or society in general might vary from one to one, right? What we have here is a situation where effectively, if somebody has a crime on their record and they have a green card and they leave the country and then attempt to come back, that means that the Border Patrol agents who see them can confiscate their green card and then say, we believe you may have committed a crime of moral turpitude with this past conviction, and we are now deeming you as seeking admission. This is effectively a way that could very easily be weaponized in order to effectively revoke people's green card status. It's a way to just yoink someone's rights away. And it is truly awful. Truly, truly awful. In order to show this, it doesn't need to be proved in a court of law. Okay, that has to be unconstitutional? Yeah, but the Supreme Court said it is constitutional, so we can all kick rocks. Right? It's legally trapping someone? Yeah. And so when we look at this situation, I mean, Justice Jackson says, quote, "I worry that the court has now handed the government a massive blank check." Because what this does is leave it completely up to the discretion of Border Patrol officers, because they don't need to prove it in that moment. They don't need to prove that, and instead the burden is placed upon the person who is being stripped of their green card to prove their status and prove their crime that was allegedly of moral turpitude wasn't of moral turpitude. So then you go into the immigration court system, and that's where they have to argue their case. And that is where you have the Trump administration cleaning house in order to insert just about any conservative who wants to be an immigration court judge directly into that system. It is truly grotesque. Now, when it comes to these crimes of moral turpitude, as Aaron Reichlin-Melnick explains here, why does this matter? Because certain criminality-based grounds of deportation apply differently to those seeking admission versus deportation. Here, one conviction for a crime involving moral turpitude is grounds for removal. Had Loud not left, he could only be deported after 2 convictions for crimes deemed of moral turpitude. Meaning that effectively, if you have a green card and you leave the country after having committed 1 crime of moral turpitude, that can be enough to prevent you from being back in the country as a green card holder. It's deeply fucked up. It's deeply, deeply fucked up. In the case of Mr. Lau, who brought this case to the Supreme Court, what was his deeply vile and depraved behavior towards society and other individuals? What was his previous conviction, you might ask? It was selling counterfeit clothing. That was the depraved action that he took, that Border Patrol deemed, a crime of moral turpitude. Be so fucking for real. I am being so fucking for real. It's grotesque. It is absolutely grotesque. However, this is not the only case, right? Because also worth noting that on June 25th, another devastating case was dropped by the Supreme Court. This one specifically allowing Donald Trump, as President of the United States, to strip temporary protected status from asylum seekers. And it's truly apocalyptic, right? So this came in the form of Mullen versus Doe, which basically was blocking, overturned a decision blocking the end of temporary protected status for 350,000 Haitians and 4,000 Syrians.
This just reminds me of the HOK Sang Lao injustice at sea.
I do not know what that is. I don't get the reference. I'm sorry. The other case is Mullen versus Al Otro Lado, which basically is the Supreme Court upholding the ability of Border Patrol officials to deny physical entry into the United States in order to claim asylum. So it sets up a situation where if somebody wants to claim asylum, the legal way of declaring asylum is to come into the United States and declare asylum, right? That is the legal process for declaring asylum. You need to enter it. This decision allows Border Patrol agents to deny someone coming into the United States in order to claim asylum. So basically, the Supreme Court's like, well, if they're not on U.S. soil, then they can't claim asylum. So it's totally fine to not let them be on U.S. soil it's like almost a childish level of just jurisprudence. It's truly bafflingly bad. Now let's take a look at Mullen versus Doe, right? This is from the American Immigration Council. Oh, yes. Obra Dinn reference. Sorry, Sake Tanuki, was not on that level. When the Trump administration terminated TPS for Haiti, Syria, and other countries, courts determined that the administration failed to abide by required procedures established by Congress. Under those procedures, TPS should only be terminated if an interagency review determines that conditions in the country have improved. Documents uncovered during the Haitian TPS case revealed the Trump administration failed to follow required legal procedures and ignored ongoing dangers in Haiti. Despite this, the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that a provision of the TPS statute limiting lawsuits challenging TPS determinations prevented courts from hearing any lawsuits challenging the Department of Homeland Security's secretary's failure to follow the required legal procedures. In addition, the majority opinion declared that President Trump's repeated public denigration of Haiti and Haitians did not rise to the level of unconstitutional racial animus that would permit a court to set aside the TPS decision. Crucially, the court did not rule whether former DHS Secretary Kristi Noem had gone through the required procedures set out by law. Rather, the court said that questions of whether the DHS Secretary followed the law cannot be heard by courts in the first place, meaning that in the future, even an openly unlawful decision to grant or terminate TPS could be entirely insulated from judicial review. Yeah, basically, again, just saying, hey, we're not even going to allow a lawsuit questioning the legality of these decisions to move forward. You actually cannot do that. And what that effectively does is sidestep any of the controls of Congress and allow the Trump administration to proceed unilaterally
More like
with ending
jurist
TPS.
imprudence.
Also, anime sidekick gal, true. Jurist imprudence, indeed.
WTF your white honkas.
Honka S? Matt Tatiahu, thank you for gifting Sake Tanuki a sub. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciate y'all. So, I guess the president of the United States claiming that Haitians are eating cats and dogs and are generally criminals does not rise to the level of racial animus to question this TPS decision. It's truly... I mean, this is some apocalyptic stuff. This affects, over 1 million people. You know? There are 1.3 million people with TPS status in the United States. And this effectively means that their presence in the United States is at the whim of one man. And that fucking sucks. And not only that, it is quite possibly going to doom entire cities and towns across America that have come to rely upon these workers.
Jesus, I am gonna drink after work, and I don't even like alcohol.
Yeah, understandable, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono. Here's this article in the New York Times today. The Ohio city revived by Haitian immigrants sees an uncertain future. In Springfield, Ohio, some residents see the end of the economic boom after the end of a humanitarian program for immigrants. Others see still darker possibilities. Let's see. The court's decision threatens to transform Springfield into ground zero for what some legal scholars are calling the first mass de-documentation of immigrants in modern American history. The city of 60,000, including more than 10,000 Haitians, could become the target of a major enforcement operation. Because, of course, once this is stripped, there's still the question of how do you remove hundreds of thousands of these people from the country? And, of course, the answer is with the militarized... You send them, they descend upon cities and towns like fucking locusts, snatching people. In the case of Springfield, that's like 1/6 of the entire city. American residents are preparing to protect Haitians, with some making plans to care for their Haitian neighbors' native-born children, and even to hide and shelter immigrants who remain. Because keep in mind, the native-born children aren't deported with their parents. So you're shattering countless families with this as well. It's disgusting on every conceivable level of humanity. The Supreme Court decision is not just a tragedy for Haitians, it's a tragedy for Springfield, Ohio, said Carl Ruby, pastor at Central Christian Church. We went from being one of the fastest shrinking cities to one of the fastest growing cities in America. This undoes all that progress. If the Haitians had to leave Springfield, it would be devastating, said the rising senior high schooler. Skill, morale, and friends would be gone. It is going to launch a cavalcade of misfortune and terrible shit. Because also keep in mind, a lot of these TPS workers became nurses for the elderly. A lot of the at-home nurses in America and across America are made up of refugees and people who came here on TPS. So a lot of the workforce, which is already understaffed for the elderly, is made up of these immigrants. And what happens when there just aren't enough workers to keep those nursing homes open? A lot of people are going to suffer, both domestically and, domestically for sure. Whether they are American citizens or here under TPS. It is going to cause untold amounts of suffering. And it's like, I gotta be honest, I can't really put into words here that this is not the power that should be granted to one man. And more than that, this is a power explicitly granted by Congress. There should be here deference to Congress.
Wait, really? Are immigrants going straight to work at nursing homes? I didn't know about that.
Yeah, a huge portion of the people who care for children and who care for the elderly are immigrants. Yeah, according to KFF, around 21 to 28% of the workforce in nursing homes are immigrants. And similarly, for childcare as well. So, just as an FYI, it's going to be bad all over. Now, I do want to say there is a little bit of a positive news coming down today, specifically related to voting. Because really, and I was deeply concerned about this, because voting is basically one of the last mechanisms we have left in order to try to make things right, in order to elect people who are willing to do what it takes for us to set the courts right, for us to set Congress right, and for us to set the presidency right. And what is very much required now is for that voting mechanism to remain intact, right? It's why it's so important that the SAVE Act doesn't get passed. It's why it's so important that we protect things like mail-in voting. And in one of the biggest surprises of the day, the Supreme Court voted to protect mail-in voting. And that, I have to say, was a bit shocking. Though not as shocking as it might appear at first blush. Basically, the Trump administration has been, for a while now, and I've talked about this on the show, been trying to kill the idea of mail-in voting, or to link the ability to accept mail-in ballots to giving over voter data from the state to the federal government. And for a whole myriad host of ideas, that is a terrible, terrible idea, to give up voter info to the federal government. Specifically this federal government in particular. The states that were approached in this way said no, took the federal administration to court, and said the courts have now sided with the states who refused to give up their voting records. And mail-in balloting for today is protected. So that is the one silver lining from today. Yeah, because a lot of people rely on mail-in balloting in order to be able to vote at all. Whether they have disabilities, or if they are elderly, or if they just are busy with life and work and children and whatnot. Like, did they keep mail-in because so many elderly people rely on it? That might have been a part of it, but my assumption here is that the John Roberts Court in particular, the conservatives are very interested in maintaining the veneer of legitimacy for the court. So basically, their position and argument is that the court needs to be perceived by the public as legitimate, because if they lose the legitimacy in the eyes of the public, that's when like people start taking revolutionary action, right? So they view it, and John Roberts views this as true, that if they just, you guys get one, Trump gets like 3, but you guys still got one, so like it's totally okay. That's how they think about it. So they think this makes them look reasonable, which is a move that they typically do to then still cede more government power to Donald Trump. I have an Overton window question, but I don't want to interrupt the current topic. It's worth asking right now because we're kind of talking about a sort of Overton window just as it relates to the legitimacy of the Supreme Court of the United States. So if you have a question, now would be a great time to ask it. I'm not particularly surprised by it, but like after so many bad developments from the courts, I do have to admit I did think that this one might happen, The mail ballot was Roberts and Barrett, who both seem to especially like trying to maintain the line versus some of the more extreme conservative justices. Yeah, I mean, their Overton window has shifted because they're like, well, we're the reasonable ones here, teehee. Look at Alito over there being crazy. So when I look, where is the Overton window now? It seems left side, but how is that possible when the right has all the power? Because the right only has the institutional power. The left has the actual people power. And the people power in our system, so long as our mechanisms remain functional, the people power is where the actual power in our society lies. And truly, the people power has always been where all power in society lies. And so when you look at where the Overton window is right now and what is possible right now, it has been pushed further left by people like you and people like me and people like everyone here in these chats working together on a local level, on a national level, on a state level to broaden the window of what is possible, to be loud and angry about it and to move, right? And so what has happened is that the conservatives in the institutions do have a lot of institutional power and are succeeding in degrading a number of different rights and values and institutions in a myriad of different ways. But while that damage has been done, a lot of people, the majority of people in this country have been working very hard and working overdrive to channel their rage and their dissatisfaction into something productive. And that is on the ground organizing that allows the largest events, the largest protests in American history to happen. Those have happened over the last year, and it seems insane, but because the media doesn't really talk about it all that much, but we have had the largest protests in the country's history over the past year, all against Donald Trump and the Trump administration. And specifically what happens when you have folks on the left organizing is that those events become
Honest
radicalizing
question, and
for
I am
liberals
only
too.
asking because this feels hopeless, but is there such a thing as a good Republican? Can we even talk to them from child marriage to racism to fascism? I am so tired.
I mean, I think that there are people who are Republicans out of ignorance, who inherited their parents' politics and don't really know much about, why they believe what they believe. And I think that those people can be reached, provided they have an open mind, right?
Donald Duck's Supreme Court, fine, you get one loaf of moldy bread. Now stop talking about our Lord and Savior's soup brain, bread emoji.
Indeed. Exactly. You got it. 2D Synctium, thank you for the $5 super chat. Have we heard anything about birthright citizenship at the Supreme Court? No, that is going to be coming. That's one that a lot of people are really worried about. And I will say that I do think that the Supreme Court is going to side with birthright citizenship ultimately, but I only think that because today we also had one of the worst decisions dropped. Specifically, we had the case, the Slaughter case. That's what it was called. So in Slaughter, the Supreme Court handed down a decision that effectively says Donald Trump is the executive. He has the ability to essentially get rid of the head of any federal agency. He can fire anyone without cause. And instead, he can, like it used to be, with the language that Congress included in the laws and the language that was upheld and cited by the Supreme Court in the past, over the last almost century, that you had to show cause for terminating the head of a federal agency. And with Slaughter, the current Supreme Court says, lol, no you don't. And it's set up a situation that is, frankly, insane, right? Specifically, I'm going to quote here from this here. On her view, Congress could commandeer the Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Commerce, the Department of Education, the Department of Health and Human Services, most, if not all, of the Department of Justice, and a number of other agencies besides. Indeed, if Slaughter were correct, then it is not clear why Congress would need to allow the president any say in firings at all. And this is from the ruling, right? And what is insane about this is that, yes, the Constitution explicitly gives Congress the right to do all of those things. Like, Congress has, like, if Congress passed a law to basically move all of those departments that are currently under the executive under the purview of Congress specifically, or to appoint courts that could then appoint specifically only had the job of appointing people to the heads of these agencies, Congress could do that. Congress could, in fact, do all of those things. But the fact that you have effectively the Supreme Court saying, no, they can't. But, like, I gotta be honest, I gotta quote Andy Craig on this one, right? The Constitution explicitly gives Congress the power to say all inferior officers can be, if Congress wants, appointed by the courts, not by the president or even by presidentially appointed principal officers. That's been used very sparingly, but the option existing shows how absurd this theory is, which is correct, right? Like, this is an insane position. And that's true, Ninja Not 9000. It does make it easier for, if Democrats win the presidency, to basically just do whatever the fuck the president wants, But honestly, what we are now getting into is, how do we unfuck these courts? Like, how do we actually do it? And to continue quoting this here, Andy Craig, very good on law and policy, it'd be awkward, which is why Congress hasn't done it, but they could create an Article 3 court for the sole purpose of appointing executive officers and give the court the power to appoint 99.9% of the executive branch, president cut out entirely. That's a plain text power that they have. And even if you insist the president still has the power to fire them, that produces an absurd infinite loop that they can be immediately reappointed by the same process. This is not at all sensible for the Supreme Court to do. What is required from here on out? What is required is, like, drastic political action. We need court reform beyond just, we'll add a few more liberal members to the court. Like, I think that there needs to be, like, some kind of nullification. If Congress has the ability to just create courts to oversee the judiciary or to oversee the federal branch, then let them create a court to oversee nullification of different Supreme Court decisions. Like, create some absolutely specific bullshit mechanism that can be deployed for the approximately the term of the next, presidency. Have 4 years for this, like, complete bullshit nullification court to go through all of the decisions from the Roberts Court one by one and nullify the decisions that are clearly at odds with established constitutional law. And I think that if we did that, and we had an expiration date, and it actually, like, we could go through, nullify these decisions, and then dissolve that court, I think that that would absolutely be something worth looking into. And I know that that sounds insane, but we're kind of in a territory where the Supreme Court of the United States is haunted by the ghost of the Confederacy, and we need to do extreme things in order to exorcise that demon/ghost, right? That's what needs to happen. They need to create the Supremer Court, exactly. We'll call them the Supremes. In order to keep their judge positions, they'll have to, perform songs and dances. All of this to say is that when we're looking at presidents and people who are running for Congress in 2026 and 2028, we need to be looking at people who are specifically talking about how they would reform the Supreme Court. We've gotten to a point where even Pete Buttigieg, one of the most milquetoast men planning to run for president in 2028, is talking about Supreme Court reform. But we need to go further than even he's thinking, because this country has been absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And it's getting worse, right? Specifically, the Fed is working alongside, the Supreme Court and other courts in order to prosecute and go after political groups. This is all related to NSPM 7, which was talked about back in March. But basically anyone who's considered Antifa or might be considered anti-Christian or anti-capitalist or anti-American can now be targeted specifically by prosecutors and members of the Department of Justice who have in the past gone after gangs and terrorists to silence dissent. So, hey, hopefully y'all don't show up at my house. All right? Now, that being said, I will say, in a positive development, ICE is trying to sell 7 of the warehouses that they bought to try and turn into concentration camps, because it turns out, really bad idea and people don't like it. And this is the power of locals getting involved to oppose these ICE detention centers, because you can actually stop them from being built, because they're trying to sell them now. And fuck them, I will, just to end on this note, the Supreme Court knows that they are deeply unpopular. And I want to note that because I saw this article going around, and honestly, this sounded fucking insane. So, of course, I had to check it out. The Supreme Court is building its own massive police force, which, that sounds like they know that they're very unpopular. That sounds like a negative development.
The Great American Fair is amazing. There are like tens of people there. Party face emoji, party face emoji, party face emoji, eagle emoji, eagle emoji, eagle emoji.
Wow, whole tens of people? Starch Manning, thank you for the $5 super chat. To police what? Themselves? Well, let's take a look at their website. Because they have a website and like an ad campaign for some reason. Here, let's reload it so we can get the...
Know that the Supreme Court of the United States is the highest court in the land. That it's located in our nation's capital. And that its origins go back to the Constitution. But do you know what it takes to keep it safe and secure? You may know that 9 justices sit on the court, that they serve life terms, and their decisions impact us all. But do you know whose job it is to protect them? We are the Supreme Court Police. And we're a proud, dedicated, and talented team you may not know a whole lot about. Like the fact that we're charged with protecting the justices, employees, and visitors to the Supreme Court building, as well as its grounds. Or that we're more than 200 sworn officers and growing, with wide-ranging duties, responsibilities, and roles. Or that the benefits we receive reflect the importance of our mission. Now that you know a little more about us, we'd like to hear a bit about you. Are you disciplined, dedicated, and of high moral character? Do you have talents and abilities that could benefit from specialized training? Are you in search of a career that gives purpose and meaning to your life? If that sounds like you, then let's continue this conversation. Because the Supreme Court Police is now hiring qualified candidates to grow our team and expand our capabilities. You don't have to have all the answers to join. What you must have is the attitude, integrity, and drive to learn. That the only thing more impressive than these hallowed halls are the people and principles it takes to protect them. The Supreme Court Police, the highest court, a higher calling. Apply now at scuspd.gov/join.
Yeah, so they're trying to recruit people to, walk around with guns outside the Supreme Court, and also paying a lot of money for people to do it. Like, Jesus Christ. You want to make 6 digits, 6 figures? Just be an entry-level police officer. So you can gun down the hordes of, deeply, deeply angry folks when the Supreme Court, declares us to be living in a dictatorship or some shit.
What's our clearance, Clarence? Roger, Roger. What's our vector, Victor?
And don't call me Shirley, Sake. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Man, this all sucks. This just all sucks. Every bit of this sucks. I'm mad about it in a way where I don't have helpful, political takes on this. It's just bad. The Supreme Court is an unending torrent of terrible news every single time it drops cases. People who pay attention to this shit, and I am one of them, unfortunately, are so exhausted by the way the Supreme Court draws out the drama of the different cases that they drop. We're all on pins and needles right now, waiting for the birthright citizenship case, and it sucks. It sucks waiting to see if people are just going to have human rights or if they aren't. And we don't know because the people who are on this court are fucking ghouls. They're fucking ghouls who think that if you have different skin or different ancestry, you shouldn't be in this country. Frankly, again, I'm not joking when I say that this court is haunted by the spirit of the Civil War. It's haunted by the spirit of the Confederacy. It's fucking possessed, and it's disgusting. And when this is all done, we are going to have a revolutionary attitude to what exactly the judicial branch and the topmost powers within the judicial branch should look like. And I think we all need to get real quick and ready to broaden our minds and open ourselves up to the different possibilities of what that could look like. Because frankly, it cannot look like how it looks right now. That is untenable, it is unacceptable, it's un-American, and it's undemocratic. And we need to begin embracing something that works for all of us, not just something that works for the whitest among us and the most, land-owning among us. All right? Because if this Supreme Court had their way, we'd be rolling it all the way back to only white men who own land can vote. And I fucking hate that. I hate it a lot. And you should too. So, with all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, let me know what you think down in the comments, and also organize, folks. It's all we've ever had, frankly. It's all any people have ever had. Organize, organize, organize. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help organizing your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing your local Dems. Get involved. Organize, 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 because it is of existential importance that we do. Check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folk. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie. And hey, you know what? When the Supreme Court sucks and your democracy is being systematically dismantled, might as well look and feel good in your lingerie.
Not sure if this is possible, but what would abolishing SCOTUS look like?
Well, then you just have the problem where you've created like one of the lower courts into the new version of SCOTUS, right? I think that there are other ways we can handle it. but there needs to be a mechanism at the top where it cuts off and there's like a final say on like judicial cases that can then have ramifications all the way down the court system. It doesn't have to look like SCOTUS, but I do think that there needs to be a mechanism at the top to just kind of have the final say. ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. Let's keep on going. So, folks, we gotta talk about the fact that Donald Trump, a man who prides himself on spectacle, a man who prides himself on being able to put together immaculate constructions and beautiful buildings, has, put on maybe one of the most underwhelming national fairs I've ever seen. Right? It is truly symbolic of his aging, decrepit brain and his falling skills that were never that great to begin with. But I want to play for you guys a compilation put together by Aaron Rupar to really hammer home what I'm talking about here, because genuinely, this is some of the funniest shit you will see ever. It's just absolutely immaculate vibes. All right. Just completely dead. It's like they're playing a fucking dirge. I can't.
Oh, that was a beautiful sight. We're kicking off a week of...
Also, they're all aware of how shitty it looks. They're broadcasting from the event, and it's completely empty behind them.
Special show celebrating America's 250th, live from the Great American Fair.
Mark, great to see you here today. There's a lot of energy down there. What's the latest?
Sandra, it sure is. And we'll
lot of energy down there. Just absolute lack of people. Like, what is the population? Sorry, Washington, D.C. metro population. Was that a Christmas song? No, that was My Country 'Tis of Thee. I'm sorry, there are 6.46 million residents in the D.C. metropolitan area. They can't even get people out. This is an area, so, like, you would think more people would just be wandering through it. Good God. I didn't think I would be talking about this that much, but seeing it is genuinely some of the funniest things I've been able to visually make sense of about this administration. It truly puts into perspective how deeply unpopular this administration is.
come back to Washington. It's so good to see you personally. As you've seen yourself, there is a big energy here on the national.
This is at 1 p.m. You can see the time on screen. Oh my God, this is like peak hours. Guys, this is one picture from the Twin Cities Pride Parade. And I'm pretty sure this is more people in this picture than have ever attended this event in the multiple days. In the multiple days I have seen it on screen. This is truly silly how empty this is. I'm flabbergasted. Truly.
While the crowd sizes were smaller in the morning, it has picked up quite a bit. The state fair generating a lot of headlines, and we have seen more people come to see it for themselves, including right to the Ferris wheel. You'll zoom in here and see the crowds.
Oh my God, they built these fake buildings, right? And I just put together that probably one of the reasons they built these fake buildings is to hide the fucking reflecting pool. Dog.
that are lined up for a chance to see Washington unlike any other way. But people told us this isn't about politics, but a chance to celebrate what America offers coast to coast. And this morning, 4 younger Americans put their stomachs to the test with a pancake eating contest. That's tough on any day, let alone in this kind of heat. The winner was determined by audience applause. The guy who won appeared really worried he wasn't going to be able to keep the pancakes down, but in the end, he made it. Today,
Mr. Secretary,
Yeah,
thanks for inviting us.
I haven't seen the elephant food booth yet, though. But I've seen the elephant sandwiches.
So each day has got a theme. Today's theme is Make America Healthy Again. And I'm wondering, how does a pancake eating contest comport with Make America?
No red food dyes, right? It's just all natural ingredients.
All natural. Eggs, milk, butter. What else do you need?
No, you know, seeing them say this hollow bullshit rhetoric in front of just an empty field is that they're all trying to pretend has so many people in it. Like, it truly reveals the emptiness of the entire foundation of this movement, this ideology they're trying to push.
The Great American State Fair.
No, not gonna get me today, Fox.
Help me out. I want to be a part of this.
Well, it's a great day for Larry. Good afternoon. Perhaps now the closing bell is here. We're going to get more people coming out here now that work is done. You mentioned.
Guys, maybe everyone's just at work. Guys, maybe everyone's just at work. They're all at work. They couldn't make it to this fair, the Great American State Fair.
The latest with Iran, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are on a flight to Qatar right now to meet after a lot of back and forth between U.S. and Iranian forces over the Strait of Hormuz and keeping that open. But here on the National Mall, not a lot of talk about Iran, as you can imagine, although, Larry, just in a few minutes behind me where the rodeo is going to start again, some people say riding a bull is a lot like dealing with Iran. You got to hang on for dear life, and you never know how it's going to go. But people we've talked to out.
What are you talking about? Some people say dealing with Iran is like riding a bull. Wait, so you mean in comparison to a normal human being, like Iran is colossally built and able to crush us at any moment? I feel like maybe this isn't the analogy you wanted to go with there, champ.
Here having a good time, very patriotic bunch, as you can imagine, seeing something a little different. And that's the National Mall turned into the Great American State Fair. And so,
God, truly, just truly silly. I mean, look at this, guys. I guess no one at the Great American Fair wants to listen to Jesus music on the mall. Just absolutely empty celebration. Like, people aren't even showing up. And speaking of, hey, let's take a look at the let's take a quick look at the arch that Donald Trump built. Specifically, if you've been seeing like what looks like a cheap paper mache arch in a lot of the footage here, that's because Donald Trump decided that as part of the celebrations, there should be a mock, to scale version, not to scale, but like scaled down version of what he wants to build in his own honor in DC. And it looks like absolute dog shit. Bless this person who decided to walk up with a camera and just film it up close. Our contractor president. I've never seen, a proposed national monument get the landlord special before it's even built. Oh my god. Immaculate shit. I'm sorry, the lone string hanging down sadly fucking destroys me. I think that's the funniest shit, dog. The symbolism of this is genuinely you couldn't write something better than this. If you wrote this into a novel, your editor would send it back to you saying it's a little bit too on the nose. This is genuinely crazy levels of literary right now. Oh my god, they couldn't even be bothered.
America hanging on by thread.
It's so thoroughly dog shit in every conceivable way. And I know that this is a relatively, in the grand scheme of things, like, this is a small thing to criticize, but it's just so Trump. This is what Donald Trump is. Cheap, ineffective, hollow. Like, it's truly just the barest skinnings of America. And very fucking stupid. Indeed. And, to really, you might be like, well, Jack, you're not being fair, all right? You're not being fair to Donald Trump. You can't just say someone's fucking stupid without having any evidence. That's mean. That's just really mean. And Rainbow Krampus, thank you for the membership. Here's an excerpt from a book that dropped recently. Specifically, the Maggie Haberman book with Jonathan Swan co-authoring. I'm going to just read this out loud to you guys. After they wrapped up their research, the authors sat down with Trump to check their facts. He drifted on to why his love affair with Venezuela went back to his years of owning the Miss Universe pageant, which featured many beautiful Venezuelans. What he really wanted to relate was a conversation he had had with a historian, whose verdict was that Trump was, quote, without question, the most powerful man the planet had ever known by a long way, unquote. The historian had sent Trump a 2-page memo from which he read, quote, if President Trump is the American eagle, then William the Conqueror was merely a sparrow, unquote. Curious about the identity of the historian, Swan tracked down a golf caddy in Florida who confessed a passion for history. Everything is so stupid right now. Everything is so stupid. That's sad. It's deeply sad. It's deeply sad because Donald Trump is bragging about a golf caddy and calling him a historian in order to try and impress 2 journalists who are about to drop a book that's gonna fucking shit all over his entire work and his entire career as president and political figure. But he's too dumb to know that, and he's too dumb to realize that saying something like that, they're obviously gonna check it. And now all of this to say, of course, that when we actually get to the things that matter, the substantive issues that are happening with Donald Trump's second term here, everything is getting stupider at an ever-accelerating pace, right? Specifically, I want to point you guys towards this article published earlier today by CNN. Speaker Johnson sends bipartisan housing bill to White House, but Trump says it's a yawn. Now, this bill is supposed to help keep people in their houses, which even Republicans recognize is something of a necessity. You can't, in fact, have all your working class people unhoused. That is not particularly good for productivity. And so there has been a bipartisan bill on housing getting pushed through Congress. Both the Senate and the House have signed it. And Donald Trump said, I'm not going to sign it unless you guys add the SAVE Act to it, which of course, amending the bill with the SAVE Act would lose all of the bipartisan support that allowed it to go through Congress in the first place, which would just kill the bill. But Donald Trump has been particularly insistent on this front, and Mike Johnson sent it to him anyway. And in response to getting this bill that, again, is designed to keep people in their homes, Donald Trump, when asked about it, said, "Big deal. It's a yawn. It's too boring to keep people in their houses. I want the torches and pitchforks now." This is like, we're getting, like, I don't think people understand, and specifically I don't think Republicans understand that every fucking day, if you're paying attention to what Donald Trump is saying, he's effectively saying, let them eat cake every day to working class Americans. Oh, they want to stay in their homes? Yawn. I'm gonna go take a nap. How boring. Can't wait until they do something interesting, like storm the Bastille. It's insane. It's insane. Now, the thing is that I find extra funny about this, that if Donald Trump doesn't sign this bill, it does automatically become law in 10 days, because Congress is still in session. And if he vetoes it, the amount of patience that Republicans in Congress have is diminishing by the day, right? Like, he's already made a lot of enemies in the Senate by stabbing John Cornyn in the back. He has already made a lot of enemies in the House because he keeps playing around with this legislation and the things that he wants to do. And this all is just... I gotta be completely honest with you. Like, Donald Trump is just fixating, like someone who is spiraling the drain with dementia. He's fixated on certain ideas. He can't get them out of his head. And one of those ideas is the Save America Act that would have voter ID laws imposed federally, which is a non-starter for Democrats. And, we can get into why that is, of course, anytime. The long and short of it is that the history of voter ID laws have been pushed exclusively by corporate interests as a way to disenfranchise the most impoverished people in the country, which traditionally have been African Americans. Though it does cut across racial lines, to affect a lot of different poor folks. And for obvious reasons, disenfranchising people generally frowned upon by Democrats. People don't like it. The fact that we're getting this close to the line on all of it, but Donald Trump can't stop obsessing about the reflecting pool. He can't even be bothered to negotiate on Iran. Because he's bored. He's bored of Iran now. He's talked about this openly multiple times now. He's bored of Iran. He wants to move on. And I gotta be honest, on top of all of that, he's sending out people from his administration to talk about how they are going to take away your healthcare, right? That's what this purpose of putting Dr. Oz out there is. Look at this asshole.
Historically, Obamacare had 9 million people on it. 9 million people. This year, over 23 million people apparently signed up. But of the people who signed up, 40% never used the insurance. Let me ask you a question, John. You have health insurance. Do you use it once a year? Buy a prescription, you go visit a doctor, call somebody?
If I don't use it once a day, it's pretty infrequent.
Well, in Obamacare right now, 40% of the people ostensibly signed up never used the insurance. So it raises, again, the reality that there are many people who are signed up who are getting paid for but don't believe they have the insurance, don't know they have insurance, didn't want the insurance. And these brokers are able to make a ton of money off the American taxpayer. So, of course, the Democrats are arguing aggressively that any people who leave Obamacare is only happening because of the enhanced premium subsidies that were put in place for a short period of time during COVID by the Democrats. That's not right. The reality is we have a lot of fake people on the policies. We want them off because they don't want the insurance. They're covered elsewhere, or at least they never wanted to be in this program if they want other
Like the crazy thing, I'll let him finish. Then I'll get
Once it's fine, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. And what Secretary Kennedy announced on this video is really critical.
Yeah.
1 million people with fake Social Security numbers, that's an insult to the American people. We're not going to tolerate.
Yeah, you referenced.
So just to be clear here, here's an article from 4 hours ago. Here is a think tank independent source on health policy research, polling and news called KFF, right? Here we go. Affordable Care Act marketplace enrollment is down by 3 million after big jump in premium payments. Let's see. New federal data released Friday, June 26, shows ACA marketplace enrollment dropped 13% following the expiration of enhanced premium tax credits at the beginning of this year. Enrollment fell from a high of 22.1 million people in 2025 to 19.2 million people in February of 2026. Now, Dr. Oz here is sitting there trying to tell you, well, that's because people just didn't use it. And so they aren't, they clearly they didn't need it. So, and I have to say, the reason people have insurance isn't because they know they're going to need to use it. It's in case they have to use it. It is a contingency plan in case they get hit by a bus, because nobody is sitting there being like, I'm planning on getting diabetes. I'm planning on having heart palpitations. I'm planning on getting hit by a bus. Nobody is sitting there planning on that. The reason people have insurance, even if they don't need it, is in case something bad happens to them. It's so that they can, if there is an emergency, they can have that covered and they aren't left bankrupt. And if there isn't an emergency, they can have their preventative health care covered. So you're not spending, $10,000 on your ambulance trip to the hospital. You're not spending, $5,000 because you needed like a CT scan unexpectedly. Like this isn't hard to figure out why people might want and or need insurance. And the entire argument he's making is that, well, the people who don't use it, they're actually scammers. It's actually an evidence of fraud that people don't need to use healthcare. And the entire reason healthcare as an industry is profitable is because people pay into it when they don't need it, so that it can pay out when some people do need it. Like, it's so frustrating. And he's sitting there lying about how the insurance works. He's sitting there lying about the enrollment numbers. He's sitting there lying directly to people's faces in order to get them to clap, while the government strips healthcare from people in the millions so that companies can get wealthier and wealthier, so that billionaires can get more and more billions. It's truly disgusting. And like, that is the state of the current Trump administration. Just abject horror, grotesque incompetence, a complete cratering in popularity, and all of that combined, that's exactly why Donald Trump is so desperate to get the SAVE Act passed by Congress. Because he knows his support is cratering. He knows that when he goes out on stage at the Great American State Fair and he sees practically nobody came, he knows, oh shit, we need to rig this election as much as we possibly can in our favor. He knows. And that's why, through the courts, through his legislation, he's been trying to get the worst shit through imaginable that will help him out and help Republicans out come the election, the election year in 2028. All that being said, you got to organize against this, folks. Republicans are projecting a lot of strength right now, but as you have been able to see from the completely empty fields behind Dr. Oz, it turns out, there's not a lot of strength there in the Republican electorate. Now more than ever, we need people organizing within their Democratic Party and within their DSA so that we can make sure that we get a government that works for working people instead of the biggest donors to the Democratic Party, right? So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Let's make every DSA like the New York City DSA. Let's make every one of your local Democratic branches a branch that works for working people. And we can help you make that happen. We can help you get started doing that. So join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing with your local Dems. She's been an organizer for years. She can help plug you in directly with your local Democratic Party, give you tips and tricks on how to navigate that and move people further to the left. And reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA or getting a chapter off the ground. She has years of experience doing this. She can help you. She's helped other people in our community do that for their own local areas. We want you to get started organizing because that is the name of the game. For years, Republicans have been organizing. They organized with Moms for Liberty. They organized for school boards. They organized all the way from the bottom up to the top. And that support structure is something we need to build on the left because we need to build something that is capable of winning, not just on the local level, not just on the state level, but on the national level too. So folks, organize, organize, organize.
Did you see Stephen Miller's crash out last week about how the electorate is changing so much against MAGA? He was on the verge of throwing things.
I haven't yet, but we will be looking at that in an upcoming segment. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And also, folks, hit the like button if you got anything out of this. Hit the subscribe button. Leave a comment. What do you think about the emptiness of the fields, the hollowness of the accoutrement for the Great American State Fair, and of course, the dog shit policies? Let me know in the comments what you think. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going.
Riverboat Jack is coming to town. All the viewers gather.
The right-wing crackdown on trans existence that we're currently witnessing is being fueled by a relentless campaign of dehumanization. And even if anti-trans bigots know that they're not going to be able to turn everyone against trans people, their goal is to at least get enough people to become complacent so that way they can systematically erase them more easier. And I fear that we are kind of reaching that point, but it's not the first time that the US government has waged a war against a marginalized group of people, and it's not even the first time they've done this against the queer community. But one thing that's become apparent over the years is that one of the most powerful tools that we have to fight dehumanization is humanization. And Laverne Cox is one of the most influential individuals doing just that. She is dismantling the big bad trans boogeyman that Republicans have concocted. And I say that because to a lot of Americans, Laverne Cox's character Sophia in Netflix's Orange is the New Black really felt like the first trans person that a lot of Americans ever got to know. And after the show's mainstream success, she was featured on the cover of Time magazine, where they called it the tipping point for trans people in America. But just a decade later, the strides that trans people made to gain visibility started to face real erosion. And it felt like a lot of the social and cultural progress that they had made in the 2010s unraveled, as stories of trans existence were being supplanted by right-wing hysteria over the supposed threat that they pose to society. And in her memoir, Transcendence, she deconstructs the lies told about trans people by right-wingers and talks candidly about the difficulties that she faced growing up as a trans black woman in America. She endured bullying, various forms of queerphobia, racism, conversion therapy, depression, suicidal ideation, sexual assault, harassment. At one point, she even talks about how she lived in an orphanage with her brother Lamar. And after reading her book, I sincerely think that this is one of the most important pieces of queer literature right now, now because she sheds light on the needless cruelty that trans people face, and it gives cis people a reference point for what it's like to actually be trans, which is needed now more than ever, so that way cis people can better understand what their trans friends and family are going through. And I had the privilege of actually getting to talk to Laverne Cox about her memoir, and specifically what it was like to grow up as a trans person in America, and to realize who you are before there was any talk of gender nonconformity or just being trans in general. So here are some highlights from our conversation. Throughout the book, you talk about how you were trans and you knew you were trans before anybody even really knew what that was, before you knew what that was. And I really wanted to go back to the childhood moments from the book, because there's a moment that really stood out to me, and it was the fan moment, right? So you talk about how you won this fan from a Six Flags amusement park, and you started to fan yourself.
Actually, I bought it at the gift shop at Six Flags. Yes, but go on.
Oh, gift shop. Okay, yeah. So if I'm remembering correctly, like you were fanning yourself because you saw people doing this on TV shows. They looked really regal, and that moment ended up becoming really significant in your childhood, at least in my interpretation, because something so innocent and cute that you wouldn't really think is problematic was something that led to adults basically bullying you over, and it led to conversion therapy for you. So you talk about how you were in your classroom and you were fanning yourself, and your teacher took you out of the classroom and told you to do it for another teacher to show them how effeminate that was, which is bad, of course. And then they showed another teacher, and then you end up in conversion therapy with this guy who you described as gay as fuck in your book. Can you just talk about that experience? Because I feel like for a lot of queer people, I don't know if this is true for all queer people, there's a moment in their childhood where their essence becomes undeniable, and either they see it or somebody else sees it. I have that moment myself, but like for you, can you just talk about that moment and how it really changed the trajectory of your life and how you viewed yourself at that time?
It was pivotal it was pivotal because, even the therapy thing, like my mom was a single mother and she worked 4 jobs. We were poor. So like paying for therapy and then being a problem. My mother did not have time for her children to be a problem. She was trying to figure out how to keep the lights on, how to pay the rent, how to put food on the table. And then for me, I started, dancing tap shoes and art supplies for my brother. So being a problem was not something that was good, that I wanted to be. And there's something kind of, in retrospect, ridiculous about, it became a huge family emergency. It became an emergency from my teacher. I was sitting in class fanning myself like Scarlett O'Hara, and it was a way. It was what I did to kind of disassociate, to kind of go into my own fantasy world, because the world around me wasn't so great. And it literally became this inciting incident that led to me sitting in a therapist's office, him asking me if I knew the difference between a boy and a girl. And I said, there is no difference. And the way I reasoned at the time as an 8-year-old was everyone was telling me I was a boy, but I knew I was a girl. So I was like, well, there must not be any difference. And I didn't know. So I'm like, I'm not a boy. I was like, I'm not a boy. So I was like, oh, so there must not be any difference. And then, I thought I had Dr. Patient privilege, but didn't. He tells my mother, and I just my mother yelling at me on the car ride home, and just my so much of my childhood was my mother yelling at me and being very abusive, just sort of unhinged. There was an unhinged quality to my mother's anger and wrath. My therapist thinks that my mother may be a narcissist, and so much of what her issues were what people would say about her, because of how I was behaving. I was a well-behaved student. I made good grades, but yeah, I was femme. And so that was a problem. Luckily for me, though, after the third session, the diagnosis, or the not the diagnosis, but the sort of the care that was suggested was injecting me with testosterone to make me more masculine, was the thing that doctors suggested. And luckily for me, my mother thought that was insane. My mother's kind of not into drugs and medicine. When I started medically transitioning, she wasn't into that, as an adult. So luckily that didn't happen. And years later, I was in a support group here in New York City at the LGBTQ Center for Trans Women. And a trans woman shared a story about when she was 12, she went into conversion therapy and they did inject her with testosterone, copious amounts of testosterone. And so when she finally was time for her to transition, the testosterone had done such a number on her. So feminizing was really, really hard for her. So I feel so lucky that didn't happen to me. But then last year I was doing this, I did a one night only play called The Pansy Craze. It's actually available on Audible right now. And I played a woman named Gladys Bentley, who is a Black lesbian blues singer and pianist who was a superstar during the Harlem Renaissance and during the Pansy Craze. And she wore these male tuxedos, usually white male tuxedos with a top hat. She famously married a white woman. She was openly queer at the time. And she was fabulous. But after the Pansy Craze, she kind of, went out of favor and had to revitalize her career. And many years later, she pops up on the Harpo Marx show in the early 1950s, and she's in a dress and she sings In Their Eyes. And then there's an article in Ebony magazine where she talks about, I think the headline's I'm a Woman Again. And she talks about leaving her sinful ways, finding God, marrying a man. She actually took classes to learn to cook and clean for him. And she was injected with female testosterone, with female hormones. They injected her with estrogen. And this is in the early 1950s. So this is something that doctors were doing for decades as a treatment for gayness and transness. So you're not, so it's for someone who's a gay woman. She did, wear suits. She may have been a little trans, a little gender nonconforming, whatever. But the conflation of sexual orientation and gender identity, it's like, if you're gay, I'm going to inject you with testosterone. If you're a man, and estrogen if you're a woman, and somehow that's going to correct your gay. It's like it actually makes no sense.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah, there's a lot of pseudoscience behind it, and there's just a lot of confusion that adults unwilling to acknowledge the existence of queer people insert into kids. And one moment that stood out to me when you were really young is how you talked about the mixed messages that you got from your mom and from grown-ups who essentially they would always bemoan the kids around the neighborhood because they were hoodlums. But at the same time, they wanted you to be more like those kids because the kids were masculine. And it was utterly confusing to you. I remember you describing it that way in the book because you didn't know what they wanted you to be and you were just you. And one of the takeaways from this book is that if you are trans, your entire life, society subjects you to just this nonstop gaslighting campaign. And it's hard to deal with that, especially when, for you, you're a Gen Xer, and even in your generation, there wasn't necessarily language to describe what gender nonconformity was, what transness was. So you were kind of having to navigate this without knowing what this was, or if there was anybody else like this. Can you kind of just talk about how, despite all of the confusion that society, tried to throw into your life about who you were, how you finally found yourself?
It really was moving out of denial. I always knew that I was a girl. What happened with the conversion therapy, before, there's a pre-conversion therapy and a post-conversion. Before conversion therapy, I danced around all the time. I was myself. I was free. I danced. I fanned myself. I just was Laverne. And after the conversion therapy, I was like, I started monitoring my behavior. I started monitoring how I held my hands and how I walked and how I sat. And so I began to kind of try to modulate myself, and I was constantly watching myself, and it was very exhausting, and I wasn't very good at it either. Even as I was monitoring myself, my femme just could not be contained, and it was the shame, the intense sense of shame that developed too after that. And when I talk about shame, I specifically referring to Brene Brown, the way she defines it. She says that guilt is, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, and shame is, I'm sorry, I am a mistake. And so the book is in 3 parts. The first part is what's wrong with me. Second part is what happened to me. And the third part is what's right with me. And that, like, I deeply internalized that there was something wrong with me, and that the only thing I can do was to become another person to be acceptable. I have to become a completely different person. And so that's what I tried to do. And I disassociated, and then puberty happened, and I just really disassociated. I just left my body completely until I started medical transition at the age of 26. So you can think about how long that was. So there was, I had heard about, like, when she, and to be clear for people, when Miss Ridgway said I would end up in New Orleans wearing a dress, I don't know if you said that part. So that was what she called my mother and said.
Mhm.
That the idea of that in my mind as an 8-year-old was like, I would be some sort of derelict on the street, that I would be homeless and maybe doing sex work and being not being successful, and being just a cultural societal failure, an outcast, a degenerate. And I was a straight A student. I wasn't going to be a degenerate. So that's how this problem of me being so feminine and potentially ending up in New Orleans wearing a dress was like not something that in my 8-year-old mind was a good thing. It was something that would be meant I was a failure, that I was the worst of the worst, is how I internalized that. So I had seen something, I watched Donahue and I watched, Oprah. So there were like trans people on those shows, and I had heard about transsexuality, and I would always watch. I would always lean in, and but I never associated it with who I was, because I would always see, I think the representations were these, I think women, like some of the women were very elegant and smart, but it felt like they were bimbos, or it felt, I don't know, it was just probably my own internalized transphobia. I just didn't connect to any of those talk show trans women that I would see. And so it was just this. So even as I tried to kind of like suppress my femininity, I when I got to high school and I went to the Alabama School of Fine Arts, and I was in a dorm and I was away from my mother, I started exploring my gender more, and I started wearing girls' clothes and women's clothes, not dresses or skirts, and I started wearing makeup. And so I was, we would have I was gender nonconforming. I didn't have that language then, but for me, I was just expressing myself, and I needed desperately to express myself. There was just something. There was a person, I wanted the world to see me. Like I had this desire to not be misrecognized, to not be, I needed people to see me. And so that was what I did. And it was torture the whole time. And if I could have done something more conventional in terms of gender, I would have, because it would certainly make my life easier. But it just didn't. I mean, the turning point really was it was 1997. I went to San Francisco. I was in a car accident. I got a little settlement, and I was just really stressed out in New York, waiting tables and trying to survive on tips. And then just the daily harassment that I dealt with. Being gender nonconforming, I think, is probably the worst thing you can be. Like, because for a trans woman, like after I started hormones, some people, I was cis assumed by more people. Like there's always someone who's going to read me as trans, but when you're non-binary and you're visibly assigned male at birth, but like you have a full face of makeup and you're wearing a dress and you have long hair, it is, at least in New York, it was, every day was torture walking out of the house. I had to armor up. People would burst out into laughter when I would walk into a bodega or onto a subway car. I was constantly, people would yell, "That's a man, that's a man." And like, it was just, I never felt safe, never. And it was just all of those years of living in New York, dealing with that, but then also my whole childhood of like never feeling safe. And so I went to San Francisco in September of '97, and just like to just get away. And I was staying with my brother. He was living there at the time. And like the third night I was there, I like had a nervous breakdown and like shaved my head. And I was like, I'm going to try to be a boy. And it was just too much. It was just like the day to day of like what I had to deal with as a gender nonconforming person was just, I was so exhausted. I was so exhausted from it.
Yeah, you can tell in the book as well, that moment was really pivotal. And it was also so hard to read because before that moment, you were finally starting to really embrace who you are, feel more comfortable in your own skin. You had been wearing Salvation Armani, as you described it, thrift clothing that you had kind of fashioned into your own style and whatnot. And, you were doing more things to make you feel comfortable. And at that moment, it was shocking to read because it felt like after you had made so much progress in self-love and accepting yourself, society had effectively bullied you into being something that you're not. And so when I read that particular passage of you shaving your head and having that nervous breakdown, it almost made me tear up because it was really difficult to see how even when you start to really love yourself and embrace who you are, society always has a way of beating you back down. And so that was a significant point in the book. And one thing that was really, just as a cis person, that was shocking to me is even if you start to flirt with gender nonconformity, there are parameters that were put up back then, which isn't that long ago, but there were parameters put up that really made it so that way there were still acceptable ways to be non-conforming. And there was a passage I actually wanted to read.
Yeah, please.
So it was about when you had kind of gotten to know some drag queens. And I just want to read this because I wanted you to kind of like expand on this. So you write, there were some drag queens who felt like you're a boy during the day and then you do drag at night. But if you mixed it like I did, if you were dressed in the daytime or wearing makeup, this was seen as strange. And this was at a time when just being trans was still something that was viewed as taboo. You can dress as a different gender, but you just have to do it only as something that's temporary and fleeting. You can't have that be your permanent identity. And just like, can you talk about the struggles with that? Because that to me was something that was like, as a cis person, I've never had to deal with that. So it was really shocking to read that because it's just so sad that even when you start to defy norms and, reject the gender binary, there's still so much things that society tells you you have to do to align, even in those circumstances where you're already outside of the norm.
Community, yeah. I remember not caring. I remember like being really surprised. So by the time, I was at Indiana University when this had happened, and I had already, I think, read my first Bell Hooks book. And so there was this drag queen who I knew did drag and was like talking shit about me and saying basically suggesting I was mentally ill or something was wrong with me because I was, wearing makeup and dresses during the day. I kind of thought it was funny, but there was also like an irony of drag queens sort of like dictating, but there are people, there's like trans women who try to police other trans women to this day. And there's like, that still exists. And so I thought it was funny. It didn't affect me, but I thought it was important to put in the book because this intra-community conflict or differences of how we should present have always existed and persist. And, what I've been saying to people now is that like, the fascists actually, they don't even distinguish between you and me. They really do.
Yeah.
They oh, he's gay. Oh, she's okay. All of you go.
They hate
know?
us for the same reason. Like, you're born a certain way, you have to meet these expectations.
And that, I wrote a piece for the New York Times, like 15 years ago. And it was because it was a conversation about, like, should trans people be a part of the LGBTQ community? None of these things are new. And I talked about, like, and I remember talking in the op-ed in the Times about how whether we should be or not, we are, because of the way oppression works. And in the patriarchal imaginary, I love the patriarchal imaginary. You are less of a man if you have sex with another man, and you're less of a man if you are feminized and a woman. So, like, there's not, like, in the patriarchal imagination, there's like a demasculine, like, you're no longer a man if you do certain things. And so the conflation of sexual orientation, gender identity in the patriarchal oppressors' imagination groups us together. And so our fates are, like, linked, whether it's something different or not. When the oppressor isn't educated around their bigotry, right? Around sex. They're just like, this isn't normal, and we must enforce, rigid gender norms at all costs. And we know that this is a very Western colonial construct, that is indeed a construct, and is very Western and is very colonial. And so people who insist on, being anti-trans and enforcing this gender binary model are enforcing a very colonial model that is tied to white supremacy as well as transphobia.
It's all interconnected. And one thing that the way I visualize it is that there's the good, as society would describe it, if you are assigned male at birth. And the further you sway away from that good, which is masculinity, the worse off you are, the more bad you are. Whereas, at that moment with the drag queens in the book, it brought up this idea of, this trope in the gay male community where there was this idea that was derogatory, where it's like, no fats, no femmes. I remember this, to where, even if you are within this community, it still exists. Absolutely. The health standards and whatnot, or the beauty standards for, like, queer people, that's a different subject too. But, like, even within this community where you should be accepted, there's still expectations, because the further you get away from that masculine good, the worse you are perceived. And one thing in the book that really struck me, just as a cis person, is how similar trans people are to cis people, in the sense that they just know what their gender is. Right. And, like, I have a trans niece right now, and ever since she was able to make decisions that would be seen as gendered, such as the toys that she likes, the movies that she watches, she chose female. And I did the same thing, albeit as a cis kid. I just always gravitated toward male things. I'm gay, so, I have feminine qualities, but it's not necessarily going to be the same thing. And one thing that I've started to notice, and I'm sure you've noticed this too, and I think it's probably more prevalent with UK transphobes, is that there's this pseudo pro-gay, anti-trans talking point that, like, there's no such thing as trans kids, and the parents of trans kids are essentially misreading what is homosexuality, and they're turning their kids trans.
They're tomboys. They're
tomboys. And to me, that's so frustrating, because, like, as somebody who is cis but gay, like, you could tell from a really early age that I was different. I didn't know what gay was, but if my parents tried to push me into being trans, if they tried to put me in a dress, I would throw a temper tantrum, because I wouldn't feel comfortable in that. And so they genuinely don't see trans people as discovering their gender in the way that cis people do. And I find that so frustrating, because, like, if you read through your book, it's evident that, like, you were not pushed by no means towards being trans. And there's still this idea in society that, like, there's no such thing as a trans kid. It's the liberal parents who are hyper progressive who are pushing their kids towards this, when it is painful to be a trans kid.
For them to come up with that narrative too, is like, no right-wing narratives are really usually based in any kind of empirical reality. But
Right.
it's like it's full whole cloth, because like the parent, like a lot of conservative parents. Debbie Jackson was this amazing woman. I think she's from Mississippi. She was testifying before the state legislature many years ago, and she said, there's a lot of ideas about parents of trans kids, that they're liberal. I'm conservative. I'm a Republican. I voted for blah blah blah. That we're atheists. I'm a Christian. Like, she was like this Christian conservative woman whose child said that I'm trans, and she had to figure it out. It's not something she was like, okay, let's go. She was like skeptical, and she took the child to the therapist and the doctor. These are things that parents, I know so many parents of trans kids. I don't know any parent who's been like, let's do it. It's like pediatrician, therapist. How, like, is this gonna go away? It's a whole. Then if they are conservative and they have to grapple with it, I met a parent in Seattle. I was in Seattle. She was liberal, and so she accepted her child, but it wasn't just like, okay, it's like doctor, therapist, pediatrician, like, how do we? And then if you are wrestling with it, you have to pray. You have to, like, none of these things are taken lightly, and the insanity that they're pushing, that people are just that the suggestion that our dementia addled, pedophile, dictator president, that you go to school one day and you get a procedure and you come home. And I'm like, with my girlfriends and I were joking, like, where is that school? Where is that school where you can
We
go?
get free healthcare in America now? What?
Free healthcare and then come out the same day? Girl, like, where's that? I'm like, please tell me. The girls would love to know where this school is, Trop, where you go in the morning and you come out. Like,
right.
It doesn't work that way. I mean, like, wouldn't that be amazing? Like, honestly, for like the girl, it's like the girls were like, where's that school?
Right. It's agonizing. And a lot of times, and you read about this as well in the book, that, this is not something that your mom took lightly. When you and your brother Lamar were heckled, I believe you were leaving a mall, and, there were these bullies that hurled F-slurs at you and your brother. Your mom went home, and then she later was really apoplectic about the fact that, like, oh my God, am I raising these kids wrong? She described it a different way. But, and I remember my mom doing the same thing, or saying the same thing to me, even though she accepted me when I had come out. She asked me, what was that?
How old were you when this? Tell me about that moment.
So when I came out, I was 22 years old. And I remember my mom asking me, like, was it anything that I did? She was okay with it by the time I had come out, despite making homophobic comments previously, because that was just the default. But I remember her asking me, like, what was it that I did, in your opinion, or was there anything that I did to make you this way? And it was like, no. And I would, like, recall moments in my childhood where you could really tell that I was very obviously different. Like, there was, much like, you were growing up as well. When you're super young, there's no word to it. Like, kids who are 5 aren't saying, I'm gay, I'm trans. They're just kind of being themselves. And the only difference in society today. Exactly. Exactly.
I still am gobsmacked at the 3-year-olds and 5-year-olds knowing the F slur and knowing sissy. I didn't even know what these words were. So my first interactions with kids, I'm being called a sissy, I'm being called the F slur. And I'm like, what is it? I didn't even know what it was, but they knew. And
so
they learn it.
And then the one thing, though, that is different is that parents are no longer basically bullying their own kids. Some parents aren't bullying their own kids, rather than saying, hey, you have to act like a boy, or you have to act like a girl, or don't be a sissy. That's one thing I was told by my dad. That's changed because, like, your kid is just being themselves. Like, we have, like, conservatives
in some families, there's still a lot of there's still a lot of, particularly in Black communities, and there's still a lot of, this isn't acceptable. There have been celebrities who've come out and said, I would beat my child if they were gay. And so there is still this, and when you mentioned earlier, like, when my mother was like, you never leave this house and all the other kids are out there doing this and you're not normal. Like, there are there are black people, maybe non-black people, but I don't know. But I'm more familiar with my community, who would almost rather you be a criminal and a drug dealer than like trans or gay, and because at least that was like masculine and patriarchal. I mean, the extent to which so many people have internalized some of the most negative aspects of like patriarchy and toxic masculinity is shocking. That they would rather have a toxically masculine child than a gay or trans child is really fucked up. To me, I'm anti-patriarchy. I'm like, I'm not. I think these things are very problematic, but it is telling.
It's not just your community too, because I remember somebody who I had come out to had they were really struggling to accept it, and I told them like, listen, it's not something I'm doing to be like rebellious or anything like that. Like, this is something I struggled with since I started going through puberty, and I even made like this suicide pact with myself to never accept it. And that person later told somebody it would have been better off if he like just offed himself. So there really is this idea that like being queer is the worst thing that you can be, even worse than being a criminal, because at least you're still straight and normal. You know what I mean? So I resonate with what you say there.
Yeah, no, and it's the I'm assuming this isn't a friend anymore. For him to say it would have been better if he had offed himself, that I think that underlies a lot of what is going on in this country now with as the Lemkin, Institute has said, their genocide experts have said that we're on a slow walk towards genocide of trans people. That there are a lot of people who feel like well, if you can't, conform, you should just die, and that is unfortunately a reality. That like hate crimes have escalated. We know, according to Trevor Project, that in states that have trans legislation, the bullying of trans kids like escalates like exponentially, because it's sanctioned by the state. So like people feel emboldened to be even more transphobic. Children, and obviously the whole country, it feels emboldened to be intensely transphobic. It's like the way that we're just such a joke. They'll just like, trans this, men, men and women sports, we believe. It's just such a like, and it's just kind of the laziest political argument from conservatives, just like evoking trans people as some like, as we're just like it's just deeply dehumanizing. How successfully they have dehumanized us is something to study. It really is something to study, because it is probably because we're such a small portion of the population. I think the sports question, that sports was the Trojan horse, because bathrooms didn't work. But I think the fairness in sports, but then even the language they use, men and girls sports, that evokes that imagery. It's like a grown man, someone like you, in girls sports. And that is intentional. That is deeply dehumanizing. Gender ideology. I don't know any trans people who use the term gender ideology. That is a turf, that's turf language. But I'm not an ideology. I'm a human being.
Right.
Gender ideology. Gender experts, Judith Butler, people who've written about gender extensively don't use the term gender ideology, it's gender studies, but gender ideology. But it's a great way to stigmatize and dehumanize us. So we're not even people. We're an ideology. We are mentally ill. We are. That Supreme Court case when I was on the trans sports, when, oh my God, the Solicitor General dude, and the oral arguments was like, men who believe, biological men who believe that they're women, like language like that goes a long way to just like deny the manhood of trans men and the womanhood of trans women, a female identifying male, like this crazy language to just make us not the human beings that we are. And then in that dehumanization, because there was a period that's been around a long time when trans issues used to be discussed, they would invite trans people on to actually have those conversations on an MSNBC or a CNN or HLN when that existed. But now they don't, and every people feel emboldened. I was even watching a Breaking Point with Crystal and Sagler, and I love Crystal. That they were talking about and trying to be reasonable, but they were talking about trans folks, no trans person there, and then I think Crystal said, well, children transitioning is something that can be debated and something that we should discuss. And I was just sort of like, why? Do you have a trans kid?
Mm-hmm.
Are you a doctor? Are you the parent? Are you the trans kid yourself? Why is it your fucking business? It's actually none of your business. The fact that that everybody feels like they can debate whether the healthcare. If a child had cancer, or some other health condition, and there were board certified, protocols and procedures that were in place to save that kid's life, to treat that cancer, to treat that, diabetes, whatever it is, people wouldn't be going on CNN and debating whether we should treat the kid with cancer. They would say, go to the doctor and let the doctors handle it. But with trans people, because somehow, and it's I hate the language of culture war. I hate it. And because it's not I guess for them it's a culture war, but for me it's about my civil rights. It's not a culture war for me when I don't drive, but if my driver's license is invalidated overnight and I can't get an ID that reflects my gender identity, that's not a culture war. That's a civil rights issue. And ID documents are actually supposed to identify who you are. When the Passport Bureau in the 1970s changed the law, allowing trans people to change their passports with the surgery requirement. So, it's they weren't so progressive in the 70s. What you had to do back in the day is you would get a temporary passport for a year pending surgery. And that assumed that every trans person was going to have surgery, which every trans person doesn't. And I'll never forget being at the Calhoun Community Health Center in the early 2000s. And I was in the waiting room, and a trans woman, I didn't realize she was trans actually, but this woman sits down next to me and she tells me she's trans. And she was singing with a gospel group, and they had a gig overseas, and her temporary passport had expired, but she hadn't had surgery. And so she was trying to get a doctor to say she had surgery so she can get a passport, and no one in the gospel group knew she was trans, right? So this is 2005. So her traveling, if she had gotten a passport that said male, no one knows that she's trans. The safety issues and I know other trans women I met back in the day, she wasn't able to change her passport to female, so she was traveling internationally, and it said male, and she was like, I'm trans, and they were like, what? We don't know. What are you talking about? And she ended up being strip searched, and then they let her in. But these are the things that happen when we don't have ID documents that reflect who we are. And then, God forbid, you're in a country where being trans is illegal and they kill us for being trans, and you need to go there for whatever reason, and you don't have an ID document that reflects that. That's just one thing. But access to another thing they're doing is trying to get the records of trans people from healthcare providers. They're trying to get records of everyone who's trans, kids and adults, and it's a list. And I'm like, this is supposed to be private, but it's also, when you look at what's happened in Cleveland, I think you covered it, but the Cleveland clinic basically capitulated to the administration and closed their gender transition clinic, closed it, paid a fine of $300,000 to the federal government. And then the federal government's like, that's not enough. So they are now committed to opening a detransition clinic in Cleveland, a detransition clinic. And we know statistically that it's less than 1% of trans people actually detransition. So Where are you going
There's
to
a
find
higher regret rate for knee surgery.
Exactly. So are we forcibly detransitioning people? And the answer is yes. They're already doing it in prisons now,
Yeah.
right? So the Prison Rape Elimination Act and other policies that have existed over the years have basically stated that when you're incarcerated, that you are entitled to medical care. Just because you are incarcerated does not mean that you should not get medical care. And if you are trans and you are, being treated for that, if you're getting estrogen or testosterone or whatever, that treatment has to continue. That's the law. Anyone with a health condition has to have their they have to be treated medically. It's cruel and unusual punishment. It's a violation of the 8th Amendment if you don't. And so how sad it was in 2019 when Kamala Harris was asked about this, people who are undocumented and who were seeking refugee status, who were trans, who were being treated, and she did say I would follow the law, but people need a little more, that it's actually anyone with a medical condition in prison, they're still human beings too, and they deserve health care, and trans people are human beings and we deserve access to health care. But now, under this regime, we are hearing stories about people being forcibly detransitioned in prison. And what a lot of these the bathroom bans, for example, do now, couldn't pass them, but now like 9 states have bathroom bans. It's probably more. These bans criminalize trans people, right? And we've been criminalized before. Cross-dressing used to be illegal. So we had to be wearing 3 articles of clothing associated with the gender you were assigned at birth, or you would be arrested. So trans people were routinely arrested. Cross-dressers, drag queens, trans people were routinely arrested. These anti-cross-dressing laws started right after the Civil War. There were a lot of women who actually fought in the Civil War as men and continued to live as men afterwards. And so there was just this desire to enforce gender. And so the anti-cross-dressing laws sort of emerged after the Civil War. And that's how we know a lot of our trans history, from arrest records, actually.
Wow.
I find that interesting. But so we've been criminalized before. And so you criminalize a population of people. And then we know just from the new Jim Crow is when you criminalize people, then you can detransition them. We understand that there were trans people and gay people in concentration camps in Nazi Germany. And incarceration is a way to control bodies, labor. So it is part of a larger project. Denying us medical care. The sports conversation. That's just such. Laverne is on a rant now. That's such a there's such a non-issue. It's like the way Republicans act, you would think that there was a million trans women who've completely overtaken women's sports. And it is an epidemic that we must pass laws right now to ban trans women and girls from sports. And you would think that it was some kind of emergency based on how many of these bills. I think it's over half the country right now. Mm-hmm. Now it'll be federal, probably with his Supreme Court case. But 27 states, and they've done it with a swiftness to pass these laws. And we know in many states, this lives rent free in my brain. You should do this insert. Stephanie Rule was interviewing the governor of West Virginia many years ago, and he had just signed a bill banning trans girls from sports. And he's like, we can't have someone take advantage. And Stephanie Rule is like, oh, do you have an example of someone in West Virginia who's taking advantage? And he's like, well, no, I don't. He has to say, no, I don't.
Can you give me one example of a transgender child trying to get an unfair advantage? Just one in your state. You signed a bill about it.
No, I can't really tell you one, but I can tell you this, Stephanie. I'm a coach.
Sir, you have no examples of this happening. Why would you take your time to do this? Let's talk about other things that I can give you examples of in your state. According to U.S. News and World Report, West Virginia ranks 45th in education, 47th in healthcare, 48th on the economy, and 50th in infrastructure. If you cannot name one single example for me of a child doing this, why would you make this a priority? I just named 4 things that would seem to me like a much bigger priority.
That is the case in most of these states. I mean, I think Fisher Wells, who is, I think she was was it Kentucky that where Fisher?
Yeah, she was the one known trans athlete in the entire state of Kentucky. Yeah.
And she was the one, it was her field hockey team. She was the one who reconstituted the girls' field hockey team. They didn't have a team and she wanted to play field hockey. She went and found girls who was like, you want to play field hockey? She got the team together. They were practicing and they were finally ready to do their first match. And then she was told she couldn't play. And so I think she was 12. This breaks my heart. She's like a 12-year-old girl, poised, testifying before the state legislature saying, I just want to play sports, and I don't think the team was good. It's a team sport. She's not like dominating it. So she just wanted to play with her friends and they banned her. The one trans girl in the state that they knew of banned her, wrote a whole law for one girl. It
speaks to how unserious these people really are. And it's, when you go back to like 2022, 2023, I'm sure you remember this too, there was I think it was AP that posted this analysis, but they spoke to like 20 somewhat attorneys general throughout the country, and not a single one of them could provide an example of trans athletes that they wanted to ban. And the researchers who have looked into this, they have found 5 known trans athletes at the K through 12 level across the entire country. And at the collegiate level, it's around 100. But like, if you look at where most of these stories are focused, when you can find an anecdote, it's at the elementary level. You think high school sports, it's just 5. So, I mean, like, is it really worthwhile to legislate against the 5 trans athletes in the country? They think yes, because, it's not necessarily about them. As you said, it was a Trojan horse for them. Like, the goal is to at least get people to find some entry point to where transphobia will be acceptable. And once you get them, you hook them, and then maybe they'll be more open to bathroom bans.
It was a brilliant strategy. They focus tested it. They are so well funded.
It was.
They focus tested it. It was a brilliant strategy because then it's like, well, this trans thing has gone too far. They're taking it too far. And so then it's a brilliant way to dehumanize us. I didn't want to talk about sports for a long time because people like will get in you'll see a Joe Rogan getting the weeds about like a male puberty and our joints being bigger or our bones being bigger. So you're already reducing trans people to like testosterone levels, joints and bones, bone structure. So it's objectifying and by nature dehumanizing. So it's a perfect dehumanization tool. And then so people are not seeing us as human, and then we have to protect the children. We have to protect the children, the old trope.
Every single time.
What's really going on is that I really believe a few things. Trans people are the solution, right? I believe we're actually the solution. If we can be assigned a certain gender at birth, understand that we're not that, and make a decision to live authentically and to define gender on our own terms, everybody can do it. That is a fundamental threat to cis hetero patriarchal structures. It is a fundamental threat to that because women can make and it's really about controlling women. We don't hear about trans men, right? Unless, I mean, like Matt Walsh, like he wants them detransitioned so if they're white, so they can have babies.
Right.
And I think what I find really interesting with like so many of the Republican, because there are some. I mean, when Dylan Mulvaney was getting all of the vitriol and that she was getting, and other trans women, they were all white. There was even Dave Chappelle, like every time he talks about trans people, they're always white because his if he acknowledges that Black trans people exist, every argument he makes falls apart, because all of his arguments are about like trans people, gay people getting rights before Black people. Like that's his thing. And talking about Caitlyn Jenner's privilege, that all falls apart when you acknowledge that like there are Black trans people. So this is always racialized. And speaking of which, all of these anti-trans policies disproportionately hurt women, cis women. Just we know this empirically, we know it statistically, and we know it in sports. Black women have always been accused of being men in sports, and the genetic testing that they're now doing in the Olympics that they realized in the late 90s was detrimental to women. They've brought it back in this anti-trans panic. And it's not, and in the 22 years that trans women have been allowed to compete in the Olympics, how many trans women have competed in the Olympics? One, sort of. This Laura Hubbard woman, she was Australian, she was a weightlifter. She made it to qualifying, but didn't make it past qualifying. So I don't even know if that counts as like actually competing. So this is like a very generous, like, so in 22 years, like we've been able to compete in the Olympics, and there hasn't been a trans woman. There have been some non-binary athletes who were assigned female at birth who've competed, but no trans women who've competed in the Olympics. And now there's data. I don't like to get into the data because it feels irrelevant, but now there's data because we actually are studying trans women. There's so few actual studies that had decent sample sizes, because I went on this deep dive, that had decent sample sizes that actually looked at needing enough trans women who were actually athletic, and we exist, but it's not like a lot of us, who were athletic pre-transition and then post-transition. There weren't big enough sample sizes, but now some of the new research suggests that actually for trans women having bigger frames and being on estrogen can actually put us at disadvantages in certain sports. It all depends on the sport, because we have these bigger frames that we don't have the energy to accommodate with our estrogen levels. My estrogen, my testosterone is like minuscule. So it's all, I hate getting into the science of it, but it's all ridiculous, because ultimately what it does is it's another roundabout way to police all women. To if you're not woman enough, so then all of a sudden, if you're a woman who's a little butch, you cut your hair. Like there was a girl in high soccer or something in like the Midwest who had just cut her hair, and a grandfather in the stands like, that's a boy, that's a boy, that's a boy.
Right.
Are out of control. And then like she had just cut her hair. So there's this girl, like, this is just all so unnecessary, but it becomes a way to police gender. This is this is the one way to be a woman, and like putting people in their roles. It puts more women of color at risk in sports and makes their lives more difficult. In bathrooms, more women are being accosted cis women are being accosted in bathrooms than trans women, when people are like, have been, these bounties that have been given out to go and find trans women in bathrooms and report them. It's never actually a trans woman. I haven't seen a video of an actual trans woman. I've seen multiple videos go viral of butch or masculine cis women like being accosted in the bathroom. So all of this. So it's like in these, and then it's also important to know. I think that I don't know that I figured this trans sports case that the Supreme Court that decision is going to come down. I'm assuming they're going to ban trans girls from sports. And I don't know if you followed that case, but the way they argued it was so narrow that basically it was like this one girl, the category of trans woman that ACLU and Lambda Legal were arguing is a trans woman who's medically transitioned and reduced her testosterone levels to a certain point so that she doesn't have an advantage, right? Because the science actually proves that she doesn't if she has suppressed her testosterone to a certain level. So it was that narrow. So the solicitor was, so if a man didn't take testosterone, but didn't take estrogen, but declared that he was a woman, would this apply to him? No, it wouldn't. If they were not, it was very narrowly So it's not even, so it's a very narrow argument that they made, which was smart. But there was one point, when you listen to oral arguments, where the Solicitor General, the very transphobic, said that called estrogen a performance enhancing drug. That like if a man takes estrogen, he's still a man and he shouldn't be competing against women. And it's the insistence. It really is like, you know, I've said this for years, but that the idea that like what you're assigned at birth is always and only what you will ever be, that you can never, that basically that trans people don't exist, but it also suggests that intersex people don't exist, which is
right.
It's just insanity. And the bigotry. I mean, we're a good scapegoat, right? But also we're a good scapegoat for a lot of reasons, but we are also part of the Christian nationalist agenda of like getting men and women in their place, right? Like it's part of a larger project.
All right. Hey ho, let's go. This is Resistance Radio, where the bugs evolve, the data doesn't lie, and we believe that public health is the original human right. I'm your host, Mark Allen Derry, and welcome back. I'm sorry I've been gone for a few days. This week, science has given us a story that begins over 5,000 years ago in Siberia and ends somehow in the underfunded clinics of Eastern Congo and the budget offices of DC. And if you bear with me, all this will connect. So for this first segment, let's talk about the oldest plague. Researchers publishing in Nature this week dropped a genuinely stunning finding. They found that Yersinia pestis DNA, that's the bacteria that causes the plague, the Black Death, the disease that caused a third of the deaths of Europe in the 14th century. They found those in skeletons of hunter-gatherers who died over 5,000 years ago in Siberia. To put that number in perspective, over 5,000 years ago is roughly twice as far back as the founding of Rome. So these weren't farmers or city dwellers. These were small nomadic bands of people. And somehow 40% of the ones studied showed evidence of active plague infection. That detection rate, by the way, is roughly the same as what researchers find in victims of the Black Death itself. Now, what's remarkable here is that earlier science told us that plague probably wasn't killing people in large numbers that long ago, that those early strains were less dangerous. This study turns that assumption upside down. These ancient strains were already lethal, and they seem to have been particularly lethal, not surprising, to the young. There are genetic traits in those early strains, traits that made them especially dangerous to children that simply don't exist in today's form of bacteria. The bacteria essentially evolved. It changed. The version that killed a third of the 14th century Europe was different from the one stalking those Siberian communities 5 millennia ago. So what does a 5,500-year-old Siberian skeleton have to do with 2026? Everything. Pathogens jump from animals to humans. They evolve. They find new populations. And when those populations lack the infrastructure to detect, contain, or treat infection, people die in numbers that are hard to comprehend. That's not ancient history. That's actually this week. And this segues into our next segment, which is Ebola and the infrastructure debt. Right now, as we know, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, there's a growing Ebola outbreak caused by the Bundibugyo strain, a strain for which we have no vaccine, no specific approved treatment, and a case fatality rate now hovering around about 25%. Think about it. 1 in 4 people confirmed to have this disease are dying from it. The African CDC Director General Jean Cassier warned this week that if this outbreak isn't stopped soon, it will be worse than the 2014-2016 West African epidemic, the one that killed over 11,000 people across Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. I was in West Africa during that outbreak. Those numbers represent entire communities hollowed out. It was devastating. The current count, more than 837 confirmed cases and 196 deaths, in the DRC alone, with tens of thousands of contacts that are untraced. That translates to tens of thousands of people who are possibly exposed and never found. The response teams on the ground, they report that they don't have enough personnel to identify suspected cases. They don't have enough ambulances to transport the sick. They don't have enough construction materials to build the isolation wards where patients need to go. This is what infrastructure debt looks like when it comes due. Now, there is an experimental treatment that's referred to as the MBP 134, made by MAP Biopharmaceutical, that advocacy groups are urgently pushing the U.S. government to fast track for trials and emergency use in affected countries. As of this week, this drug is still largely sitting in development. When 1 in 4 patients are dying and you have a candidate treatment, keeping it on the shelf is not caution, it's a choice, and communities in the Congo are paying the price for it. Now, to the credit of the international community, the EU did pledge 493 million euros. That's more than $500 million for the Ebola response this week. The U.S., through the State Department, has committed $270 million total. Okay, these are real numbers, but the question isn't how much money is being pledged after an outbreak begins. It's what happened to the surveillance systems, the health workers, and the laboratory networks that were supposed to stop it before it reached its already more than 800 cases. The answer to that question leads us straight back home, which segues us into segment 3, the home front. While Congo fights Bundibugyo with inadequate ambulances and no licensed treatments, the United States is having its own quiet crisis. The UN just released a report showing that globally, PrEP, that's pre-exposure prophylaxis, the daily pill that prevents HIV infection, was taken by more than 1 million fewer people in 2025 compared to 2024. That's actually a 38% decline. In some countries, condom funding has been cut by over 90%, and HIV testing fell by 22% in the highest burdened nations. To put that in human terms, if you lined up 1 million people who lost access to PrEP, they'd fill every seat in the Superdome over 14 times over. Each one of those people is now navigating HIV risk without a tool that could protect them. And in Washington, a plan is moving forward to take the CDC out of its role overseeing PEPFAR, the landmark global HIV program that runs disease surveillance networks, laboratory infrastructure, and childhood immunization programs in some of the world's most vulnerable countries. The handoff to the State Department is scheduled for October 1st. PEPFAR isn't just HIV meds, it's a tripwire system for the next outbreak. Removing the CDC from managing it, and you remove some of the best eyes that we have on emerging threats abroad. Meanwhile, here in the US, measles, the disease that we officially eliminated in this country in the year 2020, has already surpassed 1,100 cases in 2026, with an outbreak in Virginia's Buckingham County alone, accounting for over 88 confirmed cases in just 1 month. ACEP, the committee responsible for vaccine recommendations, has not met since December 2025. So add on top of that, 95% of the CDC staff surveyed said that Americans will die because of ongoing federal cuts to the agency. This is not a prediction. It's a description of what's already happened. So you have an ancient plague in those Siberian skeletons. They didn't care how old the hunter-gatherers were or how fast they ran or how sharp their spears were. It found them when they were vulnerable, isolated, and without treatment and without infrastructure. 5,500 years later, that lesson hasn't changed. The bugs don't negotiate. They don't care about budget cycles or political appointments or whether a committee has been allowed to meet or not. The bacteria and the viruses are doing exactly what they've always done. The only question is whether the people in charge of protecting us are doing theirs. This is Resistance Radio, where we believe that surveillance and solidarity are the only vaccines that work against every pathogen, and defunding public health is not fiscal conservatism. It's biological recklessness dressed up in a budget spreadsheet. So see you next time. Stay informed, stay angry, and stay protected. Resistance Radio, where natural selection selects resistance, and good policy should too. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Environmental Coffeehouse with Scott Brown and Sandy Shellis tonight, the new duo, possibly sometimes. Scott's going to help me from retiring. And he's and also and Antonio mutual aid. I love it. Welcome everybody, and thank you, Kim, for moderating, and Alex, and I don't know, Linda, thank you for being here. Everybody, Poppy, all of you, thank you. So we've got a lot to talk about. We're gonna do clip night too, and Scott and I are going to talk about all these clips, but really the name of the show is Stupidiocracy, because that's where we are living. I mean, this is the stupidicene, the era of stupidiocracy. What can I say? How can I say it? Everything I look at every day just gets fucking worse. And tonight we might be laughing at some of these things because there's so many pathetic things going on that you don't know what to do. You really don't. I mean, between the heat wave we're having here, which was hot, and I think we had a day, Scott, that was like a normal summer day for Atlanta. it was 92 Fahrenheit.
Well, I don't. Yeah, it's been, our summers recently haven't been too bad, which has been, nice. We'll have like a week or two of 90s and like brutality, but it's like a week or two now. I'm feeling it doesn't usually come this early, and I feel like it's going to last a while, and it's pretty brutal already. The humidity's crazy. I mean, you'll go out at like 6 in the morning, and the humidity, it's like still hot, and like you're like still steaming. It's crazy. It's and that always happens some like later in the summer, but usually like July, August. Like, but yeah, it's so and
yucky.
You know, with El Nino, I feel like it'll lag a little bit, and we'll get extra warm fall, but could be worse, I suppose.
I wouldn't mind an extra warm
right now it's
fall.
pretty goddamn hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, at fall, I'm like, I'll take it at fall. Yeah.
Well,
but
for gardening,
the summer,
great for growing shit. I know it's
great
hot.
for a lot of things. Oh yeah.
It's not today. I mean, besides the Supreme
how are you guys?
Court,
Are you guys in the 90s or how?
Yeah, we're in the
what's
90s. We're in the 90s. I haven't made the video yet, but today I took I took 5 really big stainless steel tubs, and I put them in different places all over the property, filled with water for the wildlife. Awesome. And I did not put this video up, but I finally checked my trail cam from a couple of weeks ago, and there was a bear on my property right by my deck. So there's a lot of things going on, a lot of life on this property. But besides gardening and all the shit, I write all that. I do all that on Substack. I have a new one I did this morning. I like to write in the morning. But I wanted to talk about, and I have notes. I wish I had a teleprompter, guys, but you know, I wanted to talk about, well, all the stupid things happening, and I have the Supreme Court decisions, which one of the biggest ones is giving the presidents, which doesn't necessarily mean just Trump, but the independent, to fire people in federal agencies, in these independent agencies. And we're going to talk about the billionaire class, and we're going to talk about we're going to probably touch on a lot of everything. So, Scott, welcome, and I'm going to give you the floor for a couple of minutes. Say hi to everybody while they join us.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Yeah, I mean, it does feel like kind of, you know, at the end of the world, everything is kind of coming together. Like all the what seemed like separate issues and everything's really related. I mean, but especially once you look at it through environmental or climate lens, then because everything falls in that, and it makes everything kind of make sense in the big story. You can put the little stories we have in the smaller history we live in the bigger context, and see, oh, this is, you know, this is the stage we're at. And like with the idiocracy, it's wild. Like we used to have, I really feel like the internet is degraded. So I almost said we have like access to like all the information, so much information. We kind of still do, but it really, like compared to 10 years ago, I feel like 10 years ago we had way more access to just ability to get that
better information.
And access to the total of information, and the media landscape was better, of course. But even just ignoring all the propaganda and everything, and just like being able to access information, not because search engines are broke in favor of AI. And it's like, you know, there'll be, you know, I think we talked about it last time, there'll be scientific studies I'll look up that I've looked up for, you know, 10, 15 years. And now I'm like, I can't even find it anymore, but I know it's real. I've referenced it so many times, and now I'm trying to reference it, and you just can't find it. And you go search, you go through 4 pages, there's ads, there's AI, and then there's all these different kind of search results. And you're like, well, where the fuck is,
right.
Like, I don't have the exact wording, but this, I used to be able to find it. Like, for 10 years, I was able to find it. It's not, it's just, it's
a conspiracy.
It basically, I mean, it is. It's
to make us stupider.
Conspiracy makes it seem a lot more intentional. I just think it's not. I think the elites are really stupid is the thing too. It's like one of the frustrating things about now. It's like we're in this fucking shithole. Everything's fucked. This fascist shithole. We're going to fucking hell. And the people in charge of it, they're not like some kind of intellectual supervillain you can kind of at least respect as being an adversary destroying the world. They're like the dumbest people ever, and then they have dumber people do think they're the smartest people ever, and it's just, yeah. I mean, I don't even know how you would narrow down a story. Like as soon as you asked me last night to talk about stupidiocracy today, I was just been thinking of everything I see. I'm like, well, that could be a topic. That could be a topic. That could be a topic. It's like we're just,
right.
It's like stupidity is now like the main political dynamic in the United States. I mean, I guess it always has been to some degree, but with AI and propaganda and the complete like destruction of media and all kinds of institutions and everything and norms, and I think, how much do you think it has to do with COVID brain rot? I swear COVID has to have had fucked up people's brains, because
I do believe that people that got
I think there's probably a little bit of like vascular constriction in people's brains or something going on. And
maybe
like, there's it feels like at the time,
the long COVID
people just didn't handle it well. Well, there's long COVID too, but I feel like, you know, if you have a little bit of brain damage, how much are you going to notice?
that, and think about the toxicity of everything we breathe, everything we eat in the United States, the food system, and now, you know, glyphosate. God, it's just a full run. Go ahead, glyphosate spray everything with glyphosate, and then you can't sue them when you get cancer, and they're taking away all of the rights. But let's see, I had
Yeah, and on top of with global warming, with, you know, higher carbon dioxide, you know, reduces human cognitive function. Higher temperature reduces human cognitive function. And it's like, okay, this is great because we got this problem because we're stupid in the first place, and now we got AI thinking for us, so our brains are rotting, and then we got, you know, increased temperatures and CO2, just like, and you're gonna breathe wildfire smoke all day every day. You know, it's like
I was looking at that today too.
What we walked right into this. It's not like this was a surprise or something. This was an asteroid. We had 3 months preparation. Like, we've been talking about this. The greenhouse effect is, you know, how long have we known about these, like, all these problems? Like, nothing is really new. And it's not like this was a sudden dropped on our head type thing. We walked right into this. We keep walking into the wall, and it's like,
yeah, I hear you.
You know,
well,
what are we talking about, Sandy?
Okay, we're going to go into tonight. We're going to be visual. And we're going to change the screen. Yeah, we're going to change the screen, and we're going to go into our screen share. And tonight, it's going to be me and you. Okay, you're looking at the opposite direction. The way I have it set up, that's so weird. It's funny. It's we're live, honey. We're live. So what I thought was, I have all these clips, and what we're going to do is we're going to play clips, and then I'm going to have Scott. I played this game before with Antonio. I just play the clip and I say, okay, let's talk about it and go to town. And Scott really doesn't know what I have, and Antonio didn't either that time. And I think, I don't know if I should go in order. You know what? I'm going to start with, I mean, there's some real, it's total stupidiocracy with these people. I mean, everything you see, I guess I'll start with a real heinous person. Well, they're all awful. The whole administration.
That doesn't narrow anything down.
I mean, no, it really doesn't. They all suck. I mean, this whole administration is full of con men and grifters and liars and awful people. We'll start with
supervillain lineup.
Okay, here we go.
Found in the heart of the American Republic. Look, Jesse, I can step tomorrow onto the deck of a 747. It does not mean that I am the pilot of that plane and I'm qualified to fly it. Just physically being on U.S. soil does not make you a citizen or qualified to carry on or capable of executing the inheritance of this country. We have people from all over the world, from third world nations that on their own would have never invented the wheel, let alone modern technology, let alone medicine, let alone air travel. And they can just come into the country.
Oh, he's bad.
Have a baby at a hospital, paid for by you and me.
Do you think America invented the wheel?
The chat wants to flush them all already.
Automatically a citizen. That baby can sit on a jury when he turns 18 and sit in judgment of you, and sit in judgment of me, and sit in judgment of our loved ones. Can decide who
it's
our
another job
mayors
Americans
are,
don't want to do.
our presidents are. Citizenship means nothing if it is open to everyone. The idea that you can have a cruise ship filled with foreigners and they just dock at a port for an hour and someone has a baby, Jesse, the baby's an American citizen.
Oh,
they can vote in every election for the rest of their lives. They can be living in a foreign country and cashing welfare checks from American citizens. Look, I know that some of the justices who worked on this, they think that they're so intelligent. There is no possible reading of the 14th Amendment that applies to foreigners with foreign loyalties, foreign citizenship, foreign obligations, foreign everything.
Okay, that's all I could take of him. So this was the Supreme Court. I mean, it's like the Supreme Court sucks, and they are corrupt as fuck, and we have to do something about it. But Stephen Miller, this guy has so much power. It is unreal, unbelievable, and he's such a little racist. And one of my comments on this whole thing was, well, then send Melania and Barron, that
found in the heart of the American
Melania, Barron, Ivanka, Don Jr. all of them. Send them all back to wherever their moms were from. Send them all back. I mean, this is really, but they want you to do that with anybody that doesn't look like you and me.
Yeah, and I mean, they know what they mean. I don't it's, this is one of the things, like and on some level, maybe we just need to break it down and have like the debate, like,
It's fun night, guys. I'm sorry, but we have to. You want to cry or we want to laugh?
Someone's got some free AI credits. Make it post to the video. But yeah, I mean, this just all like the language is plain and clear. Like, I guess at this point, it just kind of doesn't matter. I mean, we're kind of seeing what politics breaks down to. It's just power, and right now we've got a weird government that's like. We've got kind of a dictatorship, but also we got like three. We're supposed to have the three branches, but like Congress is basically just gone. So like we're in kind of a dictatorship, and then kind of like a republic of like a council of judges or whatever the hell that would be. So we're kind of like Supreme Court oligarchy. So we're between like a dictatorship and an oligarchy that agree with each other because they're all ruled by the same corporate interests, the same ones that like neutralized Congress. And so they mostly agree, but on the birthright citizenship, finally, like they didn't. But it's the plainest language like there could possibly be. Like you need to overturn the amendment if that's like really what they want to do, if you want to do it the legal way. But at the end of the day, the law doesn't mean anything. The law is just what you can get away with, So it's.
Well, Donald Trump is such a fucking moron. He thinks he has no idea about our Constitution, and he thinks that this could just go to his Republican Congress to overturn what the Supreme Court ruled. This is really serious. He is such an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to have the
headache.
votes for that, I don't think. But who knows?
It's headache inducing. I had.
Yeah, I mean,
I had it. I think it was Kyle. Was it Kyle? It might be. Let me see. Kyle Kalinske. Our idiot president had no clue that Congress can't pass a law. To override the Constitution, you would need a constitutional amendment. Because Trump says.
Yeah, so that is the thing. It's like, these people really are so dumb. Like, he really does seem like he doesn't understand, like, the basics of that. Yeah, you'd need 2/3 of, like,
Stupidocracy. Just insane. He's like, they upheld it.
And
it's
here's
too
the
bad.
thing is too, it's because it comes from the authoritarian aspect of it. Like all he has is yes men around him, so no one can tell him everything's a bad idea. And it's kind of funny. Actually, I heard about with the Iran war, since it started going bad, and he's taking flack for it and taking a hit in the poll numbers, which is the only thing he hears about. Stock market's not doing great and stuff. He was blaming that on JD Vance because JD Vance was like opposing him on it and pushed back on him. So he was talking about he was angry about that. But I think that's because he was Vance realized that sacrificed his presidential ambitions in 2028. It was like, if this war really tanks this presidency, then that means a Republican won't get in 2028. That means JD Vance's chance is gone, and that's why he's the only person speaking up against it. Like, all these people are just little fucking cretins who only look out for themselves, man. I'm telling you, that's so pathetic and stupid. They're literally like, it feels like you should be on a schoolyard with these people. Like, they're slightly more educated than like a little, like the douchiest little third grade bully piece of shit kid. Like, and they're really not even second grade. Because third grade's a little too intellectual for a lot of these people.
Right.
Well, they're really incredible. And even that, like little like. I don't know, because I feel like when I was, like in second grade, I felt like I was smarter than realized things. These people still, claim to not understand or just seem so stupid they don't understand a lot of things. It's crazy. Just like, but it's also adults. And global warming. I mean, it's a lot of climate is a lot of what made us stupid. The whole war on like education and truth and science and everything, that all started with the war on climate science. And the tobacco was kind of like the precursor and everything, where everyone brings it up, and it's kind of the same thing. But it's, climate was where they really went full open warfare on our political system at every level, because it's way more comprehensive than tobacco. So tobacco is like a single battlefield, but climate is kind of everywhere and is never getting better.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I just
it's not getting better. By the way, it's Canada Day. I forgot to say that at the beginning. I had a post up for everyone.
Happy Canada.
Happy Canada Day. Well, please
don't be like us, so you can take us as
please
asylum in
they will
a couple
never.
years.
They will never be the 51st state. No. Tell us how you really feel, Scott. Yeah, that's our night tonight. We're worked up at all this bullshit. Okay,
Look, man, life's
let's.
short. Don't tell it.
So now you spoke about JD, so we have to bring him up.
But what we must never do is drop bombs just for the sake of dropping bombs. And that is what the president will never ask you to do. He'll ask you to go to war, yes, but when he asks you to go to war, he'll tell you exactly what you're going for, and I think that is what you should expect out of your political leadership.
It's old.
Okay, so he was talking to the military today, and he
that was today.
That was today. I think it was today. It was
See, this is the
yesterday
thing.
or
Everything
today.
they say is such a bull-faced lie. It's like, yo, it's shameless, and they just lie to your face with such arrogance that they expect you to believe. And it's like, yo, you don't believe me? It's like, no, that's the stupidest lie I've ever heard in my fucking life. I know you don't believe it. And that's the entire stick of the right. Like, I remember 10, 15 years ago, we used to be able to have sensible debates with conservatives. We talk about economics, debate policy, tax policy, and things, and like climate, anything, like, and it would seem like there was a conversation going on. But now it's like, I don't remember the last time I feel like a debate on the internet was sort of like it's just talking points and just the kind of just the gish gallop where they just throw all these talking points at you that they already have pre-prepared by some right-wing think tanks. And they're just like, oh, what about Democrats did that? I'm like, I'm not even talking about the Democrats. Like, you get that shit when you're not a Democrat. They're like, I'm like, wait. And the whole acting like Joe Biden was a communist and then being like, I'm like,
whoa,
hold on. You're offending every communist that ever lived right now. Like,
well, well, Melanie,
like the right has just lost it. They have absolutely like no concern for the truth.
This is a
anymore.
class
or
war.
for not being seen that they don't care about the truth because they own the media.
Right.
So,
and Melanie says it's a class war. The rich want to kill as many people as they can. They want to control the amount of slaves and more of what they want without any accountability or consequence for their actions. It feels like that. It does feel like that when you look at the White House website, which I will not go to because they have tracking on the White House website. You go on the White House website and they track your every IP address, everything, and see what you're looking at. It's disgusting. But it's very sad. Now, Poppy had said she feels that's exactly what Trump is doing. So should we listen to this one more time? I want to hear.
But what we must never do is drop bombs just for the sake of dropping bombs.
But we
and
do
that.
that.
Is what the president will never ask you to do.
Yeah, that's the point. This seems
go
like
to
their
war,
whole
yes,
strategy.
But when he
now.
asks you to go to war, he'll tell you exactly what you're going for. And I think that is what you should expect out of your political leadership.
Okay, so.
See, it really seems like the whole right-wing propaganda strategy is to just say the truth and then just say that it's ridiculous to believe this. Like, just describe reality and be like, this is, this will never happen. We would never do this. Exactly what you're doing. You're getting out in front of it. It works when you don't have an opposition party.
Well, JD is, I don't know if he's angling for 28 against DeSantis, but both of them are
he was
problematic. Yeah, but JD is the token I'm against the war, but he's actually not really.
I think he cares more about his presidency than anything about the war, though. Is why I think he just. Like, he cares more that the war is fucking up his chances for the presidency than he cares either way about the wars. I don't think he's, most politicians don't really, Democrats too, don't believe in anything. They just want to get elected. They just want power kind of for its own sake. And then with right-wing, though, they get boosted by right-wing money. So they have to do right-wing shit. And it's easy to get done because everything is on their side. Everything's so easy for the right. So everything just naturally slides to the right because there's no actual opposition because no one will stake out ground on the left. So everything moves to the right. And then everyone's like, oh, this.
Some are staking out ground on the left. A few are winning elections. And the right wing is freaking out. And the newest big thing on social media and all over the right wing stations is communism, that they're all communists and that they're going to destroy this country. We're going to get there. We're definitely going to get there. But before we get there, I have this guy. This is he's a Texan, a congressman from Texas. Just listen Just listen to this guy.
Texas,
Oh
real
my
quick,
God.
how do House Republicans make the case that you're fighting for affordability when you go back to your district?
Listen to this. Look at his face.
What are you talking about?
Affordability is the big.
I'm gonna go there tomorrow. Over the 4th. I'm gonna get me a couple big lobster tails. I'm gonna get me some nice ribeyes. I'm gonna sit in my backyard with my family, my neighbors.
Oh my God.
And we're going to be enjoying the 4th, celebrating 250 years, the birthday. We're going to be celebrating the greatest president in my lifetime, Donald J. Trump.
Oh.
Maybe watch some fireworks.
Oh.
Won't be up here. It's going to be too hot, right? And I'm in bed at 11 o'clock. It's going off to 11 o'clock Eastern.
So painful.
I probably have to sleep through that one.
It'd be too hot. No
Listen,
idea why.
Everybody understands. You're going to see a little increase in energy prices because of Iran. I mean, come on. People aren't stupid. You realize that. When you have
You're not stupid. We got a
People
problem.
are stupid.
The short
Yeah, right.
Stupid.
People aren't stupid. You think they believe every word I say? Hey,
stuff is temporary. But President Trump has made it very clear to these companies, don't be gouging, no price gouging.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
energy, what? Oil was at $69 the other day, 72.
Trump's on that.
I mean, the price has got to come down. Don't
Wait.
go
What do you got? What do you got? Something moving. Is that the wind in hit? Okay, go ahead.
I think that was in the video.
Okay.
Almost criminal.
It is.
So they gotta do it.
Pablo.
So we got to do that. We have to do that.
Pablo, Midas touch. Buy Pablo a better mic with a windscreen.
And I think that the overall goal and objective is to make sure Iran never has a nuclear weapon.
A nuclear weapon.
I'm okay with the increase in fuel because you knew it was going to happen with oil and the Strait and everything. But it's a temporary issue.
You think the 60% of Americans who are living paycheck to paycheck can afford lobster tails and ribeyes and all of that?
Maybe not. Maybe the 60% of America don't work
Maybe
as hard
not.
as I do. I don't know.
Did you hear that? Maybe that. I gotta play that one little thing again. Just listen to what he says.
And ribeyes and all of that?
Maybe not. Maybe the 60% of America don't work as hard as I do either. I mean, I don't.
He's in Congress. He's in Congress. They don't work as hard as you do, motherfucker. You're off on what, Mondays and Fridays, and they go for all these extended.
They even work half the year when they.
No, because who's the speaker? Little Mike lets them go off. They don't vote on time.
They don't really have to do any work. Because what was the dude who just disappeared for like 4 months?
Oh, with a psychiatric.
I had depression. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was literally we'll have, and Congress members will die in office. No one will know what happens for a week. Like they'll just disappear, won't show up. Like where's McConnell been? He's still in fucking Congress, isn't he? People think he's dead.
Yes!
Like,
Stupidocracy!
Like you could literally it's literally like Weekend at Bernie's in Congress. Like, and you're talking about, I work so hard, bro. I wish I could watch you work for the whole day in your life. At the end of the day, tell you got to do this every day, 5 days a week for the rest of your life. And watch you break down into 1,000 pieces.
But this guy, when I saw this, I was like, people don't work as hard as you do. You have aides. You have people that literally read to you any of the bills. Do you think any of them, some of them sit down and read, but
no, the
not
bills are too
all.
long. You can't even. I mean, they're all too long. They're all filled with so much shit. They can't. Literally, even like the best reader, even if they wanted to, like there's.
You think he's the best reader?
Exactly. I'm like, bro, let's sit him. Could see him tear through War and Peace.
Former law officer from Texas, but I thought he had Kim says I see no sweat on his white shirt. Oh, sure, he works hard. Yeah, it's just. Yeah. I knew that this show
3 minutes
tonight
outside of air conditioning for the day.
Yeah, seriously, and I knew we wouldn't be a total serious show because when you call it Stupidiocracy and you look at everything that's happening every single day, it's very hard. It's very hard to feel anything. Okay, so I have now. Now we're
3
going to
phones,
move.
right?
3 phones.
Yeah, what was he doing?
He has
what
3
was?
phones.
Yeah, that was the. What's what I'm. You raised the right questions here.
Okay, now let's go to some serious. Okay, now we have to change. This is not Stupidiocracy. This is actually someone with a brain. This is Jeff Baradelli saying there'll be 400 records through Sunday. Record heat everywhere on the East Coast. We had record heat today. Look at his graphic with the dog. It looks like my daughter's dog, Michelangelo. But I do have a video that will accompany this because we're going to go serious. We're going to laugh. We're going to go serious. So this is a PBS News report.
A record-breaking heat wave is intensifying across much of the central and eastern U.S., pushing temperatures to what officials are calling dangerous levels. More than 200 million Americans were under alerts today for extreme heat. Temperatures felt well above 100 degrees across much of the Midwest. And soon, that same sweltering heat will peak in places like New York.
Temperatures will climb into the high 90s and triple digits. With humidity, it will feel
I love him, and we're going to talk about it.
even hotter, with a heat index that could peak around 112 degrees. If the forecast holds, this could be the hottest 4th of July since 2010.
As we look ahead to that July 4th weekend, forecasters say that starting tomorrow, it's going to get worse before it gets better for large portions of the Midwest, including Chicago, Cleveland, and Detroit. The heat dome, as it's known, shifts east by the end of the week, threatening record temperatures across New York, much of the Mid-Atlantic, and even New England.
Yeah. So they're talking about this, but they show Mayor Mamdani, and the right wing is so freaked out over him and the wins because of the people that he endorsed. He's doing great things for New York City, and every single thing he does, these people are freaking out, and it's the Zionist lobby. These people are fucking insane. Anything good that he does, they're going to say, no, it's anti-Semitic. He hates Jews. His wife hates Jews. I don't believe it for a minute. I don't believe it for a minute. What we don't like is genocide. We don't like war. We don't like aggression. Scott?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we went from
but-
heat. Okay, we went from heat, but I showed this clip because they showed Mayor Mamdani, and he's triggering the shit out of all these right wingers. Okay. I mean,
I know. The nice thing is him having us having good politicians like that is they will, he'll lean into that. Like progressives and more actual leftists are the type of people who can take on the right. Like, and Democrats can't do it because Democrats would fold immediately. They wouldn't have done any stuff in the first place. They would have done half measures in the first place. But yeah, he's plowing forward, and honestly, it's definitely been a bright spot. And then all the congressional elections or primaries, at least so far, have been, very cool. So, but it's, when getting a sane Congress is like mathematically.
But let me
That's
tell
heavy.
you, this is who
It's a
they're
heavy lift.
This is who they're triggering.
Progressivism seeks to replace the basic premises of the Declaration of Independence, and hence our form of government.
They're just so dumb. What is he even talking about?
And our dignities come not from God,
This is a Supreme
but
Court
from government. It requires of the people a subservience and weakness incompatible with a constitution premised on the transcendent origin of our rights.
Isn't that like pathetic? So he's a Supreme Court justice, and his wife, they were paying for people to go to January 6th. This is why we live in the stupidiocracy, because of people like him. He's a hypocrite. He's another one. He's a lying, grifting piece of shit. He takes. How many years ago people like him would have been kicked off? He would have been impeached from the Supreme Court for all the gifts he takes and the money under the table, and they don't show what they take. It is just insane.
Yeah, and I saw he was randomly walking through Congress the other day, right after the ruling, around like Mike Johnson's office, just randomly. And of course, he said he was, just walking through or whatever. But yeah, these people are all. It's all the plutocracy. At this, like, the whole system of government, I can't even. For so long, and we listen to liberals saying it too, like, and they'll still say to the Supreme Court justices, will say to this day, like, they're nonpartisan, they're not ideological, but everything they say is ideological, and like, it's so, tied in with partisanship now. It's like, you want to say you're nonpartisan and you're really representing the law, and then like look at the birthright citizenship ruling. Somehow it still came down. There was just it was a split court, one vote away. It was literally word for word. It was like basically this is like third grade reading not even third. It's like first grade reading comprehension, and like the Supreme Court, almost half the Supreme Court failed it, and it's like this isn't. If you want to overturn the amendment, like at least fight
Yeah.
for that, or pretend that you don't care about the law. Don't pretend like, you know, we're serious constitutionalists, but we also can't read. So, like,
It's the
they're
unitary.
just completely unserious. And the thing is, they can act so stupid,
Right.
and everyone keeps taking them serious, and no one calls them out and just saying, you don't really believe in it. You don't care enough to even make up a better lie than this bullshit you're giving us.
Well,
Like,
I think who does?
and they don't have to. It
Rokana.
works.
Rokana. He's
Oh,
one of the
Ro's
ones.
decent.
He's one of the ones that does. But actually, you know, this whole Supreme Court thing, and of course, it just it ties in with the agency issue because everything is just up for unitary executive theory, really. And I did pull up that. Did I pull that
Yeah, I mean, that's
up?
why they're getting so along so well. It's like, in general, they're really just helping turn the country into a dictatorship, so the president likes it, and Congress
Yeah,
is
it's
ruled by
this.
corruption and conservatives, so they don't
Right.
care. So
The
American
constitutional
people apparently
theory.
won't rise up. So
Well, it's pathetic. It is pathetic, and this is what they
how's
want.
it?
And
Bring up the Declaration of Independence. Shit, bold mother.
could you see it? I didn't know. I don't know if you saw it. Hang on.
I saw something.
Oh,
I
you
didn't
did.
know it.
All right, wait. Let me see if I can pull anything up. Today I was outside, guys. I was outside in the morning heat, but all right. I want to try to pull that unitary executive theory page up. All right, tell me how. Can you see it? Is it up? No.
I can see it.
Oh, you can. Okay.
I
So
could.
this is from Cornell Law School, which is near me, and this is actually what these people want. They want to give this to Trump, but yet, what happens if we don't have a Trump? You know then the Republicans they don't. Well, it's stupidocracy again.
The thing is, they also know they can do this because, I mean, Democrats will say, like, oh, well, what happens when we have power? But what happens when the Democrats have power? They don't do shit. Republicans can bully them into some, like, moderate right-wing positions every single time. Like, Democrats having crazy unconstitutional power is no threat to Republicans. That's the problem with having they're so right-wing and corrupt. And it's
so
there
sad.
is a little bit of shift, but it's like, it's not going to, that's why they can get away with this. Because we're in a two-party system and no opposition party.
It's the president's removal power under the unitary executive theory. The president may remove appointed executive branch officials without approval from Congress, which is exactly what was decided today. That was one of the Supreme Court rulings, and it's just. It's mind-boggling that these things are happening. Project 2025, I believe, is maybe three-quarters through of all of those points that they wanted to ramp through the country. And is it 2 years? I mean, this is very, very scary, especially for young people like you.
I'm not that young. I'm good. I've been through a lot.
Okay, well, you know what I mean.
But
you know what
but
I mean.
I think sometimes maybe it's good that we've come to this point so quick, because America has needed a reckoning, and America's needed to get real about a lot of things for a long time. And kicking the can down the road, it lets us, it's easier. Yeah, we don't, there's only one story every day to piss you off instead of 25. But like, things were going down the toilet a little bit slower, but at the end of the day, nothing's really changed, and we're still just kind of in that lull. And if we're just stay complacent, we're gonna go sleepwalk right down the hole. And
it's true.
I don't know. Maybe we're just speeding us up to go to. I just don't see. Because seeing how comfortable people are, how eager liberals are to go to lunch, how eager everyone else is to just not give a shit about anything. It's like, I don't know. It's so wild seeing like sports, man. Like sport, the excitement people have over sports and the shit they'll do over sports, compared to like the fate of the world and all
like
life
the
and
Buffalo
democracy
Bills
and everything.
Yeah, the new
like
plaza.
the World Cup's going on, so the World Cup's going on here, so it's like a whole big, and it's been seeing a lot of that, and it's kind of cool sometimes seeing like people get along all over the world and stuff. And the multicultural aspect is cool, but it's also like, look, where's all this kind of, and also FIFA's all fucked up. So there's all kinds of,
That's a
there's a
problem
lot to it. And
because
a lot of the countries, and the U.S. is kind of rules FIFA, right? It's kind of an arm of U.S. foreign policy.
it's very sad because FIFA actually could be a world unifier. It's soccer. It's so many countries that if it wasn't corrupted under I mean, this guy giving Trump the FIFA Peace Prize, it's corrupted. Which
Yeah, everyone's got to give
sad.
Trump a prize. They know they know how to way to his heart. Give him a gold little cheap ass prize, man.
It's
He's a
so
fucking little
sad.
child, dude. Just flatter his stupid little
It's
child
so
ego.
sad.
Got a gold prize for you, Mr. President. Please give me another tax break.
Well, the reason why I put this up today is to show that this is
That's us,
stupidiocracy.
Sandy. Shit.
Florida to designate Antifa, and I have that Antifa shirt. It says, Antifa, but it's got the lady, on it. And I tell you, my father was Antifa. I mean, he fucking fought in World War II. He was Antifa. What the hell is wrong with these people? They're going to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization. Those people in Texas got 50 years each. One of them all they did was distribute zines, e-zines, I think it was. I mean, this is really, we are crossing this
They were real
bridge.
ones. They were probably crime things.
Oh,
I used to
all
do
right,
that.
real
I used
magazine,
to-
right.
When I was younger, I used to get boxes of Crime Think will send you boxes. They're like this anarchist organization. I used to be a bit of an anarchist, but I used to get boxes of their magazines and like hand them out, put them out proper places when I was in college. Yeah, it's like shit. Well, that could have been me 50 years but I don't know the whole story, but it's ridiculous as
it's
charges.
very
I
ridiculous.
mean, they're doing that here, like here with Cop City, and I mean,
Yes.
we saw a lot of the precedent here, and also, I don't know, people act, and I mean, because remember that happened all under Biden, and no Democrats didn't give a shit. So this is kind of like when everyone's
That's how I met you.
outraged about everything.
Talking about
Probably,
Cop
yeah.
City. Yep.
Okay, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it's that happened here at all, but also it's not like it wasn't like anything was even a change with that. Like this was all very continuous. Like with when I was a part of Occupy Atlanta here, and when we ended up in court for our charges, when they arrested us for sitting in a circle, in a public park one night protesting, so we ended up in court and found out that JTTF and DHS and FBI were all following us, and basically treating us as like a terrorist organization. We knew, like, eventually we knew the DHS car that would follow us. They had a blue car, which they still have at Cop City now. So sometimes you'll see the Cop City protests. It's this little blue car that would follow us a protest, just real inconspicuous, and we'd be like, "Oh, that's our Homeland Security guy." Would wave to him and stuff, kind of just mess with them. But yeah, it was Joint Terrorism Task Force. It was like coordinated with the federal government to spy on us 24/7, and like that was Obama.
ICE? But is ICE now a part of Cop City?
ICE is under DHS, so not
really.
I mean, they could probably train there. I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if they trained there. I wouldn't be surprised. But I don't know if they train at all. So
Does the IDF train them?
Yeah, I mean, the IDF, they did have ties. They would train. They did tie. The IDF trained. They have it's called Gilley in Georgia. Here, it's the Georgia Israel law enforcement something. So they would train. They would send some officers from the Atlanta police to Israel to train with the IDF.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Yeah, so, I thought that's what you were referencing, but no, it's a real thing.
So on our way to the empire.
Not new
over.
either.
The empire.
That didn't just start.
No,
right.
I seem to remember you talking about this several years ago. I do, but I think it wasn't as big of an issue to my mind because there are so many things going on, but it is a big issue. It really is. And see, this flowed in with Thomas because they're also paranoid now about what is happening, with the progressives, and what is it that we want? What is so horrible about socialist programs, which are not actually, there's democratic socialists now. It's a dirty word if you say you belong to the DSA. Literally.
Yeah, I'll take it. I've been a card carrying member for many years now.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Fuck. I'm in the Socialist Rifle Club. I mean, seriously.
Even better, hell yeah.
Socialist programs in the United States, I mean, Department of Agriculture, even under Brooke Rollins, Amber Alerts, Amtrak, public beaches, public busing services, business subsidies, the Census Bureau, the CIA, which if they got rid of the CIA, that wouldn't be a problem at all. But federal student loans, court system, dams, public defenders, disability insurance, the Department of Energy, the EPA, farm subsidies, the FBI, the FCC, the FDA, FEMA, fire departments. You guys get the drill. It is everything. And this administration and
Just
this
everything that holds
movement,
society together.
right. But in the United States, all of this is subject to change. And in 2 years, we've seen the kind of change we've seen. And it's not just in the United States. I was just watching Chris Hedges talking about what's happening in Germany. And the one of the journalists in Germany that reported on Gaza, I believe it was, has lost access to his bank account. He can't leave Germany. If he leaves, he can't come back in. He's a prisoner in Germany because of his political beliefs. Merz is no.
Germany's really gone full circle with the whole Nazism and Israel. Like it's
Merz is horrible.
You know, I don't know. It's I guess you know, bringing it back to idiocracy. You know, I guess growing up, I don't know, we were naive provincial Americans. We used to think, you know, people with Europeans in general were smarter than us. People with British accents. Because I mean, in the 90s, I guess growing up, the only people you see in 90s TV shows with the British accent were like, you know, this is smart. So like, I guess we just assumed they were smart. And now you see, now that you got the internet and you realize like, oh, Jesus Christ, you guys are as stupid as we are. Like, oh no.
Or
oh no, we are so fucked.
Propagandized as
but it is the propaganda. It is. It's that's exactly what I saw. Like I remember seeing it because we'd see the propaganda, especially because in, you know, with climate, you're kind of the front lines of propaganda because the fossil fuel industry has been the front lines of the innovation of propaganda for decades. And but I mean, we saw them, but in politics in general, we saw how they exported the same tactics they used in the United States to start turning us super right wing in the 2010s, and started exporting that overseas to Canada, and you know, and now everywhere in the world it's the same agenda. I mean, you use a lot of money, take over the media, press the same talking points, xenophobia and everything, and like pushing for a lot of the same shit and using a lot of the you know, we're fighting the government, even though it's like, wait a minute, you're always like 51% of the government. What do you mean like we got to destroy the government? But you always make it bigger as long as it's like has a jackboot on its foot. You always want a bigger government as long as it's funding your friends, giving you contracts. But you want a smaller when it's education or anything that benefits, you know, people in general. It's obvious what like they're just psychopaths. Like these people all have to be some level of psychopaths. Like they're stupid. They're not smart. And the thing, yeah, it's first like I want them to be smarter. Like at this point, we're so fucked. Like you might as well just be better at it. Like at least I would be like, at least
just
losing
be
our
better
some
at
smart
it.
psychopaths.
Yeah, rise up and make a stand to get arrested and end up in Alligator Alcatraz while they're closing that. I think they're going to make it a big data center in Florida. That is what I read. I read somewhere. Yeah, I read that somewhere.
It'll wash away.
Oh,
the alligators
boy.
will take it back. Don't worry.
All right, now we are going to move on since everybody is talking about. Well, here, let me. We'll do a little climatey thing.
As we see here, there are a lot of people who are going into the state
Oh,
booths
no, the
where
AC
is
shit.
on. That's pretty smart. Maybe that's where the longest lines are.
He's such an idiot.
Yeah,
New York's got the longest line I see out there.
That's one theory as to why they have so many people there. You know, listen, the climate's always been changing. And, you know, for people who want to start digging into the argument that it's changing because of human activity, the idea that some, you know,
it is Lee.
some grandma right now in Georgia should be, you know, filled with guilt and shame, and she should, like, you know, turn off the AC is ridiculous. The amount of activity around the world, when you look at, you know, coal, they use 40% more coal in China than the rest of the world combined, and you know we're supposed.
I love that talking point because it's such a bunch of shit. And China has implemented all the solar panels. And when they say when Trump says China doesn't have windmills, he is such a liar. They are using it all. They know what they need to do. I wanted to see. I showed this one last time. Yeah, the algae pool. I did. This guy had a lot of balls, but. Lee Zeldin, go ahead. What were you going to say about this?
As we
brilliant,
see here,
brilliant, stupid.
I mean,
he's stupidiocracy to the max.
honestly, it's everything, dude. This whole AC debate too. Like there was the online, the whole, I guess everywhere. I guess it seems like they really got their talking points. They really like online. You'll see really the same talking points that apparently the head of the EPA's got, and and actually they're also oppressed by regulations. But it's like, yo, you're literally controlling the federal government and the media landscape, and you've always done what you wanted. But I mean, it's. Like I'm some level, this is why I'm like, I don't, this is why a lot of times I'll just insult people nowadays if I'm arguing with right wingers. I'm just like, dude, you're just a stupid Nazi motherfucker. Because I'm like, dude, on some level, this doesn't really deserve any kind of response. It doesn't deserve like the glucose that would be burned by your brain to like come up with or any kind of thinking around any. Because they don't mean it. They're completely disingenuous, and no one can call them out and be like, okay, sorry, head of the EPA, you just like failed second grade science, like. Like a reporter won't call him out to their face and be like, well, he's on Fox News. He's on sitting there in the circle jerk for the fossil fuel industry. So
isn't half of Fox News?
But the AC debate is just crazy, though. I mean, like on some level, that is too. It's like we're all stupid. Like this is part of why this is actually a perfect example of why Europeans have been disappointingly stupid to me. I'm sorry, no offense to everyone, but like we're talking about stupidocracy here. So like America, you think of America, you think of the red, white, and blue as soon as you hear the word stupidocracy or anything like that. You think, but like we've known about climate change for decades. What did you think was going to happen, Europe? I'm sorry. Yes, you needed air conditioning. I know you still need air. It's not going to stop getting hotter. It's not because it was hot now and you had to debate like. If you want to survive there, or you can move, you can always move somewhere colder. But if you're not going to move somewhere colder, you're going to need air conditioning. As like countries, I don't know how they're realizing this now because I've thought about this for like at least a decade. And for like, so what happens when this is another human feedback? Like, okay, the climate's going to keep warming, and people are going to want more air conditioners, so that's going to be more energy, so more carbon emissions. I'm like, but no one like this. Like, I know it's factored into some climate models somewhat, but like, so how. What, on some level, I'm like, yeah, why didn't you get air conditioning yet? But it's also like, yes, this is America's fault. Like, what the fuck? Like, wherever we're at, people are going to need to survive. But it's also obviously cumulative carbon emissions. That's America.
It happened
and
today.
And the whole landscape, everything.
It's America. People were not prepared. It happened today. A Facebook post of a friend who was talking about how she felt bad for people in Vermont who are having a heat wave and they don't have air conditioning, and she felt bad for their animals. And I'm like, I've been talking about this online for 10 years. If they don't, they're going to need for their animals. Right. They're going to need cooling stations for farm animals. They're going to need misters. They're going to need more water. They're going to need some kind, a better cooling areas for them. But I'm sure they're going to have to set up misting centers for these animals. And then people with no air conditioning, this is coming. And so
and every time it gets hot, if they feel like it's like a deviation from baseline, it's going to go back to baseline. It's like, no, this is the new baseline. We're just like we might deviate back down a little bit for a couple of years, but eventually it's never going to come back. It'll never be this cold again. And not a short amount of time. Like we're at the point where I heard I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was a climate scientist or who but it was basically like we're in kind of like a step change now scenario with like climate where like kind of El Nino between forcing from human emissions and El Niños consecutively, like every few years the temperature jumps up and it'll go back down a little bit after the El Nino, but then the El Nino will jump back up and it's going to be higher, it'll be step change, go a little bit lower and just keep that seems like that's kind of the stage we're in. And and everyone keeps acting like, oh, it's a heat wave, we'll have winter again. It's like, yeah, but then you're going to have summer again too. You're going to have summer next year, and like it's probably going to be hotter next year.
Well,
especially in the beginning.
The problem is all the propaganda, and they get online and they see that climate change is a hoax, or it's summer.
It's
I love
changed.
the word. I love it's always changed, or you see all these. You see a whole thread of comments. Oh, it's summer. It's stupidocracy.
It's for summer, bro.
Stupidocracy.
I know.
Oh my
and the
God.
thing is, they get the same stupid. I mean, it reminds me of like when people like on the internet when people say people say a different brand of stupid shit in person. They won't say a lot of this stupid shit, but like on the internet, like to vegans, people just be like bacon. It's like that kind of response. It's like just completely brain dead and unserious, and it's like, are you supposed to like respond to this with like some climate science or just like? no, this doesn't call for that. This is a person just doesn't give
Right.
a shit.
I
And that's what it comes
now
down to. Otherwise, if they cared at all, they would learn enough to realize, oh, that's a ridiculous thing to say, and you wouldn't be having the
exactly.
conversation in the first place. So,
I have to.
like, I'm at the point. I used to have full conversation debates with conservatives, and it was fun. But it's like you can't do it anymore. They're not serious enough. They're not smart enough. Like they're just they think in like these stupid little talking points, and like even like the think tank ones, they're so dumb.
Okay.
And they're just disingenuous. They just lie.
Yeah, but I found a
It's
guy
like-
on X, right? Chris Gloninger. I've been playing his videos every show. I like him. I'm going to write to him. I now say to him on my Environmental Coffeehouse Twitter, when I find these morons that do this, oh, it's snowing in Yellowstone, so much for global warming. I write to Chris. I say, could you please explain to this simpleton in scientific terms? And then, of course, there's a lot more idiots that glom on, but this is Chris.
You're watching the temperature, but you should be checking the dew point. The dew point tells us how much
I really
moisture is
like him.
actually in the air, and it decides whether this heat is just uncomfortable or deadly. Your body has one way to cool itself, sweat evaporating off your skin. But when dew points climb into the 70s, the air is so saturated that your sweat can't evaporate. Your cooling system stops working, and it doesn't matter how young, fit, or hydrated you are. This week, dew points are surging into the 70s across the eastern United States. That's tropical air, and it's why it feels more like 110 degrees Fahrenheit. And a warmer atmosphere holds more moisture, so we're loading the air with exactly this kind of soupy, dangerous heat. And this isn't a hypothetical. This same kind of heat just killed more than 1,300 people in Europe in a matter of days. Heat is the deadliest weather there is. It kills more Americans than hurricanes, tornadoes, and lightning combined. So check on the elderly, anyone without air conditioning, and the people that work outside. But understand this. Heat this deadly isn't just bad luck. It isn't just summer. A warmer atmosphere holds more moisture, and the planet got this warm because companies like ExxonMobil, Shell, BP, and Chevron spent decades selling the fuel that's loading our air and lying about what it would do. The thermometer won't tell you the danger. The dew point will, and big oil has known that for 50 years. I'm meteorologist Chris Gloninger. Follow me for more on weather and climate.
Oh, I like him. And he doesn't have any problem when I ask him, please respond to this moron. And he does it. And he doesn't mind when 40 other morons glom on and say the same stupid bullshit that the Heartland Institute has taught them to say. So he will be our guest. I've been playing clips on his. He's so good. He's really good. So everybody, Chris Gloninger, if you could follow him, he's terrific. Okay. Let's move on.
The thing is, people have known forever. I don't know. Everyone's like, "Oh, it's so hot today. It's so hot." But it's like, look, I've heard the same. I grew up. We grew up in the same world. We both have heard. You've been talking about climate change for decades now, and now you're acting like, "Oh, wow, it's real hot today." Like, yeah, it's gonna be. Like, it doesn't get much colder than this next summer. Like,
yeah, it's tough.
It's wild on some level. I'm like, it's what the fuck are we doing? Like, idiocracy is like halfway there because we're right between idiocracy and like, it's like we're just above that level where we're like, what are you doing? Because you wouldn't go to idiocracy and be like, what are you doing? Because the guys are figuring out shapes and stuff. They're just baiting.
Speaking of,
have you seen Idiocracy?
They like this guy John Ossoff.
Well, speaking of stupidiocracy, let's go here.
They like this guy John Ossoff.
Who's that guy?
Who's that guy?
No, either. He's the youngest incumbent senator out of Georgia.
Yeah, he's
Joe Rogan didn't know who Joe Ossoff was.
Having a moment. It could be him.
You just nailed it.
He could be him. Look at him. There he goes.
That looks like a president.
Just put him in. Who cares?
Yep. Yeah. His neck is medium. It's not too thin.
He's got a medium neck.
Too thick.
He's got that face.
That's like
he's got that face.
The biggest podcasters. I mean, the biggest,
most influential.
Yes, and
podcaster in political elections. Look at his face. He's got a face. Look at his neck. Medium neck.
I know.
Like, what the fuck?
I look at Joe Rogan and I look at this guy and I'm thinking, really, stupidiocracy, because the guy really is not smart. I have watched so many shows of his or so many clips to just, is he smart? No. But then the millions of people, it's very sad. The millions of people that are fighting him, following him. It's just so sad. So I had to add one of him.
podcast host because he just acts stupid, so everyone feels like real. Like
Ugh.
sometimes I've seen a few. Like back in the day, I used to like one of his Alex Jones's interviews on it was hilarious because he just the way he acted like sympathetic and up to his craziness, he just like drew it out. And I was like, this is kind of a skill, but obviously he's an idiot. I don't think he's willfully ignorant. I think he is just kind of stupid. He also he used to be a boxer, whatever. He got punched in the head a lot when he was a kid. So,
that's
like, that's
what I thought.
He's clearly not very smart. I mean, he's had all these like he's had access to so much information, and he's still such an idiot. So like, no, he's not playing dumb. Like,
Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Now, let's move on. Let's look at these people today. These people are pretty cool. Look what happened today. I need to find the graphic. Oh, shit. Well, let me play this, and then we'll talk about what they did.
A selfie stick, clearly looks like a selfie stick, go up. He goes on, or somebody went on one knee. We don't know what the gender of these individuals. Went on one knee, looked like a proposal. They hug, and it looks like it's just being captured by somebody's cell phone. They're getting
it's probably streaming somewhere. Yeah, it's probably streaming somewhere live right now. I'm not able to access it. I've been given some links about who they are, but we'll let the reporters figure out who they are. But yeah, I mean, this is performative, and you know, I am all for love. I am all for romance. Let me just tell you, this is egregious for about 10,000 reasons, and these people will end up
10,000. Damn, let's start.
I'm telling you, this is like
a whole new
CNN.
Series just to start listening to these reasons. CNN.
The
next
new,
1,000 reasons.
The new Zionist
egregious.
Empire. Release the.
Is that really what they put up?
I don't know. I couldn't tell if this was real.
But I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know. There was this. You can't tell if. It probably is. Wouldn't it be nice?
I think the real one was like. Do you have the real one? I thought the real one said that quote. When the power of
the power of love.
It's a Jimi Hendrix quote.
Yep. Yeah. Go ahead, read it.
Yeah, when the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. But also, I saw it was. I think it might have been like some people from a documentary that kind of do this stuff. Yeah, a team called the Skywalkers. I don't know what that is. But...
Maybe. Well, it was.
So I don't know. Maybe it's a publicity thing. I have no idea.
We'll find out.
Egregious. I'm like, look, there's a lot of egregious shit in this world today, but on CNN, the most egregious thing you could find is this. Egregious. Like, come on now.
Yeah. Well, CNN is.
Like, the whole existence of CNN is way more egregious than anything going on.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to move on to egregious.
If you look at the Mideast,
there
is an ongoing genocide against Jews and Christians in all the nations in the Mideast.
Okay.
In 1948, there was 1 million Jews in the Mideast, in the Arab countries. Today, there's about 15,000 left. 20% of the population.
What happens?
They all went to Israel, asshole.
Right? Dumb power. Somehow.
It's Christian, now it's 5%. In Israel, in contrast, there were 150,000 Palestinians in 1948. Today, there's almost 2 million. They're 20% of the population. If Israel wanted to commit a genocide against Palestinians, it could do it in a minute.
Not good.
It's doing the opposite.
That is such a talking point that's pathetic. That is a disgusting, and I've had other people, friends of mine, text me this that said, oh, if Israel had wanted to do a genocide. In fact, Antonio and I did a show. I have a clip on a video where he dissected that particular statement. It's very sick and it's very sad. It's disgusting. It is. Like that's they could have done.
The population is growing enormously around Israel. There are no Jews in Jordan. There are no Jews in Gaza. The number of Christians in Gaza has dropped by about 80% over the past 10 years. If you want to see where a real genocide is happening, it's not in Israel. It's happening in all the nations around it.
And one of the other things that really animates this new movement.
He said basically that Christians and Christians and Jews are being genocided in the Middle East. That's what he literally fucking said. Now, that's not right. It's not true. There have been changes in the Middle East. There has been a lot of movement between different countries, different states. Yes, the Palestinian population went up. It did. Women don't have access to the kind of birth control that they should have. They don't have those kinds of things. But yet we just slaughtered the United States and Israel just slaughtered 100,000 plus 21 more children. So he's terrible. And I watched Kyle Kalinski's clip talk about this clip. I love Kyle, and Kyle's like, "What the fuck do they have on RFK Jr.? It's got to be pretty bad because he is a terrible liar, and he's an awful.
On some level, I wonder anymore, like, would any of these people even be ashamed by anything at this point? I mean, I don't know. Even what they're doing, I'm like, this is. I don't know. It's pretty wild, but I mean, that's one of the reasons, though. I do think it's important to point out, like, the genocide really did start in October 8th, 2023. Before that, there's this apartheid, and I think Israel would be happy living with that kind of an apartheid. As long as they kind of have their boot on the neck of the Palestinians in Israel, they're cool with that. But I mean, obviously, they just want to take the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and
Scott, they're doing it to
Lebanon and.
Do you know what they did?
They want to expand. I mean, I saw them drop I've just seen, it's.
They just dropped a humongously gigantic bomb. Israel dropped it in southern Lebanon, told the people that they were going to do this because they found tunnels, more tunnels, just like Gaza. They are doing the same thing in southern Lebanon, tunnels, all this stuff that was going to do this. And it's like insane. We just got
it's the same thing. It's like they talk to everyone like they're stupid because they can get away with it, because they know nothing's going to stop them, because Americans, apparently we are stupid. We elected Trump as president. We elected this treasonous Congress, and everyone's so happy with it. And, now people are more split around the genocide and sending infinite money to Israel, but, on both sides. And so it's been like a whole, I think it's, Israel's running out they realize they're running out of runway with the United States, with the public, and eventually that'll mean something, but like not for a while, because they own our government more than the people do.
Oh, fuck point. Yeah. So look at the Chiron. Commie caucus is growing.
Yeah. I mean,
they're out to get us.
They really do. They really want to treat it as terrorists, but that's part of why even getting people in, even if the system's doomed or whatever it is, getting more people in will always be a good thing, especially when the more bullshit they try to pull. And it also just gives a better platform, and with Mamdani being mayor of NYC and everything running smoothly and getting better, and like some of the only positive political stories on policy of the U.S. of the last couple of years have been out of New York since he was elected. It's like so, and people are seeing it and seeing that it didn't fall into chaos or some shit, whatever kind of fear-mongering bullshit. And so at least it can, because we've never really had leftists in power, so we never really were able to prove anything, because we just had Democrats, no real progressives or leftists. So we could never really prove that, the right was full of shit when they're fear-mongering about socialism, because Democrats would never dare,
but they're still,
get close
but this
to
is happening now, though. The Democrat, what's his name? I was watching clips of him for this, but I didn't pick him out. The one that looks like he's about to drop over, James Carville. They're all
didn't narrow it down. So
that
rattlesnake. He's just been dried in the sun a couple more years. He's never going down.
What did Kyle say? Kyle calls them Diet MAGA Dems. I think
Hunter Thompson used to call him like Arizona rattlesnake or something like that.
Well, he's screaming about this, and so even the Democrat, the right wing is screaming about progressives. The left wing the Democratic, the centrist Democrats are screaming about.
Don't call them left wing around me, Sandy.
No, I meant the centrist idiots.
I know you know, but you're not centrist. Even centrist, I'm like, I will push the Democrats are far right. When people even call them centrist, I'm like, there's nothing centrist about these people. They just keep moving to the right and moving to they go one direction.
Yeah, we need a third. We need more parties. We need to have a system.
They'll posture a different way when culture goes the right way, and they seem to have electoral edge. But they will immediately run back to the right as soon as donor knocks or anything. The wind blows a different direction. Anything they're Like they are a very right wing party. I mean, they lost because they committed a genocide. So calling them left wing is like they committed a genocide
It
for
was
like a
a
fascist
slip
ethno state.
of
Like they're
the
not.
tongue.
No,
But-
I'm not saying it's.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying in general, it's because it was a slip of the tongue because it's so normal for people
Yeah.
to talk like that.
We
I'm
need,
like,
we need,
I think
even
we need
Israel,
to reframe all of this. I think
but
it's
even
important
Israel has they have multi-parties, and they have people in the Knesset from all different kinds of parties. I mean, this is how we need to have it in the United States. We need multi-parties. We need to not have this duopoly, but it just seems like everybody's always scared to get out of it. But yet, is there a party that percolates up? Well, progressives are, but it's the DSA.
Yeah, I mean it's been working though. And I mean the more at this point, and it seems like the Hassan streamer dude is, he's between him and Mamdani, they are really helping boost candidates, and
Because the young people love
there's a
them.
hunger for it. Like at some point, like Democrats, they've just kind of run out. But I feel like this is like a small opportunity because if Democrats come back into power in 2028, 2026, then people are going to be lulled back to brunch. And it's going to be the same bullshit again. And people are going to be surprised by fascism once again. It's going to be the same bullshit. Like we've seen it so many times, and it's so predictable. But we keep falling into the trap. And this is why I'm just like, what are we doing? We've seen this movie. You've been in this movie before. And like we're really doing it again. And like, but Democrats don't ever fucking learn a goddamn thing. They literally hate the left. Like as far as the establishment Democrats, like the majority of the elected party, not the voters. The voters are completely different. But like, if you talk to the voters one-on-one, it'd be a lot easier, I think, for progressives to win. But when you don't have that monetary reach, I think a lot of the voters are honestly just stupid and vote against their own interests and do really stupid shit because they never hear anything. Like, when do you hear even like this late 60s and stuff? We used to have like really, intellectual leftists. There used to be like, when have you heard an intellectual leftist, intellectual anything? I mean, a lot of that whole like kind of anarchist movement, Paul Goodman, and like even more like less on the artistic side and more just like straight political theory type stuff. They're on Substack. I mean, even like Abby and like activism, like Abby Hoffman, and like there was a lot more like I mean, he wasn't as intellectual, I guess, but
coolness. They're on Substack.
Still, compared to today,
Well,
like
yeah.
no contest. Like, and there's just unfortunate, like, and even like Noam Chomsky, he was always kind of weird. Like he was great I always saw him as a historian, but like his kind of fan club there, I always kind of liked him. But then him coming out in the Epstein files is not at all surprising to me.
Oh, that was not
honestly,
good either. I know, right?
It was not great, but I was not surprised. I was like, that's a whole weird realm, man. Which
we don't have enough time on this show. All
no,
right,
we really don't.
Now we are going to go to someone I love to troll on my other Twitter. Oops, Randy Fine.
Oh, no.
But let me play
So the
him.
barbarians are no longer at the gates. They're not even inside the gates. They are going to be in Congress with the goal to destroy our country. So what do we do about it? We've got to elect Republicans. I think there's really no other choice, is that we have to have a big
I
vote in
hate
November.
this motherfucker.
Because make no mistake, if so-called Hakeem is in charge with these people that he's warmly welcomed,
Wait, you hear him?
Party,
So-called Hakeem. This fucking guy is a piece of work.
we will have real troubles as a country moving forward.
I can't.
When he says
I can't stand him. I can't stand
he
him.
says his name all racist like that. I'm like, oh man, who's this guy? He must be cool. And I'm like, oh, Hakeem Jeffries? No.
No, Randy Fine is a loudmouth clown, genocide-supporting shill who is on the wrong side of history. Everything that comes out of his supremacist mouth, he is a racist and disgusting, and he's fomenting anti-Semitism with his extreme hatred. People hate him. Oh, shut up, Randy. Just shut up, Randy. I can't stand him. And I made one more that I use. Okay. Imagine, if you will, a congressman so confident in his ignorance that facts don't just evade him. They file a restraining order. This is Randy Fine, where volume substitutes for intelligence and outrage passes for policy. He speaks often, he says little, and he understands even less. Yet somehow he arrives at conclusions with certainty of a man who's never been burdened by doubt. Submitted for your consideration, not a failure of leadership, but a triumph of noise over knowledge in that curious place we call the Twilight Zone. I cannot stand him. I will put these up on my other Twitter that nobody knows about, and I will put them up under there when I'm in that kind of mood. Sometimes I deactivate that X, though. It's not good for my mental health. I have to do it.
Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah, sometimes. Well,
when I
sometimes
first
I get banned. I can tell you how to do it
Yeah,
involuntarily.
I know you do. I know you do. But when I first found him, he got nobody was following him. And he just had a couple of, 20 people or whatever. And then because he's so outrageous and he's so disgusting and he's so heinous and everything, he has a big Israeli flag in his office and he's Israel first. I was like, all right, why the fuck don't you move there, Randy? I mean, I don't even know, but he's in Florida. You figure what morons voted for him. So I can't wait to see who's going to run against him.
Florida.
One
word.
You fucking morons. Oh God. Well, anyway, I got that out. I can't. I
feel bad for the good people in Florida. Florida's a diverse state.
I know it is a diverse state.
It's got a lot of weirdos in there. There's a lot of weirdos that you wouldn't expect, and then just a lot of normal assholes, and then a lot of
Sam goes. Sam goes there every winter. Yeah, that guy. He is that. Where is he? Where's that Tommy? It's not coming up fast enough to put your comment up, but here it is. Fine is another one who belongs in a really bad prison. I can't tell you, when I think of Randy Fine, I literally would love to, if I ever saw him and I would walk up to him and I would take the fist that I was taught to do it, when I was into boxing and mixed martial arts, and I would backhand that ugly fucking face, but you can't say that. I'm only kidding. It's just a joke, YouTube. I'm only kidding. It's satire. It's comedy.
Satire.
We're making
Parody.
a joke. Yes, it's parody. I'm making a joke about what Joe Rogan does, boxing.
Yeah, this is a Joe Rogan shit. You wouldn't understand.
Oh, no,
This is the
I'm
censor
not.
of YouTube,
Yeah, I'm just kidding. They'll never monetize me. For this
anyway.
anyway. All right,
Like
so
3-4
let's
times
see.
now.
What did I do here? Oh yeah, we're going to move on.
Yeah, this was
Perfect.
Idiocracy.
This is perfect stupidiocracy. This is the Freedom 250.
Did Trump even show up himself, or what?
I-
That was such a
yeah.
weird thing. What the fuck?
He made a speech, and so did another some other. I think it was the Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. He makes the opening speech, and in the opening speech, he literally calls half of America or more libtards. He said the word at this event. This is stupidiocracy. But I thought this little meme here just about really did it. Like, where the fuck is everyone? Oh my God, what a joke. And it's such a joke because they took
Did they expect people to come?
No.
On some level, what? This was a weird. It must have just been a business deal. I wonder how much money got laundered fraudulently through all this.
Well, he took it away
And
from
everything is a scam now, because
he took it
otherwise
away
he
from
would have
the
tried.
real
He would have cared and tried to spin it like it was a success. It was packed. It was some shit. But since he didn't give a shit, it was obviously he just made $100 million on it or some shit.
He took it away. There was his 250 freedom, whatever, and there was actually supposed to be a real through the Smithsonian that was voted on in Congress 10 years ago. That was supposed to be the celebration, and this orange turd took it over, and he ruined it. Essentially ruined it. And a lot of people are saying, Scott, that we didn't make it to 250 years. Because Trump's here. We didn't make it to 250. It's not.
250 years. That's the average age of an empire, right? So I think
might be.
Sounds about right.
Remember
We've been around to
YouTube?
that
I was
imperial-
just kidding. I just have to tell YouTube. I was just kidding. I'm not a violent person. I'm a peace-loving
This is Ultra.
person.
This is a comedy show.
This is a comedy show tonight.
We are
sure.
laughing.
We're laughing, but we're gonna get here's a serious guy that showed
I,
up.
Jason Paul Watson, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which I'm about to enter. So help me God. When the President of the United States orders military action against foreign countries, absent an emergency scenario where American interests are under imminent, dire threats, as was done with Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran, that's an unconstitutional usurpation of Congress's authority and a violation of the War Powers Clause. These violations resulted in the deaths of 13 service members and the injuries of hundreds more. For this, the President and Vice President must be impeached, convicted, and removed. When the President of the United States grants an unelected megadonor sweeping authority to shut down large swaths of our federal government, along with unrestricted access to our government databases, that's an unconstitutional circumvention of Congress's advise and consent authority under the Appointments Clause and Congress's power of the purse under the Appropriations Clause. These violations exposed every American's personal sensitive data to leaks and exploitation, illegally terminated tens of thousands of federal civil servants, and crippled support to Americans for medical care and disaster preparedness, and by far most tragically, resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of the world's most impoverished people with inhumanely abrupt cessation of U.S. aid. When the President of the United States directs the Department of Homeland Security to deny hundreds of people any due process before illegally detaining them and sending them to a foreign prison notorious for human rights abuses, that's a violation of our Fifth and Eighth Amendment rights. Most people sent to CCOT never committed any violent crimes in their entire lives, but are being defamed as violent criminals to this day as a pretext for the torture they suffered in El Salvador, paid for with U.S. taxpayer dollars. When the President of the United States sponsors violence on the American people, engaged in their constitutional right to peacefully assemble and protest, that's a violation of our First Amendment rights. Pastors praying for DHS agents violently attacked without provocation. A legal observer losing an eye after being shot with a non-lethal by an ICE agent. A woman attempting to follow chaotic and contradictory DHS agent instructions fatally gunned down. A subdued man that posed no threat fatally shot after having his unbrandished firearm removed, with statements by high-ranking cabinet members also violating our Second Amendment rights. For this, the President and Vice President must be impeached, convicted, and removed.
And yes, I thought this was a good one to end the show with. He did get arrested. And I would like you to comment on this, Scott.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff we need. People need to start standing up and I guess being willing to face at least, I mean, I don't know what kind of punishment you'll get. It's the whole, I guess, protesting a uniform thing is apparently against the law or something, but you know,
I didn't look it up.
It feels like we live in like a post-law time. I mean, our president is like this grifter, totally fraudulent car salesman, you know, a pedophile, committing a genocide and enriching his kids, just doing the most blatant, like the kind of stuff that like would have been like, you know, cartoonish, you know, third world dictatorship shit, you know, 20 years ago. And now it's like so blatant, more blatant than like ever. It's so ridiculous. Like it's definitely easily the most corrupt regime. I've been saying it for a while, and now people are starting to be like, oh yeah, you're probably easily the most corrupt government and regime in human history. Like I think the U.S. is the most corrupt like ever. It's just that it's so blatant. We act like it's not because we all, I mean, it's part of what, you know, we've been talking about this whole time, the way Republicans will talk like we're stupid. And like, we just kind of like take these talking points like we're stupid, even though it's so obviously bullshit. And
I know.
Maybe we start to believe it. I don't know, on some level, but it's National Cat Day, Sandy.
I know. I saw that, Kim. I mean, what does that have to do with anything we're talking about today? That's okay. It's stupidocracy. It's stupidiocracy. Oh my gosh.
And Mexico City, how do you capture that? See, I'm telling you, Mexico at this point, as I see it, Mexico is like the salvation of, I mean, it's like humanity's best. It's like the one bastion in the world, it seems like, against fascism in the world. And like, it seems like it's all down. I used to think Latin America would be, you know, a good stand, but apparently it's just Mexico. It's maybe just Costa Rica, but like, cause
Costa Rica. That's our Jean, who used to follow us. She lives in Costa Rica,
Yeah, I'm not sure. They seem definitely a lot more like ecologically.
But how could we capture
aware.
that energy?
Yeah,
for the
Mexico's
earth?
unique. I don't know. I think I'm going back there in the fall. I'm going to try
Oh,
to figure it out.
cool! Very
Bring back the
cool.
secret. I don't know, but it literally is. Yeah, it's unique, but it's also a lot of gentrification going on now. Now, you go there, too many and I guess I'm a white dude going there, but it's and it's just easy, especially for people who are doing kind of the digital nomad, the work from home stuff, and they just go there and live cheaper and live in an amazing place with a society and stuff, and affordable healthcare and just culture, amazing food, and just a lot cheaper because of the currency. Right. And so but it ended up in a lot of gentrification, so that sucks. And there's a lot of pushback against that, though, because the people are radical as fuck and they will get out in the streets and fuck shit up. But that's why they have they have a solid government, because people will stand up against the law, and it's baked into their culture. That's why they have a better politics in general, because it's baked into their culture. Whereas in the U.S. we're very slavish, even if you look at comments about the dude getting arrested, they'll be like, oh well, he was in uniform or whatever, it's illegal. It's okay, but let's talk about the ethics. Let's talk about what he's protesting about. They always want to do this with the protesters, to be well, they broke the law, got to arrest him. But well, yeah, okay, well then ignore the bigger issue. They didn't just do this because they were having a bad mental break or something. This was part of a strategy about a much bigger systemic problem. But Americans just love to eat, swallow the boot, swallow the propaganda, and blame the people trying to stand up against the totally fuck up system, and and act like they're the problem. It's well, I wasn't feeling guilty about it and not doing anything until you said something. And it's they just want to take it out on them. It feels
the Albanians are on day 40 protesting the Jared and Ivanka's little, oh, I just discovered this place. Yeah. These people have been up there. They're out there every day. Every day. Holy
That's the kind of
shit.
dedication it takes. Last time I was in Mexico, actually, I think it was the time before the last time. One of the last times I was in Mexico City. And the teachers, they're still doing it today, even with their socialist, super progressive government. The teachers from around the country, especially from Oaxaca in the south, where they're a lot more radical and communist, they would come up, they block downtown in the financial district and the highway. It's a 6-lane highway, the busiest highway I've ever been on. And I live in Atlanta. I've been it's busiest highway. It's crazy, but they will block off the exits and the on-ramps and the off-ramps, block them off with semis and buses, and just camp out basically during the day and shut them down. And
Extinction Rebellion.
In the U.S. they would go in. Exactly. I mean, and they probably did there, but I'm not sure what they were doing at their peak in Mexico City. But their protest culture is just different, and the government. They had riot police. We'd see as soon as I stepped out of the airport, I just saw tons of riot police. It looked like some kind of dystopian thing, but then they're just kind of chilling. They're not really doing anything. They look like they're ready for some brutal repression, but they didn't really do anything. They let them keep the kind of streets as long as the highways, they just kind of shut everything down and mess up the whole traffic in the entire city, massive city, 40 million people or some shit, just completely fuck up the traffic because they just fuck up right in the central area. And they don't, the U.S. they'd go in with tear gas and violence. They would not, that shit would not last an hour. But we also don't have areas I don't know where you could really do something like that. But I mean, we'll mess up traffic sometimes, but it's not the state is not even under a Democrat anywhere. The state is nowhere near that. They would not let you just hold it for days.
No, and they arrested. Look what happened at Look what happened at Standing Rock.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there was so much state repression
and that was during Obama.
Exactly, and people, I'm sure plenty of Democrats had to defend it because they want to defend their party and Obama, and it creates all these problems where people get trapped in their tribalisms, and we end up with thinking very, petty and, sports. I feel a lot of times sports primes us for that tribalism, and then where we can just go brainless and just be well, the Democrat, one of the things Randy Feinhaus heard him saying was, he voted against the housing affordability bill was because he said, oh, well, Democrats supported it, so I voted against it. He's well, I don't care about what it is. I came to Congress to vote against whatever Democrats want to do.
It's
that kind of stupid tribalism that I feel
he's offensive. He's so offensive. So what are we gonna flush?
I mean, well,
what are we gonna flush? What are we gonna flush, guys? There's so much to choose from. Stupidiocracy. But really, what should we flush, Scott? You make the choice.
A thing or a person?
Whatever you
anything?
want to flush.
Sorry, I know I've done this a few things, but every time you ask me, I'm surprised and confused again.
Dazed and Confused. Good movie.
Yeah, what do you want to flush? Like, I just a whole,
all right, wait.
I got a lot of ideas.
All right, how about the Failure State Fair?
I think today, let's do it. Let's do that in AI stocks. Let's
All
get
right,
it over with.
We'll do a couple of them. We're gonna do the Failure
Dump your AI stocks.
All right, that was a good one though. Okay, is everybody happy? Did we flush twice? Yeah, we flushed twice. Oh God, everybody, Stephen Miller. My God, you know what? We would, flush Trump's crypto grift, and what you said, we would be flush the whole damn stock market. The whole show would be just me flush. The
You're
environmental.
gonna have to do it one of these days, dude. It's gonna. You have to purge the aura of the country.
Yeah, right.
Whole show of flushes.
I'll have to make a flush video. Yeah, water bill savings for AI. Sure. Oh, I'm trying. If you saw, it was flushing very little water. It was a very low flow tank. That shows flush competition. Oh, yep. There's a lot to flush. Well, I'm glad you all came. We've been an hour and a half. A lot of laughs because, look, if a show is called Stupidiocracy, obviously. I mean, I had some serious big-time notes, but it wasn't going to do it for this show. This wasn't that kind of show. I mean, obviously, I'm sitting here talking about using my old punching moves and probably getting myself in trouble with YouTube. But it's all comedy, it's all parody, it's all fun. Nobody's violent. If you look at all my videos on my channel, it is a gardening video channel and animals and wildlife and lots of love. This is a real.
We're just in character tonight.
We're in character tonight. A lot of love. Better laugh or you're gonna cry. Goddamn, Linda, you said it.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, seriously. Actually, I told people. Actually, I remember. So for our local, I guess maybe we'll end on. I'll just tell a little story from my local Extinction Rebellion Atlanta when it was going on. I did like the speech. They would do the speech in the beginning. They had the speech thing. It was like 45 minutes where like have a couple people would go up and do parts. So I did like quick thing on 10-15 minutes on the science in the beginning. And one thing I said was, if you're gonna get into climate politics and activism stuff, you're gonna need dark humor. Like you're gonna need dark humor will sustain you. You're just gonna have to get used to it, learn to love it, learn to laugh at it, learn to.
I have
good
dark
jokes because you're gonna need it.
Look at half of the videos I've made. Half of the videos I've made are very dark humor.
Yeah, no, I know.
My videos.
Like you literally, I'm telling you, wouldn't make it. You wouldn't have made it.
Dark humor. Joke. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm trying to do this for the next month and see if Wednesday night and Sunday morning works. Just two. And then I want to try to do this little news show, which I didn't do this week, with a 4-minute clip on environmental news. But I think two a week for a little while. Dark humor is a climate solution. Yeah, it is in a way. We all need to have it. That's right, Alex.
Thanks.
Well, everyone, thanks a lot. I love you guys. And so I'll see you on Sunday morning because I think Friday night is I'm having a bit of a life, a little tiny bit of a life. And I am going away the Wednesday and I'm going to see the Guess Who in Saratoga, New York. And somebody invited me, and it's a man, and I'm going. I'm going. So, we're going to see a very old band. I mean, they were probably famous even when I was little.
I just saw Blue Oyster Cult a couple weeks ago.
Oh, cool! That must have been fun.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
A bunch of cover bands, and then the real Blue Star Cult was there. Classic
That's
cover
great.
bands, and then Blue Star Cult.
Well, I'm looking
But-
forward to this because Don Felder's there, and this guy that I'm going with got VIP tickets to meet them. So this is like really cool. I think it'll be fun for me because I never do anything. So yeah, I don't do anything.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
do it.
love
Hell
you
yes, I do.
all. Scott, thank you for joining me tonight. I really did
Yes, thank you for
enjoy
having me.
you. Yeah, you're part of our team, man.
Always good. It's always good. Yes, thank
Part
you.
of the
Yes.
team, buddy.
Pulled it together last minute. That's how I work. So it was perfect.
It works. All right. All right. Let's get the. We're gonna get the.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Have a happy end of the world. Stay cool. Stay hydrated.